ignorant sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps boxing
do
it.
now.
Keep the family close. Some of y'all think you're the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you boys never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell can we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation.
Have you ever seen Kent Hovind?
Without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space.
This, like, he's awesome. He goes through like
breathing air. That's just not the
he's
case.
mainly like evolution and stuff, where he goes through so much where just you know, the millions of years and dinosaurs and it's so good. And he's debating like evolutionists. He's awesome. Just the way he like the way he speaks about his everything he's learned and puts it in like a video PowerPoint project. So it's, I'll give you a video.
Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown.
Because I saw this dude, the Fall Flatter, and said that told me, you know, evolution, all that shit was
that your radius could be that
made up shit.
I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Yo!
Sorry
Bob was
about
playing
that.
a song.
Sorry, dude.
I couldn't hear anything. But are we supposed to
You
hear?
probably got it muted, Electricity.
Chocolate Saiyan was spitting bars, bro.
Wait, how do I?
The bottom one. The bottom groovy bot. Probably got it muted or on 0.
All right, the headphones are still. I got like a headphones red cross. I'll show you.
Yeah, but that's because of the bot doesn't need listening, right? It doesn't. It only needs speaking permission in this room. So I think you got it muted or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I had the mic muted, but yeah, now it's just there.
Electricity, can you post that video?
Yep, coming.
Alright. I can't post links, but I have this cool video from his name's Rob I think something Santos, but he explains the times of the 1400s and how the Vatican rose up and took control through real estate and all that.
Yeah.
He basically used the name of God to control people, which is like not in the name of any religion. That's against religion.
Yeah, I heard somewhere like the Pope.
It's called the Annum Sanctum. It gave the rights of real estate to the church so that the knights and lords could crusade during the crusades to convert everyone to Catholicism. And when they came back for their property, the popes and the churches and that, they held up the trust and said, "No, this is me. I am the owner," and they kept the land.
Yeah, definitely all dodgy stuff.
In the name of God.
That's funny shit.
Sick. It's honestly sick. What's this? 3-on-1.
He's just debating evolutionists. But you can just skip to the part where he's talking, because like he just comes with fact after fact, and all the evolutionists is just regurgitate what they've been told. But I guess before Flat Earth never believed in a god, kind of, because it was very, we're on this planet and we're this little speck in this infinite universe, and it's just all random, and so that thing for God it's distant. It's like, well, how is there really? It's a question where it's like, well, it's kind of a 1% chance that there is a God. But then, you come into Flat Earth and you're like, well, okay then, well, the Earth's flat. Well, that means it has to be a creator. And then I think, and the space is fake. Like, you got to come to those two realizations where Flat Earth and space is fake. So there's no other logical answer to come to a conclusion that there is a creator, pretty much. Where I guess I don't like to use the word God, just creator sounds that kind of covers. Sorry?
Entity. What do you think the creator is as an entity?
Well, I guess in the Bible it said he moved along the face of the water. So, and then he was saying, like, let there be light. So I don't know, it could be an energy. Like, can he speak? Because he said, let there be light. So yeah, I don't know.
No, electricity. Electricity. My bad. I got a question. Do you know how your brain works?
Guess I learned it from the Matrix, where just electrical.
No, I mean actually fundamental. Like, do you know how your whole body knows how it knows everything it has to do?
I don't know, just electrical signals in the brain.
Right, but you don't really understand how it's working. It's far beyond your understanding.
Yeah.
Yet we've all been doing it perfectly since we've been born.
Yeah.
Right. So my question is, if you cannot understand the foundation of how you even work, is it possible you can understand God?
Oh yeah, like, there's no way. It's probably something I can't even comprehend, or But I know. I just like to speculate.
Yeah, but fundamental, it's like, at least that's how I see it. You can know for sure if he exists or not. Even he's wrong here, but if this thing exists or not, like, you can know for sure if you exist or not. If there's something in you that knows how to digest your food. It's not like it's a mystery. You know that when you eat something, your body knows what it has to do and it's doing it. You know that. You have no idea how it's happening, but you know it's there. Same with God. You can know for sure if it exists or not. But then, when you come to understand that it definitely has to exist, you can't really, you can follow the right path. You can understand, I guess, ethics and all that and become a pure person. But other than that, like, understanding actually what it is, I think it's beyond everybody.
You can never become totally pure. It's still going to have
Well, sure, yeah.
sin in you. It's inherent.
Are you saying that you can know you were created?
Well, I know I'm created.
Well, sure, yeah.
To me, I get, if the Earth's flat, then that's kind of the only logical conclusion.
I mean, everything is created. Now, people don't have to go to the very basic stuff like somebody outside of something and then did something, said something to some AI or whatever, and then the whole thing began being created. That's just the constructs of our mind. We cannot conceive how you've been created. Right?
No, it's very complex.
But it's pretty obvious that there is
complex. Come on.
No, I mean it's obvious that we've been created by something, and everything has been created by something.
Right, but life itself, the creation itself, just how we work, is complex. I mean, it's amazing when you think about it.
It's got like a trumpet in someone's background.
It's my neighbors. They're drilling, I guess, the walls or something.
Jesus.
That's how. I don't know if you guys are in a block of flats or at a house, but if you live in a big building, some stuff usually goes on that you don't really like.
Sounds like they're blowing a horn.
Yeah.
Well, just think of this. This always amazes me how life just starts from how a man and a woman come together. I mean, just the sperm hits the egg, and a human being starts to develop. It's insane.
Pretty much.
And that's just procreation.
And that's the thing, like, there's so much proof you've been created that to believe in God, it's like, it's pretty low. You can know God exists.
Right. It takes more faith. It takes more faith to believe that a Big Bang or something else has done all of this.
Yeah, that's a lot of
takes a lot more faith than to just believe in God, a creator.
I think that was the first thing, the Big Bang, because like 4 billion years ago, and you're like, well, how the fuck do you know that?
That's why it takes more faith to believe that nonsense.
And the universe began, I don't know how many trillion years ago, out of absolutely nothing, infinitely fast, infinitely heat, for absolutely no reason, and nobody did it. Well, if you believe that, that's the biggest cognition ever.
That's a tremendous amount of faith there.
People that
What's
believe
up,
that.
Andrew, man?
Sorry, don't you? Oh,
What's
hi,
up,
boy.
Buddy? What's up, man? Long time. I haven't seen you on in a while, bro.
It's true. Had some stuff to do with maths and physics. Some exams.
I see, man. Doing that good work, huh?
Yeah, well, you know how it's brainwashing you in school.
Yo.
So.
Yeah.
What's up, Anthony?
Hey.
Hey.
Anybody was coming through Nodell yesterday with his talking about Rachie and how she's moving towards relative density. And he said,
moving towards
okay.
She accepts. She's repeated the egg test, hasn't she? So she realizes that the medium is causing something. It's the relationship between the density of the object and the medium. She gets that. Yeah. But I've seen Bob trying to like weasel his words into trying to persuade her that there's the incoherent dielectric acceleration. But he doesn't. Bob, I realize that Bob doesn't understand what magnitude is. Bob thinks that the incoherent dielectric acceleration is the reason, right? He thinks that it starts with it. He doesn't realize that it's got a magnitude of virtually nothing. Now, if you've got a magnitude of such a small value, it can't be the deciding factor. It might alter your results by like a midge's dick, but it's so inconceivably small that reflects the magnitude of what the incoherent dielectric acceleration is, if I understand it correctly. But if it hasn't got enough magnitude, it can't be the deciding factor.
Right.
And if it is the deciding factor, that means he dismisses me pouring in the salt. Because that was what caused it. So it's like, come on, Bob, look up magnitude.
Is that what Bob is saying? It's just electrostatics instead
Bob
of
believes in a downward acceleration.
Right. I get that point, but you got relative density as well, man. You can't just dismiss that.
No, he does.
Well, he doesn't dismiss it. He accepts that it is like a major factor, but he thinks that the incoherent dielectric acceleration is the deciding factor that gives, like, the density element its direction. He thinks that is the deciding factor, and I'm like, Bob, what it is like, you know, when you've washed your car and you've polished it, and then right at the very end you get your really dry lint-free cloth and you polish up the white stuff that's left on top. Right. That's the incoherent dielectric acceleration, if it's really there at all. It's not the bit that rubs off all the dirt and the shit on the car. That's your sponge and the grease removal stuff, you know, the washing stuff. That's right. The main part of washing the car. The polish bit on the top, the wiping off the white dust. Yeah, that makes your car look glossy and it feels nice to the touch, but it isn't the bit that makes your car clean. It makes it shinier, but the bit that makes your car clean is the bucket and sponge, and that's the density argument. But he thinks that the dielectric acceleration thing, he thinks that's like, it's like having the car in the first place, and it's like, Bob, everyone knows that static will stick a balloon to a wall, but unless we see it in real world, and you can quantify the magnitude, and we know the magnitude is tiny, then it can't be the deciding factor. It's just not strong enough. But to listen to him, it's like he's fucking Superman.
Yep.
Well, I know that dielectric acceleration is okay, so I do not claim gravity at all, so don't take my context out of or misleading or whatever. It is a stronger force than that.
What's a stronger force than that?
Dielectric acceleration.
Yeah,
so-called gravity.
I agree. There is a force there that we can manipulate to get balloons to stick to walls and get shocks off when we catch our socks on the carpets and all that. No one. That's not really. It's not really the issue in question. The issue in question is do we see it in the real world causing the change in polarity between anything? Do we see things flipping up and down because of fluctuations in it? Or is it a constant and therefore it's always going to be there? And if it is always going to be there, what's the magnitude to it? And we know that the magnitude to it is, we see Zach. We see Zach getting little bits of, I think the little bits of flecks of paint or whatever, little tiny bits of dirt, and he's putting a current through between two plates. Well, essentially, he's making a solenoid. He's not using the equipment to make the solenoid. He's just acting like a solenoid by passing current. But the thing is, if it's only strong enough to really move a spider's twine or to move a fleck of paint, then it hasn't got the magnitude to be the deciding factor between up from down, as he puts it. Because it isn't capable of doing that. It might make it move a tiny little bit faster or a little bit slower, depending on which way you're trying to pass the current. But it isn't the deciding factor like Bob pushes, and that's the bit that bugs me because he does push it as truth.
Anthony, everything is not going down like he says.
Yeah, he ignores the up bit as well.
Bias.
Yeah, he ignores that. He'll never address the egg going up. I mean, he always says things going down, apart from the egg. He just literally ignores. It's like he doesn't want to admit that the egg thing exists. And it's like, Bob, what's going on? He claims that he's open to the conversation. He claims that he wants to be to push the conversation on and all that. And he could even. But the reality is, how can he do that without even referencing the egg? Because that goes up, Bob.
Well, the egg to me is not electrostatics. It's more of relative density. So I don't know.
Of course.
I don't know how
we know. Well, we know that it's the relative density because that's the thing that was manipulated. I've tried to repeat that egg test using a 2-litre bottle of pop. I've chopped the top off it, filled it with salty water, got my egg to be somewhere in the middle, and then I used a 12-volt car battery with a load of amps to be able to pass the current from top to bottom. Because salinated water is more conductive, right?
Yeah.
So it will pass a current. And what it did was it started electrolysis, right? But it didn't cause the acceleration of the egg. It didn't move. So I failed to get it based, and that's why I'm trying to get Bob or Whitsitt or Austin to do the same thing. Because if they can't get that egg to move, then it isn't going to be doing anything. It might exist and it might pervade, but it hasn't got any magnitude, and it can't be the reason why up is.
No, they just want to read.
Water is a different medium, though. You got globers that claim water contains gravity in it. That's why you feel more pressure deeper you go.
Water contains a bending of a conception, huh?
Yeah, it's bizarre statements that they make. But it's a different medium, and I mean, we can use it for certain things. I suppose, yeah, right. But you know. I don't know.
It doesn't matter what water is in terms of the medium. It is the medium that governs it, because the medium can be air, or it can be water, or it can be magnesium liquid sulfate, proxy alloys, whatever. It's going to have a density to it, whatever liquid or medium it is.
But you'll get
so
more
if you got something that's
air than you would water.
Yeah, but if you've got something that's sat in the middle of that water, and you know that whatever forces are there, they're neutrally balanced because the egg's not moving. If what he's saying is true, he should be able to pass a current through it the way he describes and cause it to accelerate up or down. And when I tried to do it, it didn't work.
Interesting.
My problem with him is he's saying that they're working on a theory, but he's asserting it as a fact.
Yeah,
that's my problem. If you're working on something,
and what he's actually,
then say, I don't know. We're working on it.
What he's also doing is not only is he pushing that the way you describe it, look at the effect it's having on Rachie. Rachie's obviously 50-50. She's on her own little journey. She's trying to work it out in her head. And she's got Bob coming in, and I would argue is deliberately confusing the matter. Now, the effect is that Rachie's kind of on the, like, 1 minute she's very much on the relative density side, and there is no gravity. And then Bob comes in, starts talking about the electric stuff, and then she seems to flip away from it for a bit. Now, not towards gravity, towards something else. Now, ultimately, is that healthy for her? So Bob might argue that it is. Is it confusing for her? Absolutely, it's obvious. Now, I don't mind, provided she goes through the end of her journey and whatever decision she comes to at the end of it. I don't mind, provided it's got evidence to it. The problem is, she's not learned scientific method yet to weed out the stuff that's scientific from the stuff that's pseudoscience. And I'm trying to get her to... No.
Well, hold on. I heard a little bit yesterday. I heard a little bit yesterday, and he was saying that she's moving towards relative density, and he said, and that's fine. I didn't hear much after that because I can't take that show anymore. It drives me insane. But the way he made it sound like if she moves in that direction, that's fine. But I know that's not
why I like watching Nathan Oakley, man. I'll be on that panel. That's where I'm at.
To be honest, Neil, I think you might have misheard what he said. I think I remember, I might have this wrong, but I thought he'd said that she was moving. I thought I heard him say that she was moving away from relative density towards the incoherent nonsense. But I might be wrong. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what her current position is. But my point is that she's on her own journey. Pardon?
Are you talking about yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe I misheard. Oh, then
I didn't hear this yet. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it was on Globebusters last night, about an hour into it.
I thought he said it looks like she's moving towards the relative density, and that's fine.
No, I'm sure he said she's moving away from relative density. I'm sure that's what he said.
Oh,
okay.
I hope not, dude.
And I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I'm not whinging.
I mean, it kind of. We got to be on the same page. Wouldn't you agree? And we got to.
No, not really. I think if there's honest inquiry, which is what she's doing, I think if there is genuinely honest inquiry, that's good for her because she's working it out herself. The problem is she doesn't know how to work out what's strong evidence to what's not, because she's not looked into scientific method yet. She's still trying to wonder why certain things are happening, and she's like, she's getting there, but she's just missing that little.
She's talking with.
I don't know who this other guy is, but this other guy, I mean, he's polite enough. He doesn't know what he's talking about either.
I know.
But what can you do?
I've been there, man.
Gotta start plugging her into QE and your stuff, and we gotta get over here. I gotta wait for that Bob Nodell, because whatever.
I got the link to
him, he claims is his.
I got the link to the server. If you ever need it.
I'm going to go back and listen to that Globebusters. I want to see what he said.
Yeah.
Dude, a lot of big tech giants are buying out mass farmland now, and they're They're
like Bill Gates.
I bet they are, dude.
Control the
like
they
Bill
are.
Gates. You know how much land Bill Gates has now?
Capitalism. They're gonna force.
Dude, I heard.
We're gonna be fucked.
Dude.
You know what's driving me crazy? Understanding crypto. Like, I know a lot
Andrew,
about
get this.
it.
It's
but
not just Bill Gates.
I'm
It's Jeff
trying to
Bezos
understand
too.
that too. I want to buy in. I don't
Jeff
know how to do
Bezos
it.
is buying farmland.
Yeah, I know. I've been hearing something fishy's going on.
They're gonna control our food. They're gonna kill us all, dude. It's fucked up. Every time they touch your food,
If Bezos is buying farmland,
they GMO the food. They
if
raise
Bezos
the
is buying
prices.
farmland,
Prices go up. We're
that
fucked.
tells
Sorry,
you
go
everything
on.
you need to know if he's buying farmland.
That's
Like,
right.
and these are tech giants.
Yeah,
Why did
they're
tech
all
people
buying.
buy farms?
I was just over at
They
Jim
want
Panda's,
total
bro.
Control.
See, I was just
You're
over
right,
at Jim
Benji.
Panda's, bro. When I come over here, we talk about stuff that has meaning. I haven't observed this. When you go over there, they're just drunk, just arguing. I was over there for almost a half an hour, and they weren't saying nothing about nothing. Like, I don't even know why I'm a part of that server anymore.
Don Gio, if you want to know why Africa the way it is, look at their food. That should explain to you why those people
Well,
are
Bill Gates,
suffering.
dude.
Listen,
Bill
those
Gates,
people are
dude.
suffering because of tech giants ruining their fucking lives. They're going to ruin us
Yeah.
now. They need to decrease their population. Now they're coming for our food.
You know what's the dumbest thing? I see all those trials with Bezos, with every CEO of Facebook, Instagram, all those people. And they've been like 10 times being questioned by the Supreme Court or whatever. And every single time they found something wrong with what they're doing. But since the beginning, nothing good happened. It just kept on getting worse and worse. It's like a show. They're calling them there to a 7-hour trial, and everybody
it's to show us. That's all it is.
Yeah, everybody's like, "Way, yay! They're finally gonna control them. They're gonna stop the system, and they're gonna allow the people to actually be free and not have their information being stolen and sold for money."
Okay.
Well, bullshit, because nothing happened. Nothing of that sort happened in the last dozen years.
I don't
It's
see how
even
people
worse.
I don't see how people don't see the pattern. Look at Bill Gates. Okay, Microsoft created the virus, destroyed your stuff. Now he's talking about vaccines. Created a virus.
Wait, watch
Look,
out.
to see the
Before
pattern.
you go deep into that, if you talk about that kind of stuff, it might get, some
Oh
bad
yeah,
rep
okay.
here.
What? Right, my bad.
Yeah, I don't want to impose on you, but I don't think.
Right.
the
Wait,
evidence like that.
I watched a new video with Bill
Mhm.
one day ago. I think it was Bill Cooper from CNN. He asked him
Mhm.
something, and in like the somewhere about halfway into the video, the dude literally started laughing out loud. I cringed so.
Oh, I think I know what
it's
you're
so
talking about.
It's a pretty new one. He laughed many times. Trust me, I've seen many videos where he starts laughing. But this was really creepy because
they have it all. That's why they're so happy.
No.
They have
I
everything.
mean something different. It's like there's something in him that he cannot control that starts laughing and here's the context. So Bill Cooper mentioned that he asked Fauci about something, and then Bill started laughing, and I'm like, wait, what is even going on in your head? Like,
Because he's
he
hiding
just
something.
asked Fauci. Like, what's so fun?
He's hiding
What?
something, dude. That's all it is.
Yeah, well,
when he gets put in a stressful situation, some people laugh when they have to hide something.
Right.
It's so no. I don't think I'm gonna try to find it because I want you guys. It's so strange. I watched it like for 15 minutes straight. It's a 10-second period where he laughs. I watched it 100 times. I can't understand. I just
I
can't.
can tell you this right now, guys. Man, we gotta be strong with the Most High. Man, we have to be strong. Something weird is going on. We gotta have love. We gotta seek truth. We gotta stay strong. Stay steadfast, man. It's something's going on. It's really strange. And if you ain't noticing it, I don't know what to tell you.
Bill Gates used to be in his late teens and early 20s. He was addicted to porn. You know what happens to your brain when you go down that route. He's got many mental problems, and you can see when he talks. It's like
His movement always goes on front and back, you know?
his facial twitches and the way he can't suppress that. It's like a glee within him. The plan is coming together. Nobody even knows. Nobody even knows what's going on. But these people are mortal just like us. America has been known to, have very radical people on the far, far right, whatever that is. People who've caused massive damage in terms of human life and property. And somebody's going to, we don't know. These people could be planning something. I don't believe that, the world is so cowed that, the general population is just sitting around waiting for things to happen.
I don't know, man. These globers out here.
These people are the enemies of humanity. These Gates,
Yeah.
Dawes, Zuckerbergs,
Mess.
Epstein Club.
Oh, I found it. It's 3 weeks old.
Post it.
So it's at the... Wait, I'll give it with the minute mark.
Andrew, there's lots of psychological cues you can pin out when someone's hiding something, like if their eyes are twitching when they get asked a weird question, if they're laughing, if they have unusual movements according to their norm. Like,
yeah.
You can pick out so much thing in body movements and mannerisms from somebody.
Isn't it something like when they look down or like look to the right, they're like trying to make something up? I
don't
think
know which
it's
one.
like looking to the right. Might be the right. I'm not for sure. Because I was studying Stephen Avery back then. And
He starts laughing.
Yeah, right.
They might also be brainwashed or something. I mean, they've had technology to literally just control people for dozens of years.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's an interview where Bill Gates is being, he was subpoenaed. I don't know if it was the Senate or the FBI, but they were tackling him because of anti-competition laws, monopoly laws. And when you see him when he was quite young, I don't think he was married to that woman yet. They found him that woman because of porn addiction, where he really shows all his antisocial traits. He's guarded, he's antagonistic, he rocks his body. He wants them to explain like words to him, like, what does it mean? What do you mean by it or the? Yeah, he's a...
The word concern, you know that one? He spent like half a minute thinking about the word concern. It's hilarious.
He's been dressed in these pullovers, these woolly jumpers, and he's being dished up to us like some concerned humanitarian. But he's far from it.
Oh yeah, he's banned in so many countries.
If he really was there for us, he would not buy the land. The government would take it and just split food evenly to the people. Like, why would a bunch of tech giants who don't deal with food go buy land and then use GMO seeds and do stuff like that? There's a reason for it. Everything has a reason, right?
The Agenda 21 even wants to go as far as to remove all people from rural land. So if there are farmers who are struggling to pay their mortgages or their land taxes, yeah, these guys will step in like the opportunists that they are and grab it all. They will leave it to just be fallow. They won't have agriculture. Or if they do start farming, it will be with genetically modified seed.
I don't think they would just farm. I think they will build something underground as well.
That's a lot of acres to be in the hands of one man.
Yeah.
Don't trust that dude. He's sick. And Anderson Cooper is in that club as well. If you read about his childhood, who his mom and dad were.
Yeah, he's been in CIA.
Yep.
We all know that for a fact. Like, he had training in the CIA for many years. That's all he had. He had no journalistic training, just CIA training.
And government leaders are talking. I know the Boris Johnson here in the UK, he's had meetings with Bill Gates. They talk him up like he is the savior of humanity. It's absolutely sickening. His mother, Bill Gates' mother, had a portrait done of herself. And when the portrait was done, they took it back and they had to change her nose because it looked too, what's the word? Jewish.
What a
I was
mess.
expecting that.
So people don't realize that that part of his heritage has been downplayed completely. He's a crypto Jew through and through. Ah, so is Elon Musk, by the way.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Yeah, from his
Well,
mother.
it's pretty obvious that idiot is just a puppet. He doesn't know shit of what he's talking about. But first time I heard him talk, I was like, man, this guy's got to be someone that's so fluent in English. He talks beautifully. He controls his body, has incredible tone of voice and all that. When you look at him and you hear him talk, it's like, dude, you stumble, you wobble, you can't talk without stopping for like 5 seconds.
You can
so
tell
strange.
it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Elon Musk? He's
Yeah.
a very awkward dude when he talks. He's very
he's really
awkward to me.
awkward.
He looks like he's a little slow. Like people think he's smart, but he looks like he's
exactly.
He's got something mentally going on there.
I expect him to be some kind of a genius, someone that's speed talks, that's really good at stuff.
I don't know,
He's
man.
real slow.
Have you seen it with, the interview with Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he even had 2. Or I might be wrong.
Weird-
Yeah, the one when
weird
he smokes
interview.
weed, yeah.
Weird interview.
He didn't even inhale.
There's this woman on the internet that I don't really credit for much, but I do credit her with one thing. She's good at doing research. Her name's Amazing Polly, and she was yeeted off of YouTube.
Oh, yeah, I know.
She's got some credibility there. But what she does well, and I don't mean her politics or her belief in Q or whatever. I don't even know that part of her. But she does these connections between who's married to who, whose parents were working with whose parents, what companies were they controlling. And, in that sense, she's a really good sleuth because she connects everything. And it's really interesting when you, I haven't listened to her for like months and months, but she draws these parallels between the people who are running the universities, the banks, the big tech companies, and I don't even mean Microsoft, I mean IBM and, the ones that don't really come to your mind when you think about, what is the tech establishment? Who has got all the control? And the connections are really hard to spot. You don't spot them. You can't know who's doing what at any point in time or whose plan is almost coming to fruition. But yeah. So she pointed out that Bill Gates' mother was working for IBM. And IBM helped him to get Microsoft off the ground. And Ghislaine Maxwell's sisters were big in IBM. And the code that, who had the code first, who sold it to who installed it in the voting machines, all those connections are really, really interesting. When you look at it that way, everything adds up. Amazing Polly, that's her name. Just to do the legwork for all of this and to come to any reasonable conclusion in your own mind about things, it's really exhausting. I did all of this in the past year and a half. And I mean, realizing at one point that, because I was never interested in physics. in science to any degree. I'm far more artistic. I like to write, and I'm not into these hard sort of male-centered
Right.
kind of things. How I chanced to understand that the world is not a freaking spinning ball, don't even ask me. Because I never set out, with the objective of proving it to myself. It just came up and hit me. So, yeah, so I can see how people can remain duped, can remain asleep, because these bits of information that you find all over the place, it's not mainstream that is giving it to you.
Actually, about Flat Earth, I think you're in a better place if you haven't been good at school when it comes to maths and physics. Because if you've been, you really bought into this logical fallacy of appeal to authority. You're really into it. That's how I've been for a very long time.
See, just adding to that, you're right. My background isn't to do with maths or physics. My background's legal and evidence. So when I see something that says reification fallacy, and I look at what it says, and it says substituting a concept as though it's a real world, treating the map as the terrain, and I realize instantly that maths, by definition, is abstract, I can then quickly say, well, it has no value then, because it's not only reification and abstract, it doesn't even apply. Then you look at scientific method and it says, this is the standard that we apply in science. If it's not scientific method compliant, it's pseudoscience. And I go, right, so there's something to this. So when you just said then about you're better off not looking into the maths, I completely agree. Look at it based on the evidence. And from the evidence, you can work out what's wheat and what's chaff, or you should be able to. Now, don't get me wrong, some of the stuff's not that easy to work out, but gravity is one of the best examples of something that's really easy to understand, but they make it sound really complicated. Because because evidence is the key word that I focus on. The definition for gravity, it's an effect. Well, an effect doesn't cause something. So you go, well, what's the cause of the effect? And the cause is bending of space-time, right? That's the effect. So the bending of space-time is the effect, and the cause of that's the uneven distribution of mass. Well, whatever space-time is, it's a concept. That makes it reification. That means it doesn't apply. But if you get caught up in the tensor equations and calculating orbits and gravitational constants and this and that and the other, you're right. You're so sucked into the maths that you don't let go of it, because you invested your time and your brain power, and you've understood how these tensor equations worked, and you don't want anybody coming along saying, hang on, it's a reification fallacy, and you just wasted your time.
Yeah, you've got to point A.
Yeah, because you've put your effort into it, and you've just wasted your time calculating or trying to understand these equations, and then someone like us comes along and goes, but it's conceptual, it's reification, it's outside a scientific method. And that's you're going to take that as a kick in the nuts, and rightly so. I can understand it. So you're right. Keep away from the maths. It doesn't apply.
Right. Yeah. Bending of space-time. Hey, can space-time twist as well?
Yeah, that's the concept of wormholes, isn't it? The idea of the quickest point between A and B is a straight line, unless you bend the fabric of space-time and bring B back round to you, like folding over a piece of toilet paper. And then you just go through a wormhole and just like short circuit the whole thing. That's the idea of a wormhole.
Well, what really set it all off for me, because at first I was just looking at satellites, then I started looking at NASA. Never had I never had any interest in any of that. I just always thought, why are you looking outside of the world when there are so many things here that need to be resolved? Right. Problems that we need to solve. And one day I was on a website reading an argument between two scientifically minded men who were talking about the distance of the sun from the earth. And that, if you had said to me a year before that I would be reading an article like that and really, really concentrating and trying to understand the principles involved, I would have just laughed. So
I think
by the time I got here, I hadn't even thought of gravity. I hadn't even thought about the axial rotation. I hadn't even thought about, measuring.
But how many times? How many times do you Ariel, how many times do you go outside at night time, look up at the moon and think, I don't know what you are, but I do know you're not 238,000 miles away because I can see craters with my own eyes and I know those craters are close. You would never have been even considering that before the topic.
Same with the sun.
Yeah, we look at the night sky and wonder what's going on.
And now it's like I embrace this natural world. If I look at it now, I finally feel that, I am connected to this because it's just the weirdest thing. I can't really explain it. But when I go outside now, I feel such a great affinity to everything.
Yeah.
It's like nothing is being obscured from me anymore.
They do some really tricky stuff with those live streams, man. They know. I like to know what they're using, man. How they're doing all that.
Oh, the way I understand it is they've got a massive green screen in front of the simulators that they've got actual RAMs that make the actual capsule move up and down. They're basically using the capsule on a simulator, and in the background they've got a green screen that they superimpose the image of the Earth on, and then they make it look like it's like the capsule. Someone's got a GIF in the Discord server. They play it every now and again. It's absolutely fantastic, but I can see when you see the construct, you realize it is all the construct.
No, I watch some of their live stuff when they try to walk you through the ISS, and they got something going on there. I don't know what they're using to do that, man. I really would like to know.
Have you noticed that they seem to troll the ball earthers as well? Like they'll put astronauts out with the boots on the wrong feet to see whether anyone notices it. Like, you're not going to get an astronaut that puts the boots on the wrong feet, but they've got that, and it's like, what are they doing there? Yeah. Surely that's not the way it appears, and he's just put them on the wrong way. Surely they're doing it on purpose.
Right. Dude, I agree with you so much. They're definitely trolling the Globers, 100%.
Seeing how stupid they are and how dumb they've got to be to believe all this shit. That's what they seem to be doing.
Yeah, but there must be a select small group that are the masterminds that set like the timetable, like today we have to do this, in a week it's time for that, blah blah blah. But these people are all degenerates. Do you really think that it is all that they are actually trolling and doing it on purpose, or is it just because the whole subject matter is, steeped in absolute? It's criminality, isn't it?
It could be this tradition.
About it.
Tradition,
they are just that sloppy. I look at those people and I think, what other things are you doing that is like really degenerate? Like drugs, whatever you name it.
Mm-hmm.
They are not genuine. They are not trustworthy. They are not upstanding citizens, are they? Not by any stretch.
No, not at all. The scum. I think the epitome of all. I think the epitome of all that is NASA is Werner von Braun's headstone, because to have the guy that is the lead of the space exploration, right? He's clearly going to be an evolutionist. He's going to be a Big Bang theorist. He's going to believe all the cosmic nonsense, right? Of all the people to put a biblical phrase, regardless of the wording of it, just the fact that it's a biblical phrase on his headstone tells me that he was trolling everybody for the whole of his life. Because that's essentially the same as putting a flat earther, putting a heliocentric ball on his tombstone and just basically laughing at the flat earthers because he was trolling them all his life, kind of thing. That's the way I see Werner von Braun's headstone.
You know what's funny? When I watch the live streams of them walking through the ISS, right? They will say that they're not the real scientists. They just do what the scientists say on the Earth. That don't make no sense. What? Why wouldn't that? That's backwards. Who does that? Why would you if I have a race car driver, why would I drive for a race car driver? Shouldn't I have a professional race car driver drive? This don't make no sense.
Yeah, well, just like everything else, when you see their little clips, their media, the stuff that they throw out there, they would never appear in a room of people who can ask them questions that they don't know this question is coming. Look how
they don't know it. They don't know it because the guy, when I was watching the whole live streams, they don't even know what they're talking about. They barely understand certain things around the whole ISS. They're trying to explain this. Like, it's a little tricky. It's complicated. Yeah, guys down on Earth know. Like, what?
Look at the press
What are
conference.
you doing there?
Look at the press conference they had after the Mars landing. It was ridiculous.
Have you guys seen, dude, I laughed like 30 minutes. When they started going in the SpaceX, I forgot which one it was. There was those two astronauts, right? And they were virtually hugging at like from 2 meters because of COVID, their family, right? Their wives and kids. And the reason why I started laughing so hard is because for 3 seconds, they changed the camera so that you could see the people taking pictures. And for 3 seconds, I'm pretty sure I don't know if they're trolling or not, but you could see how the astronauts were hugging from 2 meters, like, trying to act as if they're hugging from a distance. And then the pictures, getting the photos, they were all together. Nobody was wearing masks, and there were like 1,000, one next to the other one. I was like, dude, these guys are hugging at a distance, and then the photograph people are just all now wearing masks and being together. What is this? This is a meme or something? Like, it seems that they keep on adding stuff that's blatantly bullshit, so they just laugh at us. You know those memes with Bill laughing, and then the meme says, "I can't believe they're buying this shit." Well, it's exactly that. Like, I think they can't even believe we're that dumb. Like, the whole planet is mentally degenerate. There's so many things that are obvious that they simply cannot accept.
What planet?
Right. So, yeah, I keep on using planet. I even, like, sure, you can use plane.
Indoctrination.
Right, but I tried to find out a word, like when they say around planet Earth, sure, you say plain Earth, but it sounds, I don't know, they kind of made it so that it sounds bad when you say plain. I don't know, it sounds like a bit odd, We have to come up with something different.
Shoot, even before I heard about Flat Earth, dude, I heard plane. We're on this plane. I heard that plenty of times before.
Oh, yeah.
I don't hear it as much no more, though. I used to hear before Flat Earth, I did. A realm.
I actually do remember hearing that.
I can't even remember now what I thought of Flat Earth. I had never actually heard of it. I heard of it sort of on the very periphery of my consciousness. I probably encountered it like by accident on YouTube or something. And I didn't even give it one iota of attention. It was just, okay, how can I put it? Why does it matter to me? Kind of. So if you think from 8 months ago, where it wouldn't have made me stop to look. There was nothing there that said, have a look at this. This seems interesting. To look at me now. It is not something that jumps out at you, is it? Because the indoctrination has been so thorough. But that just goes to show the education that people get today. It's so substandard.
Makes you think in your mind, like, what else am I missing? Is there something else that I'm not looking at?
Probably. No, for example, for me, the biggest problem was Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
Like, those idiots, they're paid so well by the CIA. They make such a good job at being controlled up.
Well, hang on a sec. If you realize that, because gravity is one of the contentious topics, if you realize that it isn't a force because Einstein changed that in 1915, so what is it? And we know it's an effect, right? So the effect of the curvature of space-time gives us orbits, essentially. But that doesn't really explain how Newton's apple falls from the tree. To understand how Newton's apple falls from the tree, you've got to understand what Einstein's model says. Now, bear in mind the Flat Earth Society model tells people that we think that the Earth zooms up to the apple. Einstein, which is the current physics, says that the apple doesn't actually accelerate. It fails to conserve its momentum with the acceleration of Earth. It's the Earth, the apple, the tree, all moving up, and the apple breaks its stalk, but fails to conserve its momentum with the Earth. And in doing so, the Earth catches it up from underneath. So what the Flat Earth Society are doing is bastardizing the Einsteinian position, pinning it on us as though that's what we think when we don't think that, and then making it sound ridiculous. So essentially what they're doing is poisoning the well of Einstein, which is their current position, which is why they've got to always accept and push Newtonian, because they can't ever accept Einstein, because he says that the apple conserves momentum, fails to conserve momentum, the Earth moves up, catches up to the apple, and the apple doesn't accelerate at all. But that's supposed to be what the Flat Earth Society say that we say. That's complete nonsense. They're literally bastardizing Einstein's position and pinning it on us dishonestly to make it look stupid. And that's what they've done.
Well, Newtonian is bullshit, dude. They use fictitious forces to describe reality, so it's kind of like, not
right. Even Sir Isaac Newton.
Mic check.
What's up, bud?
Hey, Sleeping Warrior. I just want to interrupt real quick. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, that's what he said. I was right. If you listen to it again, he said it seems like she's, sticking with the relative density. Gotta listen to it again. Yeah.
Have you got a timestamp? I'd like to, because I want to. I really do want to hear what he said again, because I had the totally opposite perception of what I thought he said.
You got to listen to it through. When you get at first it is, but then when he gets to the end of it, it says it seems like she's really moving towards the relative density, and that's fine.
Really?
Yeah.
Could you give me the timestamp for it so I can listen back?
Let me see if I can go back on and be exactly where I left off. I'll be right back.
Okay. I can give the link to anyone in chat. It's around out here somewhere. I click paste there. That's the link for the video, and I believe it's around about 1:25, 1 hour 25 minutes. He starts talking. Well, go on.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and cut you off. Have you seen that little supposedly live spacewalk March 13th on the 13th? Well,
not
it was
really.
like
I never watched anything from NASA.
Oh, I watch it, dude. I study that. It took me 2 days to watch it, and I caught this weird thing in the background, and I screenshot it. I don't know if you would want to check it out. Maybe not. I don't know. But I thought it was really odd, something deviating in the background. I don't know if it's a bubble or what it is, but it's strange.
It's funny because, like, when you watch the Ball Earthers, right?
I got hit by the bot for sharing that. I got punished for swearing.
It's funny because when you watch the Ball Earthers, they are hypercritical when it comes to anything that we do. Like, if you haven't registered what direction you're pointing or last time you had a poo, they basically use that as an excuse to just dismiss the whole thing. And it's basically clutching at straws. They'll clutch at any straw, but so long as they find a straw that they think is credible enough, they'll use that to dismiss absolutely everything, right? Yet when it comes to NASA evidence, they don't have any issues whatsoever with the bloke disappearing in the background or trying to catch something that isn't there and all that kind of stuff. They just completely accept that that's okay. And I'm like, oh my God, look at the double standards.
Right. It's crazy.
Don, you're hit by the bot again because...
Yeah, what's that?
Because in the link, it says 5G.
What?
Yeah, so you have youtube.be/kbqe5gxrdj8.
What the heck? I didn't know I had that in there. I don't have.
Yeah, that's the link. So the bot scans the link and it detects the word 5G and then it kicks you out. So
that's weird.
No, it's just the bot scanning words and links. So.
Oh, all right. Well, somebody did post it earlier.
Yeah, I just posted it again for you.
Oh, I appreciate it, bud.
Yo.
Yeah, check that out.
What would probably work with these people is like if a woman could go in there and by using the same shitty tactics that they employ, like appeals to emotion and all that, you can probably get much further with them and their arguments. You know, if you had to use womanly wiles to get them to talk a thing out with you to its logical conclusion, not to their bullshit conclusion.
See, now, the problem with that. The problem with that
32-minute
is,
mark, Anthony. 32-minute mark. Listen, you could listen from the 30-minute mark on. But at the 32-minute mark in Glowbusters, that's where he says it. Because he first says she's moving away from it, but then at the end of the conclusion is he says she's sticking with it. So listen again.
See, obviously I didn't listen to all of it. I listened to the basic gist of it at the start, and then I can't listen to Glowbusters anymore myself.
No,
anyway, just to pick Ariel up on what she just said, then to get a woman to go in and to chat with them to see if they can get the conversation moved forward. The problem is, if the woman then starts siding with the incoherent dielectric acceleration nonsense like Karen B's done, then that woman becomes toxic then, because that's what Karen's doing right now. I love Karen to bits. I've never had a bad word with her. I don't agree with her on everything, but when I see her pushing this incoherent dielectric acceleration, it's like, oh my God, Karen, you've become one of them.
Yeah, you can't cross Bob. Can't cross him.
Of course you can. We all do. Bob just thinks he's
nothing to him anymore, though.
Well, here's the thing, though, man. With the gyroscope thing, I can see other things happening with the electromagnetic field with that. So I agree with him when it comes to explaining that part. That's for sure.
The thing is, I mean, we defend, Nathan Oakley's lot defend Bob on that gyroscope point, because Bob didn't ever have the gyroscope to manipulate anything. And even if he did, he failed to manipulate the presumed cause. So we always say, actually, Bob didn't prove shit, and they know that. They're trolling. So we can basically ignore it, but they do it dishonestly. But we've defended Bob on that one because he didn't actually make an error. However, the error that he didn't make with the gyroscopes is the exact error that he does make with the gravimeters when he claims that gravimeters are detecting something. It's like, yeah, Bob, what is it detecting? And like, I could just as easily argue it's the ether band or the ether. And it's like, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that you haven't manipulated it again, Bob, but you've failed to realize that the very thing that we protect you on or defend you on, when we do, let's be honest, we don't have any obligation to defend Bob at all. But we do, because he didn't do anything wrong on that one instance with the gyroscopes. The very one thing that you didn't do with the gyroscopes, and we do protect you, you then go and make the same mistake again with the gravimeters. So, how many times, Bob? Come on.
Yeah, but he frustrates me because he said the egg experiment doesn't explain the downward bias. There is not a downward bias on everything.
Yeah, there isn't a downward bias. Yeah, there isn't a downward bias. He thinks there is, but this isn't the gases, right? I had a guy that was arguing with me, and he was trying to argue that gas molecules, because molecules are atomic, they are therefore solid, and they do behave like bouncy balls. And I was like, well, if that was true, then why is it that a 2-litre bottle of soda, if you leave the top off, it'll go flat after a day or two? Bearing in mind that carbon dioxide is more dense than the nitrogen and the oxygen in the air that we breathe, and they're all so when you leave the top off, not only are they more dense than the air that they're in, they should never come out the bottle, we're supposed to be in a gravitational field as well, which is, in addition, it's meant to be pulling down to the fact that the molecules are more dense than the medium that they're in. So they should never escape out of a bottle, but they do. Can you explain why? And he goes silent. I don't hear from him again. So I chase it. A few days later. We're in a gravitational field. Why do bottles of pop go flat? They don't have an answer for it.
It has to be the medium. I just poured a bowl of Cocoa Puffs for my son. I dropped one and it fell in the air. I poured the cereal in the bowl, and when I poured the milk, the same Cocoa Puff that fell through the air floated in the milk.
Entropy.
I don't understand what the downward bias is.
There's no downward bias, dude. I don't know why they keep explaining these bouncy balls, man. That's such a vague way, or like it's a misleading way of explaining gases.
Yeah, but they've got to do that because they can't explain gas pressure in the atmosphere, in the air, next to a vacuum without it. They need gas molecules to be like bouncy balls.
They can't explain sphere air.
Here's the thing. This is what's funny about gas molecules. You can have a propane tank, dude, and or like a balloon with helium in it. After a while, gases are not bonded, so they dissipate.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So,
and the balloon eventually comes down
yeah,
because it's heavier than the air.
yep,
Or pops.
or pops, yeah.
Oh, pops. I mean, it's cut and dry to me. Why you got to complicate things?
You know, I don't know. It's funny how they explain that the in the heliocentric model, the system is open. It's an open and closed system. The only time it's open is when a rocket leaves. Okay, if that's the case, then when it does open, bye bye atmosphere.
Well, how do you think they're on Mars right now with the rover? Of course, it opens.
Did you see did you see the fly? They done it again. They had a video with the fly buzzing round.
I got it on my YouTube.
Buzzing around? I saw a photo of it, but buzzing around?
I think I got it on my YouTube.
Well, I say buzzing around. I saw a still, and it looked like it was a still from a video. So I've added that bit because I presumed it was the natural effect. I didn't see it buzzing. I saw what looked like a fruit fly on the corner of something that shouldn't be there. It's like, oh really? So they've got flies on Mars now, right?
Right, flies, alien flies, or whatever you want to call it. Dude, this is the thing, dude. They're gonna find, and animals are gonna occur, dude. It's gonna happen. I wonder what they're gonna explain. They're gonna be like, "Oh, there's animals on Mars now." That's all they're gonna do, dude. They're just gonna keep moving the goalpost. I'm telling you, somebody's gonna figure out the fly. It's gonna go out. It's going out there right now. There's people that are not even flat earthers are sharing it,
and people are gonna
like,
believe it.
Right, and they're gonna be like, "Well, there's some life on there. There's water on Mars, so yeah, it should sustain life."
Hey guys, can I see this fly photo or video? I haven't seen it yet. Did I kill the stream?
So, if as a reaction, if we end up getting put in a situation where all our food sources are getting pretty fucked, what would be like a recommendation to do?
Grow your own food.
I actually do that already. I've been doing that my whole life.
Got to go back to hunting. You got to get out of the bottleneck.
I'm vegetarian, dude.
Yeah, you got to get out of the bottleneck of the cities. I'm sorry to hear you're a vegetarian, but what can you do? I had a nice steak last night.
I can grow food, but it's just I don't have enough land to live off of it my whole, you know what I mean, all year round. I need a lot of land for that. I just got a backyard garden.
Yeah, I can't find the fly. I thought I had it on my YouTube channel, but I can't find it.
Let's see here. Just make sure you have like a fresh water source, garbage man, and you'll be good.
Yeah.
So yeah, right.
You should also invest in some life straws, which is basically a water filter inside of the straw. It's really good. I have 4 of them actually, and 500 uses each.
How much water is 500 uses?
Well, depends how much. Well, I'd say I guess it depends how much you drink. I guess each time you use it. So, like, if you drink like a little bit of water, I'd say that's probably like 1 use, right? But if you drink like a lot, I'd say it's probably maybe the same or more. I'm not sure exactly.
How do you guys talk about those stupid questions about airtime travels? They always bring this stuff out.
Just say it's a red herring, bro, because it's just not important. Like, it's really not important. And plus, like, is this all right? Okay, never mind. Yeah. Just say that it's just not important, man.
Well, they will claim that southern flights, right? They will claim something in the southern hemiplane. Flights going from Santiago to Australia, but try and find one, right?
Right. You should also bring up like the flight dynamics. I think that's what's called, right? And the other documents too that show like the airplanes are actually built and they assume a flat motionless Earth to fly, right? You should bring up the documents to show them, or they don't use a ball. So like their whole argument just falls apart from there because you're just killing it out. You're just cutting it off at the roots.
You know, I actually think I just realized how they're doing those things. Most probably, they got just some flights with a Boeing 747 and then a really fast one that's doing the big one. And so the difference of time is not that big, but really, there's not the same plane. Like, the other one is most probably 170% faster than the other one. So, I just thought about that now. I never heard this. Because they never do show you an actual screenshot of an actual plane on an actual company allowing you to do this. They just give you those memes.
I just looked at the video Mickey Mouse and SpaceX. Oh my god. That's a nice video.
Yeah, but the excuse that the ballers always use is that it's just ice falling off of the rocket, right? But that's nonsense because if you zoom in on the supposed ice, you can see like there's some whiskers and something that looks like ears, right? If you zoom in on it. So what kind of ice has whiskers and ears? Fucking bullshit that they make up to explain away these errors that they make. Oh, guys, I think we have a baller in the chat. This guy.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we have a Glober. It's Jazza. It's Jazza Khan.
Oh no! Oh no!
What did he do?
Oh no! No, Jazza is not a Globerter. Jazza is Jazza. He's a special case.
What do you mean he's a special case? Is he
like? Oh no! Chances are he's 99% drunk right now.
Oh, he's one of those guys, son.
He's really he's a special case. Trust me.
All right then. Oh, of course he's on Gamma Panda server. Hey Jazz, are you drunk? He's messaging me right now. He's saying, "Let's go." Are you drunk, Jazza? He says he has no audio, but let's go.
Piss cat.
Okay, he's drunk.
Okay, yeah, I guess it confirms it then.
He's muted though.
He's asking, can you unmute me?
It might be a bad idea, but
Yo, what's up?
hello, Jezza.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
So how did Mickey Mouse get on the spaceship up in space?
That would have had to have been CGI if Mickey Mouse got on there.
Dude, that's hilarious. Oh my god. How did he not fall off that high with all that force pulling him? What the hell? How is it possible?
I didn't even see what you're talking about. Is this some SpaceX thing or something?
Look at live stream voice text. There, you see the SpaceX ship in quote in space, and there's a mouse fucking walking on the ship, dude, as it's blasting its thrusters.
Oh,
How is that possible? How? How is the mouse that strong not to fall off or feel that shit?
Yeah, no, well, I honestly, I don't really believe that.
Uh-oh, Jazz is back in here, huh?
Bullshit, dude.
Uh-oh. What are you doing, man?
Yes, he's...
What are you doing, man? You like
What's
Flat
that?
Earth, huh? You like Flat Earth, huh?
I love
Join
this.
us, man.
It's funny that there's some people in here that don't know anything about Jezza. It's
Who's Jazza?
Fucking love Flat Earth. I've been here since April the 15th, 2015.
Well,
he knows the
Really?
date. He knows the
But
date.
are you here to tell us that the Earth is not flat and to
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
He is.
okay.
He's here to tell you he's a pilot, too, I think.
Jazza, you know I went to school for math and physics, and I'm about to get into my PhD for gravity physics. So if you want to talk, me and you can have a talk.
Oh, I want to hear this.
Yeah.
I got my Hot Pockets, too. Let's go.
Yeah, we could have a quick talk.
Good luck.
Would you like to talk about
I'm
physics?
I'm not up with the physics. It's been
If you're
15
aerospace, you
years.
must know something about physics. You know something about physics if you're flying planes, okay?
I know some things about physics. We have we look at aerodynamics, obviously, meteorology, so thermodynamics in there.
And you don't need to know anything about gravity to fly planes?
No,
Really?
no, because it's a given.
No, his.
So you
I'm
don't
sure
need to
his-
prove gravity, it's just given?
No.
Well,
Not to him.
it kind of is, really, isn't it?
I mean, then how come if I lay on my back on the water, I don't fall through? Did I just flip off gravity? When I pencil down, I fall right through? What's going on there?
See, you just said you're a major in physics. How do you not understand how
I know buoyancy.
the answer to your question just answered yourself?
Yeah, buoyancy, I know that. But if gravity is... If the moon's gravity can pull the tides, then how come the whole Earth cannot pull me down? The whole Earth cannot pull me down that water.
So hang on. Are you saying that the Earth should pull you down to the center of the Earth?
Jazzy,
According to Newtonian gravity, yes, it should.
Jazzy, when you're flying upside down, Jazzy, in Australia, your controls are inverted.
Jimbo,
How do you land with your
Oh
controls
no!
inverted?
Oh no! This is gonna be
How do you
bad.
land up?
Let him speak.
Are you a stunt pilot there, Jazzy?
Jimbo,
Because you'd have to be a stunt pilot to get that done.
for one, I'm not in Australia. For two, I'm in New Zealand, and for three, it doesn't
You're
matter where you
still
are. your
down
controls are
under.
not inverted.
It's still
Yeah.
called down under. And yes, when an
Your
airplane is
controls
upside
are
down,
not inverted.
yes, when your aircraft is upside down, your controls are inverted. You
No,
must be
they
in
are
stunt
not.
pilot mode. So as soon as you're below the so-called equator, you're flying upside down.
Oh, jumbo jet.
So how do you explain nosing down when you nose up?
Oh,
You
jumbo
can't.
jet. Doesn't matter which way up you are on a sphere because your
That's nonsensical, and you know it.
Jumbo jet.
Delirium. Delusional.
There's a pin pointing right through your spine, to the center of the earth.
Down,
so it doesn't jumbo jet.
You're
It doesn't matter. Jumbo jet.
To the runway.
Hey,
you're being drawn up to the runway when you're flying upside down there, Jazzy. You're being pulled up to the runway, flying
I'm just going to
upside
shut the fuck up because
You should.
what the fuck
Because
is
you're just got verbal diarrhea and just spouting nonsense about planes flying upside down.
I fucking
So why
fly
not
them, you
shut
dumb
down?
fuck.
You fly them upside down there? you fly them upside down, right?
I'm not even
You
saying
ran
anything. I'm not saying anything, Jibbo. You're right. You're completely right. You're right.
Jazzaconda. All these forces pulling you up to the center of the earth.
Jimbo, shut the fuck up. The Earth's flat. The Earth's flat. The Earth's
Well,
flat.
we
You're
both
fucking
agree
right.
on
Shut
that.
the fuck up.
You know it. I know it.
Shut the fuck up.
Jazzaconda. Finally.
Jazz.
And get on to recruiting another couple of religious
Hey, Jazz.
flat Earth people.
Did you?
Shut the fuck
Hey,
up,
Jazz.
Jimbo.
Jazz, did you say that you flew planes?
Yes.
They don't let drunks fly planes, Jazzaconda. You can't be a flyer of planes.
Obviously, when I'm fucking had a few drinks, you dumb fuck, just like Jimbo.
Dude, calm down.
Oh
my God.
Jimbo.
Oh my God.
Sit down, Jazzaconda. You're not a pilot.
Are you as fucking drunk as Jimbo?
Sit down, Jazzaconda. You're not a
flying
fucking
upside
pilot.
down. Landing planes upside down.
No, look at his profile picture. He has to be a pilot.
Fuck's sake! It's not.
He don't even know. He don't even know what a rotor head is.
You just took another
Rotorhead-
swig, didn't you? You just took another swig. I heard
The
that.
guy don't even know what a rotor head is.
Because I'm talking.
I
to
heard that.
fucking assholes.
Oh my God, this guy's.
How did I call it? I called it.
thought you was gonna
It's fucking hilarious. I'm literally cracking up.
It is that I called you took another swig. That is pretty hilarious.
No, that's not hilarious. What hilarious is that I have a day off and I can take another swig because I'm talking to fucking stupid people. Prove me wrong. Come back at me, motherfuckers. Come back.
Upside Down Pilot Association.
Okay, Jimbo, come back. Because your upside down shit is complete horse shit. So let's
Calm
let's
down,
talk
dude.
about it. No.
Upside down is upside down.
Jazzaconda, just so you know, I used to be a globe earther,
Physics.
and I listen to these people's words, and they have a lot of logic behind what they say.
No,
okay?
dude. What I will say and what I said before is I was a globe earther. I still am, but the difference is
Because you're drunk, dude. It's because you're drunk.
No. The difference is I understood.
No, I understand. I literally go to school for math and physics, dude. I know.
No, if you
understood
if you understood, you wouldn't be here.
Then
You
how am
understood
I
in Australia?
How am I doing so good in my school? Am I just
You
pulling out the
never
grades out my ass?
Understood.
I did. Then how am I passing? How am I passing if I don't understand?
Well, I thought it's understand in
you-
Australia.
Okay, let's do an experiment, bro.
Uh-huh.
Can you? I don't ever need to know your name.
Yep.
As a conda, there's two sides to every story. Okay.
No, hang on.
That's all.
Well, go ahead.
I would be happy to give you my name as long as you never let it out. Obviously.
What do you mean?
You-
What does that have to do with
You're a
anything?
little too buzzed, bud.
Oh, I don't care what your name is, dude. I just want to talk to you.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if you're that confident,
It's hard to find a good translation for dumb fuck.
yeah, it is, Jimbo. That's why I can't fucking understand you. Fucking hell, it sounds like you're fucking talking over a mountain while you're rolling
Jimbo,
down.
you just triggered him, bro. Why you do that to him?
No, he doesn't need to do it. It just comes naturally for Jimbo, or any flat earther, actually.
Chaser suffers from a condition. It's an inability to commit but he wants to come back here continuously.
Oh, hang on.
Because he needs the company.
Hang on. Are you the
99.5% of what he talks is just pure and unadulterated shit.
Hang on. Are you the? You wouldn't happen to be the?
Jibba's got your number.
Hang on. You wouldn't happen to be the girl from Norway that was a second officer on a 737? Is that not you?
No, I'm just a garden variety type humanoid.
Oh,
Just happened.
Jazz, the name that you're looking for there is Lydia van der Slooten.
Can you organise an interview for me and her?
No, she won't talk to retards, man.
Well, she should be able to talk to another pilot unless she's a retard pilot herself.
What?
She wouldn't talk to anybody that's not a pilot.
Yeah. So she should be able to talk to a retard pilot herself.
Yeah, she won't talk to anybody that's not a pilot.
Right.
Yeah, so a retard pilot, you get that the third time.
Are you going to take another swig?
Yeah.
I see Jazz is making as much sense as ever.
Yeah. Claiming to be a pilot as drinking. It was funny. Chocolate. I said to him, I said, they don't make pilots out of drunken people. And he then literally takes a swig of his drink and starts abusing
I heard that sucker, dude.
But see, the funny thing is that I think it was I won't mention any names, but one of you guys said that 100 pilots that are flat earthers.
All pilots are flat earthers.
Yeah, they all are. There's no curve.
No, they're not.
Yeah, some are just delusional and think they're flying over a ball like you.
Not one of them are.
You want me to send you a video?
You ever found that curvature?
No.
Did you come back with that? Every time you come back here, we ask you for that, but you never seem to come back with any.
No, you guys just said it. Do you know 100 people that are flat earthers that are pilots?
Hang on.
So let's set up.
Let's skip the curvature then.
I don't know if I'm gonna get.
Let's set up 5 interviews with pilots. I want to talk to 5 pilots.
Tell me. Let me
know. Do you understand what a contract of employment is? Do you understand what a contract of employment is?
If you've got
Jazz,
curvature.
Let me
do you understand what a contract of employment is, Jazz? Jazz, do you understand what a contract of employment is? Do you think that bringing any company into disrepute will be an instantly sackable offence? Of course it would.
No. I don't need to know their company. I don't need to know their name. I don't need to know their license number. I just want to talk to them.
Dude, a space oddity.
Well, in that case, I'm a really pilot then.
Why is it so echoey?
In that case, I'm a pilot, Jazz.
Yeah, Jazz, you seem to have some type of feedback coming out.
You couldn't fucking drive a...
Bro,
fucking
get a grip. Get it out.
Skateboard down a fucking street.
Get a grip because you're just going down in flames and you're destroying your own damn.
Jazz, watch that video right there that I posted.
We'll do. Is it ladies' night?
Who's got the feedback? Who's doing
I don't know.
Is it coming from Jazz?
Hey, Jazz. You know how you can find out if the Earth is spinning? I'll give you a hypothesis. You ready?
Yeah. I know how you can.
Let me tell you. It's cause. There's a cause. Alcohol affect drunk. You. We're spinning now, huh?
So if I can get a group of people that aren't drunk, and they can tell that the stars are spinning and they're not changing angular size, meaning that they are fucking far away.
Jazz, you might need to go to bed.
What the fuck would that mean?
Jazz, what plane do you fly? Jazz, what plane do you fly?
Wonder Woman's invisible
Dranko
jet.
plane. It's Dranko plane.
I fucking...
Come on, guys, give me a minute. What plane do you fly?
Quick.
I flew an AS350. I'm sure I told you cunts this the other night.
And what's its cruise speed?
130 knots.
Took another drink.
And do you have to change your cruise speed at the higher you fly to compensate for the increase in the circumference distance when you're going to different destinations?
Yes. Holy fuck.
Oh, really?
Science and rockets.
So if you didn't change your speed, then you wouldn't get there in the right time, would you, right? So you do have to change your speed. You'd have to show us, take 2 flights, one at a low altitude and then the other at the high altitude, and show us that there's a difference in flight time.
This is why I'm saying you fucking dicks. I'm going to say
You could do that, though. You could do that, couldn't you? You could show us the flight time at low altitude and the flight time at high altitude and show us that there's a difference.
You just said I can do it. I'm just telling you, you dicks can do it at the same time.
How? We don't fly super dicks in the sky, do we?
You can get a GoFundMe or a Patreon. And
why? But it's not our claim that the Earth's curving. It's your claim.
Because you dicks should be explorers. Like you.
So basically,
ignorant.
the reluctance to demonstrate this tells us all.
You sound like a clown,
Jazz.
man.
Breathe,
Are you
Jazz.
serious?
You guys
A
are
drunken
ignorant,
clown.
narcissistic.
This is so sad for your globe.
Jazz,
This is
calm
why
down
your
a bit.
globe is going down in flames, because people like you are still defending it.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, that's what
You
it
might
is.
want to sleep this out, buddy.
It's going to be fucking funny at the end of the month, isn't it?
Yeah, go take a nap. Night, night.
What? When you're here again with no measured curvature, no axial rotation to speak for yourself,
Yeah, he's not.
and drunk again,
Have you
that's
taken
going to be funny at the end of the month.
Have you taken a timestamp of what you just said? You dumb cunt.
Ooh.
I don't need to behave like that yet.
What the? You need to go to sleep, Jazz. Take a nap.
Yep.
Night, night.
Yes, mate. Got some prime sheep fucking right here for you, mate.
What?
Get some more
Oh man,
bullshit in you.
Chocolate, why you do him like that?
do what? What I do?
Can I just check, Jazz? You said an AS350, right?
Yes.
Something like that.
Why? Just because I'm ignorant and I genuinely don't know. When I type in AS350, all I'm getting is helicopters on Google. Can you tell me a bit more info?
Yes. Well, there's the BA, the BD, the B2, and the B3.
They seem to be helicopters.
He's supposedly a
Yes,
helicopter pilot, Riley.
That's what I said.
Supposedly.
You know,
didn't
flying
say-
a helicopter is much different than a plane. You know this, right?
Did he say plane or have I misheard him?
No.
RAAF,
Well, he's been around for a while. He's supposedly been a helicopter pilot. That's his claim.
Is
to
he
fame.
pilot from the RAAF or?
I don't know.
Sounds like an Aussie dude.
Corner drunk,
No.
as far as I'm concerned, but that's his story. So, whatever. So go ahead, Riley.
I was flying helicopters. I learned to fly airplanes when I was very young. And I just don't really give two fucks if you think you dumb cunts think the Earth's flat. It's,
But why the fuck you here then?
Hey, question: do you account for curvature or Coriolis effect?
You know, the more you guys say that you don't give a fuck shows how much you give a fuck.
The amount
You guys
that you
realize that?
say do you account for that means that you're dumb as fuck. I'm just gonna say
Sound
that.
like another Aussie
Straight out.
bogan, mate.
Straight out. Just gonna say
Sound like
you're dumb
another
as fuck
dumbass,
if you
mate.
don't.
Do you assume for it?
Come
Well,
on,
a little
mate.
bit of
You
entertainment.
Australians are a bit more smarter than that, fella.
Actually, dude, I'm gonna say you're dumb as fuck.
That was a little entertainment for the morning.
Yeah, thank you, Jazza, for making me laugh. That was hilarious.
He ran away.
It's Quite sad, I think, because you know what they say about people who have these kinds of addictions? They are busy self-medicating. There is some shit in their lives that they need to go and confront, that they need to sort, and they can't do it yet because they keep self-medicating.
Their energy level's low, so they've got to go and suck the energy and life force out of other people. But that shit just won't work here, because they'll end up being empty, because we'll just take everything.
I think that guy's genuinely lonely, because who's going to spend that much time in the actual physical, company of a guy who's sloshed and who's like talking like that?
Look at the difference between him. Look at the difference between him and Wolfie, right? I've never heard Wolfie even slur a word, let alone continue. I've never heard Jazzaconda be sober.
So yeah, I mean, I'm a woman, so my natural inclination is to at first be sympathetic, not to just, throw people out because of the way they're behaving. But with him, it's like it's sorry, isn't it? It's
he got his ticket out the door as soon as he opened his mouth, started talking shit to everybody
in that manner. But
well, he needs to take a little rest.
This is Jazz, and he's been in this game for a good while now.
Has he?
And I can't stand his nonsensical drunkenness when he wants to come in here and just insult flat earthers. So I wasn't having
that's
that
just your
shit.
standard.
And I'm the one who
Aussie
unmuted
Logan,
him.
mate.
So
oh, you unmuted him, Chuck?
Yeah, I was the one who unmuted.
Hey, dude, that new song you got, dude, I like it, bro.
Anybody? So
I like that new song, bro.
Thank you, man.
That was nice, man.
Yeah, he'll self-destruct unless he comes to better insight.
Hey, Chocolate.
Yo.
Globebusters yesterday. Someone sent me a clip saying that he was talking about relative density, and he was talking about Rachie, and he started off by saying that Rachie was she was clearly on the relative density side, and then he started talking about it, and then I switched off. But towards the end of it, and I didn't hear this until just now, because Neil Constantino told me, and I went back and listened to it. Towards the end of the conversation, he'd flipped from saying that she was clearly on the relative density side to she's pulling away from the relative density side now, and basically demonstrating that he's double speaking. It's like he's arguing that he's saying that one thing she's like for relative density, but then by the end of it saying that she seems to be pulling away from it. And I'm like, so this guy's not, this is another one of his attributes where he's just being weaselly.
Oh God. But I don't even know what to say with that shit. Like, what is he doing?
Double speaking his way around the topic. Doesn't want to talk about things going up like eggs. Only wants to talk about the downward bias. What downward bias?
The downward bias that's ignored by everything that goes fucking up. Are you serious?
The downward bias. The only bias that he's got is his own bias.
Why don't we just start saying there's an upward bias?
Everything we'll just deliberately to troll the guy.
Ignores the downward bias, like.
Yeah, because the egg proves it.
Bias of things that just float. Why not floating bias? Why not just collect the whole set?
Well, you must have heard me talk about this, Chocolate. You must have heard me ask people, like, what's the functional difference between a ground attracting dense things and the sky attracting less dense things?
Yeah, I've heard
that. It's just a positive over a negative in the maths.
Yeah, but no one's got an answer for it. They just kind of say, oh, well, we know it because it happens. And it's like, well, but that's not... There's
not a fucking answer.
Apart from your presupposition that that's already the case, there's no reason to actually believe that.
No, because if that was the case, I could just assume that the clouds were pulling up the helium balloon, or the top of the rim of the glass was pulling up the egg. I could just make stupid assumptions, and they're just as stupid as thinking that there's a downwards one.
Correct.
The thing that bugs me, though, is...
it's not starting until 10 today? My time?
What time does he normally start for you?
Well, our clocks went
our
ahead,
times
so...
went, yeah,
I'm ready to get up over there when it starts.
It ain't starting for over an hour then.
Oh, right. He's due to start in 2 hours for me.
Yeah.
Well, an hour and 20.
Yeah, so it don't affect you.
10 a.m. It usually
Did the
starts
clocks
9 a.m.
Did the clocks change? Are we now in British summertime now?
Not you.
Our clocks went
I think
ahead.
they went back though an hour. Here in our U.S.
Our clocks went ahead.
Oh, went ahead.
No
Yeah, we're on
changes
Greenwich
since
Mean.
did, man. Still on the same time.
Our clocks didn't change. We're still on Greenwich Mean Time.
Next
Yeah, but
week
yours
or
changed already.
I thought they have this stuff all figured out. Why they got to keep changing it?
The damn tilt, man.
Man, dude.
No,
it's
Got to
always
account,
a
man,
tilt.
for the Pierre
You know
curvature.
something? I just figured out. I got an answer to the housekeeping question.
What's that, Neil?
Which one?
Any evidence of what's the one with the Earth's tilt? Axial
Actual
rotation.
rotation. Yeah.
Yeah, the clocks change.
Yeah, that's a good way to beg the question, isn't it?
Yeah. Tell me about
If
it.
the Earth is a sphere, if the Earth is spinning,
Clocks change twice a year.
Clocks change.
Nah,
Earth
to be
spinning.
to be fair, I'd say it's a
Logical.
better argument for Earth tilt.
Fucking tilt. How do you tilt them? How does a ball tilt to do that?
I don't know. I was trying
It's
to
called
tilt the
dark
ball the other
gravity
day.
now. You didn't hear?
Yeah, man.
Without spilling all the water off the
Dark
edge.
matter gravity.
Yeah,
Dark gravity.
man. Yep.
Have you ever tilted your glass? All your drink falls out of it. How does the oceans of the world not fall off the edge because it's tilting?
Right.
Gravity.
That only works
That
on the ball.
open and close system.
Yeah.
Open and closed system, bud. What are you talking about, man? Gotta get it right.
Bob Nodell knows.
So for your information,
I mean-
guys, oh, go ahead.
No, sorry.
Yeah, it's just a trivial thing. So, Europe clocks will go forward in the last week of March. So,
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always
That's bizarre. That don't make no sense.
There's always a 2-week time where, in my time, Nathan's show starts at 10 instead of 9.
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Crypto, you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I was just going to say about how like the concept of dark gravity is like, well, gravity doesn't have a color, does it? I mean, it's just like gravity is kind of pink, and then like dark gravity is purple. I mean, how does this work?
Right, dude. That's why I always
dark gravity.
That's why I always say is gravity racist? Is dark gravity racist now? Do you know how they say
Right, yeah.
racist?
It
That's
could
why I
have
say
to
it
do
now.
with the
You're giving it
magic
color.
speed.
Makes me want to start up the DGM movement, dark gravity matter.
Oh my.
Because gravity gets all the headlines, and I just think it's
Sorry.
it's racist that they don't talk about dark gravity as well.
It's from the same hood as dark matter. They're from the same hood.
Yeah. Oh man.
Hey, dark gravity matters, man.
Dude. Did you hear Neil deGrasse Tyson explain all that?
Yeah.
It's a mess, dude.
What do you mean? His magic trick? His deception?
I don't
His,
think he explained.
hypnotism?
I heard him say how the shit that we know doesn't work, so we had to create some more bullshit to make that bullshit that already didn't work not work some more.
They've been trying to figure out since the 1930s.
Does that sum it up for you?
Yeah, pretty much.
He was like, yeah, we needed 2 + 2 to equal 5, so we added another one.
Yeah.
And how do we know we went to the moon? Because we calculated how much fuel we would need to get to the moon. Therefore, we went to the moon.
favorite one.
That's amazing, isn't it? It's like, I definitely went to, I don't know, New York last week because I know how much fuel it would take.
Bro, when you listen to him say that shit, and it's like, really?
Yeah, it sounds
Really?
like some mysticism stuff.
I just
like
turn around and
mysticism
look, I have to
teaching.
look behind me sometimes. Like nobody sees that he's just bullshitting you.
Well, he's making you think that that's the amount of fuel they used, and it's exactly a distance to the moon. So you got to believe that.
No.
I think it's called hypnotism. Like he's trying to hypnotize people. It's his voice, dude. I remember when I was a Glover, dude, watching his series of space, man. It was
Saying that
hypnotizing.
for years, it's his voice. Watch when he says magic speed. Magic speed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that fucking. Oh yeah. If something strikes the moon at the magic speed, then it forms a crater, no matter the angle. Cool fucking story.
The trick is how he says magic. Magic speed.
This voice, dude, I don't get it. It's just, oh, man. It's like he got some kind of spirit within him or something.
You know what's really mad though? What's really, really mad is when you try and tell other people, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said this, they look at you like you're lying because it's so ridiculous. It's like, bro, I'm not lying. You just need to pay attention.
Happens to me all the time. Every time I quote one of these clowns, the people who believe the clowns think I'm lying to them.
Right.
I'm like, no. These are the clowns
Tyson,
you believe.
from TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
These clowns like Don Pettit and Michelle Dollar, this dumb shit these people say. This is the shit you believe. I'm just putting you on because you don't even know. And they're like, nah, this is crazy. Yeah, that's why I'm over here like, hello, this is crazy.
But we're the crazy
to the party,
ones.
pal. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I hear she keeps her family close.
She got rocks in her head.
I mean, these people think they're the best thing since buttered toast.
I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to compare to people that have rocks as cousins.
You know what, man? That's one thing. Maybe you don't. Maybe because you've never really maybe done production purely, but you listen to the same song 50 to 100 times to make sure every little tweak is right. And eventually, whatever you're listening to, you remember every single word. And then, I could probably sing that tune word for word now. And I haven't even bothered rehearsing it.
Shout out to you for the beautiful mix of it, too, brother. Appreciate that again.
Yeah, no worries at all, man. It's just funny because you think, I'm just going to tweak this bass line, and then you have to listen to that 30 seconds. I'm just going to tweak this bit. I'm just going to tweak this.
Yeah, because you was just spitting it. I hear she keeps her family close. Best thing since butter toast.
Good old
How
audio
come I haven't
engineering.
heard Chocolate's new song yet? When did this happen?
Crip, you mix and master.
Can you guys put the song on play? I'd love to hear it, man.
Yeah, let's do it.
Put it on.
Okay. One second.
Crip,
Thanks, guys. I
You mix and
appreciate
master
that.
music.
I can't do that. I don't operate the DJ thing anymore.
So you want to hear the chocolate song?
Yeah, the one called Globetards.
Yes. 3, 2, 1, go.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo.
This outlet already, bro. Let's do it.
Saying.
Yeah, unmute the bot and you'll hear it.
It's 2021. Told you I was a rap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake ass apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please. Bring a wall to ever show for a nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core, scientific, all the thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, paleo genius, you thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons, the globe model, so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality, a tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globetards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic, defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done. It's so tragic. You're endless sneezing. All snotty nose the wheezing. You globetards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into ignorant sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Don Pettit catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keep leans rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room with giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
That was so fucking sick,
baby.
That was sick.
Nice stuff, dude. Definitely sweet.
They're gonna start inviting you to the conventions.
Bro, I would like to hop on with you on that one for real.
Yeah, you got a good one too. I heard a piece of yours.
People amaze me.
Appreciate that.
We gotta do something, Chocolate, man. We gotta do something for real. I can't send files through Discord though, because it's too big. So if I was recording something to have you jump on with it, I can't. I'd have to send it to you like email or something.
What do you use to make your music?
I'm use GarageBand.
Is that an app?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Logic.
it's,
It's like Logic's music apps software. If you don't want to pay for Logic. But to be honest, GarageBand's pretty good. For free software, it's excellent, really.
Things you can do amazing.
Is there
The only reason I use
Google app
Logic
for that?
rather than
'Cause
GarageBand.
I don't even do anything on a computer. Everything I do is on a phone. So I don't even. You know what I mean? I mean,
Right.
Shit on
Sounds
the
pretty
phone.
darn good for a phone, dude.
Yeah. So I use an app called BandLabs. That's pretty.
Yeah, I
pretty
heard
good
about
for
that.
it.
Yeah, I heard
it's
about
pretty
that.
good. And that's actually a little bit easy because I could like invite you into a collab, and I can do something, and then you could access it too, and then you could flip it and mix it, whatever. You could add your own shit too. So
Can you imagine
that's
if this
something we.
stuff was available in the 80s? I'd have been a rock star.
It's never too late to start, bro. Go ahead.
No. It's over, Chocolate. I'm a spectator.
We're just never over, bro. What you mean?
Nah, man, Pete and Baz, bro, they're like 60 years old, man. From the UK, them motherfuckers rap hard, bro.
I'm a spectator. I watch listen, I'm grooming my sons. My sons are playing instruments better than I've ever played them. I'm just enjoying them doing it. My son picked up the bass, taught himself, and he's on a run. Plays everything. It's amazing.
Yeah, people are asking for that song in the chat.
Yeah, I need that link, bro. I need to get that shit in my car.
Second, let me post it.
Someone's got to send that to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, thank you, Roger. You know what's funny? Somebody commented on the video. Somebody said maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson will send his rapping nephew after you. It was hilarious. he's got a nephew that raps. I didn't know that. I said, please do. I hope he does.
You must have heard about the beef between Smoke DeGrasse and B.O.B. back in the day. You must have heard.
Yeah,
I
that was
really,
funny.
You know, I heard about it, but I never really it wasn't on my radar when I first got into Flat Earth. Like I just kind of just said, whatever with the B.O.B. shit and all that. I'm more into the arguments, right? So I never really followed up with that. So what? So he's got a nephew that went against B.O.B. Is that what? I should
literally
know about this.
Yeah.
Was he?
They were like dropping diss tracks to each other.
Really? Was he any good?
I haven't even listened to it. I just thought. Sorry, go on.
I was just
B.O.B. was
saying,
decent.
someone said to him, save B.O.B. Neil
No,
deGrasse.
not B.O.B. The other guy, the nephew or whoever.
I
What's his
ain't heard of
name?
that one.
Why is he not like out there like touring the world with all the dope globe raps? With Magic Speed raps, man. What's up?
I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's when you got to throw in your next one.
Fuck out of
His
here.
voice going, Magic Speed.
Right. Hey, Crypto,
In a way,
have you
I
heard
feel
mine?
like. Yeah, go on.
Have you heard mine, Crypt?
Your what?
My song. Have you heard mine?
No, go ahead and play.
Oh, I can't play that. I don't.
Is it on like SoundCloud or YouTube or anything?
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, we can play it.
Go for it.
Just link it to me, and I'll play it through the.
All right.
What happened? Kiwi don't rap no more? You just shut him down, Chocolate.
Yeah, I think he's done.
What, he tried it before? I didn't know he rapped.
No, Kiwi doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Oh.
He likes my shit, but he don't like rap.
Heck yeah, dude. That stuff is nice, dude. Amazing quality, punchline delivery. Heck yeah, bro. Definitely.
Thank you, bro.
To mention all of his bars of knowledge, man. Oh, bro, I can't wait to bump this shit.
I bet it'll sound good in a car.
That would be cool. Enjoy.
Chocolate's got mad skills.
Did you spell skills with a Z?
Because you have to.
Yeah,
and he's from New York, so he did. And he's from New York, so he definitely did when he's even.
All
when
right,
he
yeah,
said
fair enough. Yeah, I can believe that.
Chocolate sane and wits it, spits it.
Yeah, I've got a new tune coming out. I've been waiting on the guest rapper for about 3 weeks to finish his bits. When he does, I'll be releasing something.
Definitely like hear some more Flat Earth rap, some music, Flat Earth music in general.
Mine's always a bit more on the hard rock side. I don't mind rapping over hard rock. I kind of got used to it now, but I can't get on with like traditional rap beats. I don't know what it is. I don't like kind of. I'm not feeling it, you know. But when it's like a really heavily distorted guitar, suddenly it's fine.
What's the latest on the Witsit and Austin fallout? Have they kissed and made up yet, or are they still?
Boy, it's tough. Nathan Thompson messaged me. He's like, "Man, you know you could have just asked for my number, Don."
Wait, who had a falling out?
Witsit and Nathan.
Who fell out? Whitson and who?
They haven't been
Nathan
around
Thompson.
each other. Yeah.
I thought they're touring together.
You haven't heard?
No.
Come on, give us the details.
Yeah, come on, gossip hour.
This is tough. I don't know everything, just what Witsit says on his lives on Facebook, but Nathan just went MIA basically. Just after they broke down. So I don't. That's pretty much all I know. I just like, yeah, something strange going on. I told Witsit in his Facebook that something strange going on. So Nathan screenshots it, right? Sends it to me in my DMs and got mad. He said you could have just asked for my number and called me. So something's just weird going on. I don't know much. I'm not gonna gossip about it, but I'd look into it.
I seen that happening from the jump. I must admit. They
I'd
butt
look into
heads.
it. I don't know, man. I thought so too.
Isn't that just like standard humans? If you spend too much time with someone, you get sick of them.
Exactly. Unless you're buddies, man.
I don't know.
They conflict with each other.
Is there a woman involved?
No, I think it's M. Starts with an M. And
A man?
No, not that. No, it's Cash.
Too crazy now.
Cash.
Let's change the subject.
Are they fighting over Michelle Thaler? What the fuck?
I don't know the whole scoop, man, but I'm not gonna get in between it and because I like Witsit. I don't know about Nathan, but I like Witsit, and he's got decent arguments. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, they broke down. They had I'm not gonna say it's not my place.
Well, damn, you started. You don't leave us hanging.
They both
broke
have
down
good
what?
arguments. This is not about arguments.
Yeah, they both got.
This is
They both
about
do have
just,
decent
like
arguments.
Crypto said, humans.
They broke down and what? He left them stranded?
Nah, yeah, they had. Remember remember when they were talking about the GoFundMe stuff or whatever?
Right.
Like for the tour? Yeah.
Oh, money.
I don't know though.
Money.
But I remember seeing when he was talking about it, Witsit was saying, "Send it to me, send it to me." And he said, "Not there, send it to me." So I'm like, I don't know if he still got it on his Facebook or not, but you can see it on his Facebook. He says it, so.
Yeah, he was on here the other day saying that. Yeah, that's what I said. So what kind of thing? I don't think really that we should be talking about their personal relationship.
Yeah, right. That's why.
So maybe we should wait for them.
Right.
And to be honest, even if they were on here, I wouldn't really want to hear about it anyway. So
right.
If you guys want to know about it, maybe talk to them directly. Maybe they'll tell you. Maybe they won't. But let's move on.
Right. Yeah. That's why I said I don't know. I don't really want to talk about it. That's between them two.
Well, Crypto killed the gossip hour.
No,
I listen, man. I'm a scotch man. I like instigating shit.
It is what it is. It's between them. I let it be, man. That's why I said look into it, look for yourself, figure it out for yourself. Because I'm not. I like them both. They're doing flat Earth work, you know. So I don't know.
Nathan gets a bit annoying, though. Nathan Thompson, I gotta admit that.
I don't know, man.
They've got a Patreon.
I don't know, man.
They started to GoFundMe because I dropped 3 of my
Or not GoFundMe, a Patreon. Yeah, my bad. I got it wrong for the tour or whatever. But I'm just gonna leave it at that. Y'all can, if y'all got Facebook, go look at Witsit's Facebook and go do your own research or ask them. It's not my place.
They deleted me.
Or if they're doing the work, then I'm pro funding it.
Listen, they're both alphas, so they were button heads from the beginning. You could tell. So it was inevitable.
Yeah.
Regardless of what it was over, they just
I seen it.
Butt heads.
Well, hopefully they're sorted and they carry on.
Oh yeah.
They're doing the work they should all be doing.
Yeah, Andrew Jedi's been over at Stacy's. He's usually over there. He hasn't been over there in a couple of days though. I don't know. I'll see what's going on with him and let you know, Andrew. If I can get a hold of him.
Yo, we were going to play Don Gio's song a few minutes ago. You guys still want to play that?
Sure. Flat ball, was it, right?
Yeah.
Let me look it up. 1 second.
Where's the curve? I love that shit.
One sec.
DJ Roger. On the ones and twos.
Chicka 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 chick.
Right, so should we listen to Don Gio's song then? I
Yeah.
just checked, but
I'm
oh, are you going to play it?
Yeah.
I've got it here.
Oh, okay. Throw it in.
Yeah.
I just got it.
1 second. Oh, okay. Well, it's up to you.
Yeah, I've got
Let's see
it.
who can do it first.
No, you're first.
Yeah.
Over the years, NASA has given us spectacular photos and renderings that reveal a colorful and mysterious universe.
I woke up, got out of bed and brushed my teeth. I grabbed the phone and start to roam. I seen the screen. Black Earth scratched my head, and what's this mean? Clicked on it, to be honest, yeah, I had to see. CGI, the fish eye, I couldn't believe they used technology to deceive. So many bodies are close-minded. The Simon is solely dying on photos up in a lineup. How can you tell they're not lying? Cognitive dissonance. Yes, it gets real intense. Some might be on the fence. They just can't handle it. Think of the innocence. Yeah, I'm explaining a little bit. You just can't lie to them. Think we will jump shit. Let's go down. Boom, boom. Nathan Oakley. Gravity has a new dance. A hokey pokey. Turns itself about. Yes, okie dokie. Cause the double speak always speak when you wanna tell your story. Gravity holds gases down, no container. You just don't understand the math is on the paper. Globe heads get mad, filled up with anger, and tell you you're just a science hater. Hypothesis starts out with something you observe. All I see is flat water. Where's the curve?
He's introducing us to two of the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
Nathan Thompson with pamphlets and Bible scriptures. You can't just look past with the antics and dance it off like it ain't this different creation that is easily taken. They didn't know the whole earth, you're just easily mistaken. ODD, DV, and Eric Dubay with witty kids, and let's talk physics and do it that way. Why would they lie? You can easily say, I say easily 4 times. Did you heard it okay? Cause you probably don't pay attention to what they say. And take it in and think again, you're being played. Yeah. Letter A. Why is it important? Because it is!
Nice.
Sick beats.
That shit was dope.
Appreciate it,
Are you like the fourth Beastie Boy or something?
Right?
There's like a Beastie Boy vibe to that.
Yeah.
Yo. Drace.
Anabolic beat.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little gelfling, sketches are good, gelfling. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dope-yet grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little gelfling, sketches are good, gelfling. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dope-yet grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dope-yet grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
Trace, I got you.
Oh, new people coming in and leaving.
Nice jams, guys. Appreciate it. About to head over to Nathan's, y'all. Take it easy.
No one talking.
Nope.
Yep, very silent.
Technically, I am at work.
I'm doing stupid calculus.
I'm driving.
I don't think calculus isn't stupid.
Well, it depends what the stupid teacher is asking you to do. There's a lot of beautiful stuff in it, but and it's so repetitive. You just have to keep on doing the same things over and over and over again, so you get the best degree at the exams. But you never actually tie them to reality or actually seeing how the word is structured on all those things. It's a pity.
Didn't you know that calculus proves that the Earth's a globe?
They're never gonna teach you that at school. You know, I remember asking my dad when I was little. I was this kid that was watching National Geographic Discovery Channel, Discovery Science. Oh, Discovery Science are actually pretty decent one. Because it wasn't really just giving you stupid astronomy and all that stuff. It was actually teaching you how buildings are made and all that stuff. And I remember asking my dad, how did they take the picture of the galaxy? And then we were both like, that's a good question. How the hell did they do that? And I was like, that was like the first I think I was something close to 7 years old. So I couldn't really comprehend that. But it was one of those questions that really never got answered. And it's a pretty interesting one. Like, how could they possibly even make all those pictures? The best answer that came up with was, well, they know that this is between this, that, and the other, and then they make a model and then they come up with this picture. Yeah. Good idea. Won't work. I don't know, I even thought about how could you possibly picture the galaxy, because if they're saying it's so big, the only way you can actually take that into your aperture is if you have a really big camera and it's really far away. And then when I actually, obviously when I got a bit older, when I started doing the math, I was like, is this thing actually that far away? Is it actually taking such a picture and sending it at such a big distance? With what energy? In what time? And in this detail, how can you, like, I have problems sending pictures on the internet if I'm in a pretty bad place when I go to, I don't know, the country or up in the mountains, and they can do that from what? Billions of miles away? Nah. Sorry.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Did anybody hear anything? I think there was a bitch talking.
Yeah, it was the rock comment from Michelle Thaler.
She's a complicated rock.
She's just a complicated
She
rock.
definitely is a complicated rock.
There's no such thing in my
It's quite dense.
world as life, really, that we're very complicated rocks.
You know what I would ask this rock? Why doesn't it kill itself? I mean, it would be fine. Like, there's no life being lost if it's a rock.
I'd love to know if she's got children, and if she's got more than one, I'd love to know how that happened. Because, like, one you could explain with a drunken night, but they went back twice.
And it's pretty interesting that she says she loves lots of people and has lots of sexual relationships. I'm curious how a rock actually conceives that. It's pretty interesting.
She's an idiot. How she's not been institutionalized for saying stuff like that, I do not know.
Yeah,
Can you
she
imagine
has to be
going in-
lobotomized.
In certain circumstances, if you said to somebody, I think I'm a rock, you're not going out for a few months.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, the Canatuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Any of you seen what happened in the Netherlands this Sunday?
I know
you
they
have
were
to do-
protesting. I know they were
Yeah.
protesting
Yeah.
quite violently. Did it kick off proper violence?
Was terrible. People.
Is it to do with
were-
coronavirus?
It has to. Well, yeah, with the freedom, right? We don't have so.
Yeah, we're
feel
getting
that
very close to that in England as well. Very, very, very close.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I
this
mean-
one was. It was pretty heavy. There are all kinds of videos online now. Seeing officers smacking down old people. People are getting bitten by dogs. I have anyone interested? I have a tweet with all the videos.
Yeah, I am.
Who said I am?
Yeah, me, Ganja Rambo.
Me. Send you an.
Gracias.
Got it.
Gracias. Hey.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get away with this.
That's messed up.
I mean, if there's gonna be, well, there's gonna be an end to this, but either way, I don't think it's gonna look nice. Whatever happens, I don't see a nice ending, at least in the short term.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Shit.
Oh yeah, cut the shit. 1 second. I'm going to send it to you.
Insane, bro.
There was a small video of there was a riot, police car. It stopped. Then all these they call them Romeos, right? Those are undercover police officers. They run into an area, and then they pick one out and they smack him down and they take him away, right? So this police car stopped. These guys ran out. One guy runs towards a lady. He pushes her, and at that moment, another police car comes in, and he pushes her, and she falls and right into the front of the police car. It's crazy stuff. 1 second. Yeah, you can find it all on Twitter if you want to.
Roger, excuse me. Are you talking about some recent events or something, or?
Sorry?
Are you talking about some recent events? I'm sorry, I missed what you talked about.
This is what happened Sunday in the Netherlands.
Oh.
It's good that they show their true colors. Now people can't ignore that behavior. I mean, they gotta stand up.
Yeah, well, we have elections in. Well, this is the first day the election is open, so people can vote by letter or go to the voting spots, places where you can vote, old school. So 3 days because of Corona, right? I don't know why they did it, why they had to use so many violence, but probably because the election is coming and they don't want anybody to revolt.
It's crazy. I saw the last riot there, but this was insane. I mean, they just hit him in the face like nothing.
And this is speculation, but you hear these rumors of police officers because they know there's going to be a demonstration, right? So they rally up in the morning. They have this meeting and they how do you say this? They say to each other, well, let's smack some crazy people today. Yeah, let's smack some crazy people today. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
They pump each other up, right? Like, let's smack some crazy people today. Yeah. Something like that. But these is all rumors. I don't know.
Did you see the video where they it was like fake? They were instigate fake rioters. It was also in
Oh,
the
they do that all the time.
Yeah.
In America, they do that all the time here.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah. Any globehead out there?
There's a lot of globe heads out there, not in here though.
Yeah. Anything you guys were discussing? Or...
No, not really.
Okay. No problem.
I believe current topic is the corona. I think that's what Roger's talking about. Some
Well,
riots
no,
and-
I was just talking about the demonstration that was going on in the Netherlands and
Okay.
how it was smacked down. I mean,
Oh, people were smacked down by the enforcement.
yes.
Okay, and for?
I'm gonna let me send you the tweets, Vlad. I'm going to send you.
Okay.
It was Shubru.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay. 1 second.
It's great that you guys are pronouncing my name
Bro, are you a
perfectly
flat
fine.
earther?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, you are a flat earther. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, I was saying that it's great that you guys are pronouncing my name perfectly.
Shubro, right? Shubro.
Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah, that's what it is.
And you're on the fence, right? You're not a globe head, but you're not a flat earther either.
Past 2 days with these guys, and now I'm a flat earther, I must say.
That's good, man.
I'll send you a
Is that-
friend Vlad, I've sent you a friend request. Bro, I also sent you a friend request.
Okay. Yeah, got that. Roger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. It's horrible, man.
We have a new member in the room called Rasset. Rasset. Gonna mute you. Welcome, Rasset. Are you there? You can unmute your
Yeah, I'm
mic.
getting my mic check.
Yo, what's up?
Peace. What's going on with you, Miss?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. So how did you find the server?
Well, I'm on the Discord, so if it's flat Earth, I'm gonna find it.
Sorry?
I say if it's about flat Earth, I'm gonna find it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
what is your
kind of
current
breaking
position at this moment?
as far as the Earth,
Mm-hmm.
what you mean my position as if do
Well,
I
globe.
agree?
Do you believe in the globe, right? You have this faith system in the globe, or do you think it's a flat Earth?
Well, I think it's the end. I think it's both. It's hard for
Both.
me to I can't just say it's one, and ignore the other, because I got my own cosmology that I draw myself. I didn't say that I created like the other people say, but I drew it myself so I can prove what I'm saying with my own art. It's probably not gonna
Okay.
make sense to the people, but it makes sense to me.
Well, how would you prove that it is both? That it is a flat, level, non-rotating plane and a globe spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour? How would you do
Well.
something?
All right. So right. Right now, let me correct myself as far as saying that it's both. Well, I'm not saying it's a globe. I'm saying it's round and flat.
Okay.
So is a difference between a globe
Okay.
and round. Yeah.
Could be. So have you done some research into the flat Earth?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. What did you find?
I mean, what everybody find that is flat is not the surface is not round as they told us, as they want us to believe.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like we have uncharted land or hidden land.
Okay, and have you watched something or followed somebody on YouTube, or what did you do?
Well, I follow everybody.
Who's everybody?
I don't know on top of my head, but shit, everybody. I mean, UEP, and PR Corey, and who? Bro Sanchez.
Okay. Yeah,
Man.
those guys are pretty known.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, well, yeah, welcome. You've landed on your feet because this is the best place to learn about flat Earth and globe Earth.
Right. Because I see everybody is in there.
Cool. I verified you, so you can control your mic when it suits you. Welcome, man. If you have any questions, please ask them. Right.
Right.
Cool.
So yeah, I got a question right now.
Okay.
So what do you think? Well, we both already agree that the Earth is flat, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what do you think about it being I wouldn't say a double flat surface, but I would say what do you think of it being like a duality?
Duality.
Yeah.
Can you be more specific on this? I mean, the surface of the Earth measures flat, so I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me now. So.
Yeah, the surface is flat. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm talking about, when we cross the North Pole, do we get another even side of plane? And if we do cross the North Pole again on that plane that we cross, do we get another one?
I don't know.
Well, you don't really
no
get the question.
No, I don't know. I mean, I haven't been to the North Pole or the South Pole, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what's beyond there, or
So let me ask you a question. So, all right, since you mentioned the South and the North Pole, what do you think happened? Based on your understanding, what would happen if you would get to the North or the South Pole?
There's no South Pole, first of all.
Say that again?
South is the circumference. There's no South Pole. There's
I
no
didn't
point
mention that.
in the center.
He mentioned that.
No.
Yeah, I've repeated your words, right? So flat is correct. The South Pole is just what they claim is on a globe, right? The only thing we've ever observed is a north magnetic place, so the North Magnetic Pole, right? So no compass points to the south. It always points to the north. So
yeah, that's not a debate. I didn't even mention it. If I did, that's probably a mistake.
I
was talking about the North Pole. I said that if we crossed it, you know what I'm saying, if we cross the North Pole, what would happen? Do we get another even plane of field? And if we, on that plane of field, if we cross the North Pole on that plane of field again, because we know, I mean, to me, the Earth or the universe is infinite, and we haven't even reached in the middle of our cosmos, or if I would say Earth. So I was just trying to go like past it. Like, what would happen when we get to our center and cross that? Do we get another even playing field? And what happened when we get to the center of that again, which is the North Pole?
Yeah, my it's kind of looking like an infinite regression fallacy, where you constantly say, well, what's beyond that, and what's beyond that, and what's beyond. I don't know, right? So as long as we haven't been there, then it's pure speculation.
So if it's pure if we speculate, and so what makes the Earth infinite? Where do the Earth stop?
Well, nobody claims infinite here. Nobody claims infinite.
Or we just claim it's flat. So
Yep.
there's an end to it.
We don't know what's in the middle. We don't know what's far south. No one knows. Some people believe it's infinite. Some people don't. It's a pure speculation.
Oh, so you guys just agree or believe on the flat?
Yeah, we pretty much don't believe anything, bro. Some people believe in infinite, not me. I know most flat earthers don't talk about infinite.
Well, that's why just like you guys are like speak for the globe and the flat earth. That's why
No.
I say, that's why I say not speak, but kind of challenge people, right? That stand on the globe. Because early y'all the one that mentioned it, right? The globe. I didn't mention nothing about the globe.
No, that's because I'm. How do you pronounce your name? How do you?
Raset.
So the point is, right? They told us it's a globe with a radius of 3959, and wherever we go and we try and measure the surface of the Earth, there is no curvature. So it cannot be a ball with a radius of 3959, right? Whatever. So the most we can tell you is that the surface of the Earth, large bodies of water, measure flat and there's no curvature. So it's not a ball. What it is, that's not really known because we aren't allowed to investigate all borders, all places of the Earth. So nobody really knows what the Earth is. You follow me?
Right. That's why I said that, because man, I was trying to speak in general, saying that okay, do you guys believe or agree? So it don't have to be a belief. It could just be something that y'all know you'll agree on. So I didn't just tie it up to just the belief, because I know most of the time belief come with the globe. But I didn't. I was speaking in general. So I was just, so whoever the shoe fit or whoever get it, you don't have to always answer towards the globe. You could always answer like towards the flat earth. Like I said, do y'all just believe or agree? So if you don't believe, y'all just agree that it's flat, then you could just like, all right, yeah, we just agree that it's flat because we know we can prove it.
Yeah, and talking about infinity, I mean, we don't observe infinity, right? We don't see this in our natural world, infinity. Everything has a beginning and an end, and it's only used in maths. So yeah,
I got a question now.
Okay.
So do you know when the Earth begin, or where it is end?
No.
Do you know?
No.
So we can't say everything has an end and a beginning.
Well, from what I observe, right? And of course, maybe God. I cannot observe God or know what God is, so maybe He can defy these laws. But what I am seeing is that infinity is not something we observe, right?
I mean, I do. I do it.
When?
What you mean when?
When do you observe infinity?
Right now, I'm observing infinity. Right now.
How?
How, bro?
What you mean how?
Yeah, how? I mean, what have you observed that's always been there and will always be there?
Me.
Okay.
I've always been there.
Yeah, but you have an end, right? You will die at some point.
But that's not my end, though. The dying don't mean that's the end.
That's true.
Y'all.
I hear what you're saying.
Right.
But it's a philosophical thing, man. Now you're getting into it. The point is, like, the globe is claimed to be discovered. There's nothing to discover anymore. You know, flat Earth, we don't know what's below 60th parallel. We just simply can't go there. You know, no, we can't go to the middle either. So all we say is we don't know. But on the globe, the whole globe has been discovered. And that's the point. They're saying there's nothing to discover anymore. Antarctica is just a little continent on the bottom of the globe. You know?
So you
there's
guys
nothing to
just go
discover
based
on the
on.
globe. What's that?
So you guys just go on based on what people say, because to me, before they even said the Earth was a globe, before they even said the Earth was a globe, the ancestors already knew that there was nothing new under the sun.
Right,
Then
and that's what they
came
want
in
you
kind of
thinking.
trick
They
us.
want you to think. They want you to think you're in a ball and everything's been discovered for you. Don't look for anything anymore. We're on flat Earth. We know that we can't go past 60th parallel. We simply don't know what's out in the south and what's in the middle. We don't know. That's the bottom line. We can speculate all you want.
Right.
That's the
agree
big
with that.
difference. On the globe, it's all been discovered, and on flat Earth, we're still looking for questions. We ask, don't know.
I agree. As far as don't know that part, because we never been there ourselves, right?
Yeah, man. And it's okay not to know. It's okay to ask for questions, ask for answers.
Yeah. Well, it is hard for you to get the answers that you need, because especially when nobody can really go to not the fact that we can't go to the place that we want to go, but
Yeah,
nobody
well, we-
of authority can really go. So if we have to ask, we will have to ask the same people that's lying to us. If we have to ask the question to get the answer that we need.
Yeah, I'm sure there would be independent explorers wanting to go down if it was allowed. We don't have to ask for government. There's plenty of
That's why you're
independent
right. The
explorers.
key word you said, if was allowed. Do you think it's allowed?
It's not. We know it's not.
Right.
Antarctic Treaty.
Right. That's why I said that we can't get the answers that we need. So even if we ask, we're still not gonna get the answer. That's why we couldn't even ask them. Like we couldn't ask them, man, y'all show the Earth is not flat, cause they would have tell us like, nah, man, y'all crazy. We tell y'all, we prove to y'all that is a globe. So it's the same thing to me.
Yeah,
we
but
can't
we don't
just
need-
go to them. We can't go to them and ask them like, yo, is there's anything past like what's really at the North Pole or what's really at the South Pole? Like we can't go to them and ask them, because like I said, it's not their job. It's their job to keep that away from us.
Yeah, but that's just exploration. We don't need that to know the Earth is flat. All we need to know is that water must be contained.
Now I was
Right?
not
So the
talking
ocean
about the
is-
flat part.
You're talking about exploration, I know, but what I'm saying, like, we don't need to explore that far to find out that it's flat. That's just land exploration. We need to know what's out there. Yeah, those are the questions.
That's my point.
Yeah,
that's
I
my
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I hear it, bro. Wouldn't we all like to know,
Right.
How are you dealing with your family and friends now that like, have you brought up this conversation with your family and friends?
Well, ain't nothing new to me, because I always felt like I was like the black sheep of the family.
Okay.
So me coming to something new ain't really new to me in the family, because like I've been, what I'm saying, like the new thing in the family that people was like, damn, who's like, where you come from? Like, why is it like that? Like, so I was the new wave in my family since I was a kid, so I'm still the new wave.
So are you talking to your family and friends about this, and how are they handling it?
They handled it to me. How would I say that? I would say it's some when I talk to like my cousins, like my some of the older folks in my family, like they remind me when I was young. That's all I could say. They remind me when I was young. So it's not I wouldn't say that they damn, I don't even know what word to give it, bro. I just could say that they're just a younger me. They just like they don't know, You know what I'm saying? But they want to know for themselves. They don't. It's like when you don't know something, and at the same time you don't. Just because you don't know, so you don't want to take somebody's word for it. So you want to go and do your own thing and find it for yourself. So it kind of remind me of a younger me, because it's people that you talk to. Not only they ain't going to hear what you're saying, but they ain't even going. They don't give a fuck about it. It's just like, man, you just nuts or you crazy.
Yep.
Guys, I'm gonna hop out for a sec.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, I know my brother can't even talk about it, bro. 40 years old. Can't even talk about it.
Yeah.
My sister even worse. My sister wants to have a nervous breakdown, dude. Last time we spoke about it, she tells me, I wasted $500,000 on my education and you're gonna tell me the earth is flat? Shut up right now. And that was it. And she's gonna be 40 soon.
Right.
So it tells you the severity of the situation, bro.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It really is.
And that's why I said, I don't know, that's why I said, I feel like they are younger than me, because I feel like I didn't know. I feel like when I didn't know, I didn't give a fuck about if the earth was flat or round. When I really didn't know, like, I couldn't really pinpoint, I couldn't do my own, like, basic research for me to know, like, how the fuck they know that shit is round? All these maps, all these shit, how did they know? So I didn't really know. I couldn't even do the basic research for myself. So at that point, I didn't give a fuck.
Dang, bro. Yeah.
But now when it's come to when I start waking up, it's like I'm doing it by myself. Nobody gonna really gotta say, yo, bro, you gotta go look this up, bro. This is the new. Yo, I just found it. This proof this. You get what I'm saying? I just be fine. It's like the universe just sending shit like, yo, bro, you gotta hear this. You gotta, these people over here, yo, they chopping it up. You gotta go listen to what they're saying. Yeah.
I hear that, bro. Yeah, they say some people always believed in, most people always believed in globe, bro, but like, I never believed in globe. I remember flying, how many times I fly in my life and always looking out, always sitting in the window seat, looking for that shit, you know? And I'm thinking to myself, where the fuck is the curve, man? And just think like that for a few minutes and then my own mind just shut it down. Like, don't think like that, you know? I probably don't understand something and that's it. Stop thinking. You know, on the ocean, I remember when I was a kid, just standing looking at the horizon, just thinking to myself, how the fuck can this whole thing curve into a ball? You know? Never understanding it, never getting it. Hated space movies my whole life.
Yeah.
You know, unlike other people, a lot of people find it, I fucking hated it, dude. Not that it ever made sense, you know? And yeah, man, that's why the biggest reason why I'm so excited, so enthusiastic about Flat Earth. When I found out, well, I was 38, I'm 42 now. I found out in late 2017. Dude, my head blew off, man. I'm like, fuck, dude, I was right my whole life. You know, I was thinking right. Well, I wasn't stupid, even though I was telling myself, fucking, you know, I'm probably stupid, I don't get it. To find out at age 38 that I wasn't stupid, that because I was right all the way along, dude, that shit was like so liberating, dude.
Right.
You know, it's like so liberating, dude.
But you know, one of them questions, right? A lot of people ask this, like when you're trying to tell them that the earth is flat or the earth is not round, that they lying to us. One of the questions a lot of people ask is like, man, what the fuck what is that gonna do for me? Or how is that gonna help me? Right. But what do you tell somebody that asks you something like that?
What do I tell someone? Shit, man, it's like probably the most important thing in your life. I tell them straight out. because number one, it proves God, proves creation, proves that all our senses are right. I always tell people, like, if they twist you into believing the earth is a globe since young age, you're going to keep denying your senses for the rest of your life, and you're going to keep appealing to authority. That's the most important thing, dude, because you have to deny your senses. You have to say, and what they tell me is right. And that's the biggest mental trick that they trick us with. It's an early age, dude. Before we can ask questions, before we have logical reasoning, before we can ask, pretty much, we start to believe this thing that's completely insane. It makes no sense. It violates the logical reasoning, violates all our senses. That's what I tell people, man. Like, they trick you into not trusting your senses since early age. So that's why a lot of people believe all the stupid shit they see on TV, dude. Like, no matter how much it's illogical and doesn't make sense, like, they believe it because the authority wouldn't lie to them, I'll try to tell my daughter too, she's 14, like, she can't believe that people can believe in a globe, because she was able to think for herself. I told her since early age, think for yourself, now she's at the stage, she's 14, she's like, how can people believe they live on a globe? That she doesn't get it,
Yeah.
But I have to explain her, look, that this shit happens since early age, They tell you in school, like, when you're 5 years old, before you can, ask questions, how can water stick to a ball? You can't even ask that, They fill your brain up with a spinning globe, and, so by the time you're 10, 12, 13, like, you're already on a globe, dude. Nobody can tell you different, dude,
The fireman could tell you better.
Yeah. You're thinking to yourself, my teachers wouldn't lie, all these scientists wouldn't lie, that's what's running through people's minds, dude. But the fact that they're seeing flat and they're experiencing motionless earth, it's like just passes right through them, dude,
Yeah.
You literally have to tell yourself, I don't trust my senses. No, I believe government. I believe what they tell me. I believe I'm on a globe.
Well, I guess
so that's why
I think.
some people,
Yeah, I was about
I
to
mean,
say. I feel like they don't even. I feel like we don't even use our senses when we believe. When we use that part in ourselves. I don't think we use our senses.
well, what do you mean? Common sense, number one, but like you see, we see flat everywhere, dude, and we feel no emotion ever. Like, we never felt the motion of earth.
No, what I'm saying is that when we use belief, when we use that part on ourselves that allow us to believe into something, I
that's what I'm saying.
I personally think at that point we don't use our senses to really see it or to get to know what are we getting ourselves into. Once we use that belief, we don't it bypass. I guess the belief is the cheat code that they're gonna pass, like, that's gonna override all your senses. But that's what I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this being definitely the most important thing, dude. That's the reason why it's programmed into children's brains at such an early age. They want you growing up with this idea, this belief.
Yeah.
So when you reach a certain age now, like, see all these young kids coming in here, they get so emotional, dude. They're like, they don't even know the argument. They just want to debate. They want to, like, they get emotional. They start cursing. Like they literally can't use their minds. They can't think for themselves. They can't even explain what they believe, what they learned. They can just tell you what they memorized. They're literally coming here with no argument, bro. There was a girl here the other day, like 2 days ago. She didn't even know what Coriolis was. Meanwhile, she came here. She wanted to debate grown dudes, about the flat earth. And she didn't know anything. She was just emotional and freaking out, dude.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you gotta remember now. You gotta remember now. That's how we used to do. Oh, that's who get the best score. And so when it comes to school, it's all about memorize. It's all about the memories.
Memorizing and regurgitate. Yeah.
yeah, just see something right here, or the teacher says something right now. You know what I'm saying? The teacher do that, and later on, you're the one that remember that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's all because everybody is playing games, doing all type of shit, and but you got the certain kids that don't even get into this shit. They just like over here, it's just cool. So they just over here, they're home. They're trying to remember this thing. They're trying to remember all that shit. So when they come to school, the teacher was like, oh yeah, that's the one that we want. You know what I'm saying? That's the best, the
Oh.
best. Yeah.
You memorize the best, yeah.
hmm And that's why we stop using our senses. Now we start believing
That's what I'm
in
saying,
the
dude.
yep, and what the teacher tell us, and what
Yeah.
in we keep feeding our ego. Yeah, I agree 100%.
Kids should be taught how to think, how to reason for themselves, how to explain things rather than memorize, how to learn things.
Yeah.
Ask these people how's Earth a ball, and then they tell you the word gravity, and then you ask them for a definition of gravity, and they're like, but it's a force, it's a force. Most of them don't even know the definition of gravity. They don't even know the fact that it's been changed in the last 100 years. They don't know the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. Like, people are confused, man. Completely confused. They don't even know what they believe in. They can't even hold the argument. And emotions, they're ruled by emotions,
Yeah. But me personally, though, I don't know, bro. I feel like spell. I feel like certain language is not allow you to. It's not allow you to do it, bro. It's not allow you to think. It's just certain language just allow you to just follow to just hold get the end of the rope and just pull yourself up.
You talk about English in particular? Or?
I wouldn't say English, because English is not the only one, or it's not the oldest, the first. It's not the first to do it. So I would say certain language, like even French, even like Spanish, is like is different language. I would do it. It's not. I wouldn't just say just the English.
Is English your native language? You speak any other languages, or?
Yeah, that's my second language, but I don't even know which one is my first or second.
What's your first language?
That's why I'm saying I don't even know which one is my first or second. I think I would say yeah, I would say broken English, like patois.
Okay. Man, I learned broken English first when I came here.
Right.
Freaking the students told me to tell my ESL teachers when she came in, "What up, nigga?" And I didn't know what I was saying, dude.
Right.
So I just greeted her. I greeted her with "What up, nigga?" and everybody burst laughing, dude. She gave me a look. That's how I learned what the word nigger means. Like, it was so embarrassing, dude. The kid set me up, yo. Live and learn, man.
Yeah.
It was nice talking to you, bro. Wait, like, are you in States now, or?
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn.
You're in Brooklyn? Cool. I was in Brooklyn 2 weeks ago, man. My sister just had a
word?
baby. I live in Brooklyn, yeah.
No, that's what's up. Yeah, man.
In Allentown, Pennsylvania, yeah.
Oh, you're in PA.
Allentown, yeah.
Oh, that's what's up. Sometimes I'll be in Easton. So I got one of my friends.
Oh, for real?
in Easton. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Easton's like next town to me.
Yeah, facts. But you said you was you said what age you said you was when you woke up when you start waking up? How old you say?
Was that? Oh, when I just literally found out about flat Earth, 100% was I was 38, bro. But like I was never my whole life I never believed in globe, dude.
You was
Come on,
38.
38, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
That's powerful. That number right there itself is powerful.
And my daughter's like, when this happened, my daughter was like, like why, like, like why you always talking about it right now? Why does this mean so much? I'm like, man, you don't know what it feels like your whole life to be confused and thinking like that you're not getting something, and then at 38 to find out like, fuck, I knew it all along, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you mean about the number, bro?
No, I mean that like how they say certain you go like kids go through like different process, like when it comes to when they go through like the ages, different ages, like they go through different things develop in the body.
Right.
Yeah, so I feel like the age, I feel like just like 9 months, like or 7 months is like it is like an opening for it's like a portal. You know what I'm saying? It's like an opening for us to come. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like
You said 9 months, 7 and 9 months, like that young.
yeah, that you got kids that you got female that give birth, 7 months, and you got a female that give birth 9 months or even 10 months. Yeah, so I feel like the numbers they mean something. You know what I'm saying? Not only they mean something, but they allow us to tap into certain things. Like when you said you was 38, to me that's a number 2. That's number 2. How is number 2? Because it's 3 plus 8 give you 11, and 11 1 plus 1 give you 2. So
I hear what you're saying. You're talking about numerology and all that. I don't understand much of it, but I'm listening. I know what you're saying.
yeah, so to me that 2 alone, right? Just to me, it mean a lot because that's how I see the earth, right? As just like my eyes, or like how I got 2 feet or 2 hands, like how I got like a mama and a daddy, like how the earth itself have a moon and a sun, how we get the night and the day, So this parallel to me, it to me is a pattern. That's how I see it. Is a pattern to me. And when you said that, immediately I'm like, damn, like everything was perfect, everything was aligned for it to just tap in. And that's what you did, because I felt like like how you go when you're going to sleep, right? And if you got something important to do and you're tired, right? What you're going to do, you're going to set up an alarm, right? So you know that, man, when that alarm rings, I'm going to have to get up and do what I got to do. But what happened when you hear that alarm, right? And you're still tired, or you're like, man, fuck it, So you still going to be in that same sleep state, meaning that you're tired, you know what I'm saying? You're enjoying that sleep right now. And I feel that's what a lot of us we do. We hear it, we hear the call or the ringing, you know what I'm saying, and we just turn this shit off. Like, man, fuck it, man. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, everything happens for a reason. I definitely believe that. In the right time and for a reason.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want things to be sooner, sometimes later, but everything happens in the right time.
On God, I be thinking like that. On God, is certain things, right? I be I don't know. I'm a Scorpio, right? So I feel like my
that your
psyche is
birds?
a little, yeah, yeah. I feel like my psychic is getting there, and I feel like a lot of time I be wanting things. Shut up. A lot of time I be wanting like certain things to go faster the way they're supposed to go, right? And I be like, I'm like, damn, why everybody so slow? Oh, why can't? But I realized that, man, everybody, nobody is really slow or late. It's the fact that I'm on my own time.
Right.
Just like when I was born, like all these people didn't born with me at the same time. It was just me. Or and some people was already here, and some people wasn't even here yet. So why am I like tripping? Like, oh, we all have to move, you know? And I realized it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. That's not how it is. It's two ways you're gonna get to the same place. You could take the. I mean, it's three ways. You could take the shortcut. You could take the regular way, or you could take the longer way. But either way, you're gonna get home, or you're gonna get to that same place.
I know you were saying before too, like, you know, like you have a feeling like you were always here, you know, like I feel like that too, dude. Like I feel like I'm in this body right now, but there's some kind of feeling, dude, like I've been here before, man. You know, I definitely been here before.
That's the dagger right there. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to bring it. That's the dagger right there.
Sure, bro.
All right,
For
bro.
sure. I can't, yeah.
Yeah, bro. Oh God, it's like you know when you're going somewhere and then somebody asks you like, "Yo, where you going?" You're like, "I ain't going nowhere." You know what I'm saying? It's like you going somewhere, but you don't want to. It's like, or either whether you know or you don't know or you don't want to tell them. You just say nowhere. It's like I get it, bro. That's why when we was talking when I said that I think that I'm infinite. Or
Right, yeah, that's kind of.
Yeah, because I felt like, man, I was always, like you said, I was always, it's like if you have a water that keep recycling itself, right? How can you say that's not the same water? You can't really say that. If it go up, down, it go up, you got something that bringing the water, that's spinning the water, or you got something that the water is going around it. Every time the water go around and come back, you can't say that's not the same water.
Exactly, bro. Hydrological cycle.
Yeah.
In water. Been here forever. Well, again, forever. I don't know if we can use the word forever, but like, yeah. It seems like that. Just because we don't know the beginning and we don't know the end, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's why that in school that they pressure us so much to brainwash our own memory and gain new memories. Cause you know, like kids come with memories that with a lot of things that they want to tell, they want to express, but we suppress these things just because we want to tell them about our shit.
Yeah.
And that's part of it. That's definitely part of it. 'Cause
Absolutely.
they know that if you come back knowing who you are, man, they ain't gonna be able to. They ain't gonna be able to stop you. If they couldn't stop you to remember, if they couldn't stop you for you not to remember who you were in your next life, they definitely can't stop you to do anything because you're ahead of them. And that's why that's why they move like the fireman. They're trying to get the fire when it's small. As soon as you're born, they're already on you. Make sure that they're here to convince your mother, your father. Man, they gotta do these things. I want you, I want you to do that and do that. They're gonna scare the parents off. I mean, I'm glad I wasn't born in a hospital. I think that's what made me rebel.
You weren't born in a
as a
hospital?
kid.
You say you weren't, or you were?
Nah.
You weren't. Okay.
Nah. No, I didn't.
It's cool.
Yeah, that's what made me rebel since I was a kid. Cause man, my dad is a fucking diehard preacher, bro. Diehard preacher. So
Mhm.
from the get go, bro, I was supposed to follow his footstep. And he makes
Mhm.
sure that he was on my ass, bro. Like he makes sure he was on my ass for me to do that. I just felt like it's just God, bro. It's just like, and I was born to be that way. I couldn't just be a yes man, bro. I couldn't be like a parrot. I couldn't just be repeating everything. I had to be my own, bro. And I feel like that's why he until these days he don't hate me, but he kind of want that.
Okay. So I can assume you're not following in his footsteps.
Nope, I'm like that.
That, bro.
Well, I would say I am, but I'm not. So I don't. We don't have the same ideology. But just like I said, that after like it's 3 ways, and you add another way to it, which is 4 ways, we're gonna get to the same place. So he's in one of them. So I know we're gonna get to the same place. He took the longer way. To me, he didn't even take the regular way. To me, I felt like I took the shortcut, and he didn't even take the regular way or the. You know what I'm saying? He
Mhm.
basically took the longer route. And me, like I said, I feel like I'm trying to take that route that you was talking about when I said I was the dagger. That when you could always know you was always here, cause you gonna remember like you could just trigger yourself. You know what I'm saying? To remember how everything happened, or even trigger yourself like how the fuck, like, you know what I'm saying, when you was 10 years old, just like you could remember when you was 10 years old, like how you did some shit.
Right.
You could just trigger yourself like when you was like 10 life before this life. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that.
Mhm.
That's the shortcut to me. That's that's what you was talking about when you said when we always been here is when we could literally tap just like a dream world. When you're in the dream world, you could like literally shift, take different body. You know what I'm saying? Have like go different, man. Is a dream world. If the dream world, man, is just crazy, bro. What you can do, and I feel like all this is possible here, but we can't. It's being restricted. That I feel like that's one of the reasons why we wasn't allowed to practice our culture and speak our language. Like we wasn't allowed to be ourselves at certain time.
Yeah. So how's your relationship with your dad? Like, do you get to talk to your dad about these deeper subjects, or?
Nah, bro. I can only talk to my dad about God. I can't even. My dad is so close. I can't even talk to my dad about
Alright.
family shit, bro. I
Yeah.
can't. I can't even talk to my dad about family shit. That's how crazy it is. It's gotta be like some godly shit, like some Jesus shit, like.
Alright.
And it's not even like nothing wrong with that, bro. Like, can we? I know where you stand, bro. I ain't trying to. I feel you. I dig it, bro. Like I used to be there. Remember, I remember you put me on. So can we pass that? You know what I'm saying? And see like and how we can, you know what I'm saying, come together and do some real shit. Or and nah, he ain't going there with you.
I hear you, bro. Yeah. We're all dealing with that with our own families, you know?
Right.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, sir. But the relationship though is good because like I said, we good. You just can't talk about certain things. If we, it's like if you know you're dealing with a lion, right? It's a certain way you're gonna approach a lion instead of if you was approaching a dog, you know, or a cat. That's just what it teach me. Like to me, I feel like you gotta know who to talk about certain things and who you can't really talk about to about certain things. You just gotta let them catch up, or just like let them beat them. Like I was talking to my like it's crazy, right? Because I was talking to my girl, right? And I said something and she got mad. She hung up, right? So I didn't call her back. I was chilling and shit. And she called me like the next day, right? The next day, bro, she called me and she was acting like I was supposed to feel some type of way or some shit. I'm like, bro, I feel like everybody have the right to be mad. Like if you're mad, okay, be mad. I'm not about to go ahead and change you the way and change like and make you not be mad. You're the one that's gonna make yourself not be mad because you know why you're mad. It's just like if you're happy, I'm not gonna come and trying to bring some bullshit so I could fuck up. Nah, you don't want that. If I'm not gonna be mad or be happy with you, I'm gonna just let you be.
Deal with your situation, man.
Yeah. I can't I can't type in the chat. I mean, I can't post a picture in the chat.
I don't think so yet, man. I think you gotta get one of those image embed roles. And I think Matsumi can give those out.
Okay.
How about your girlfriend? Are you able to talk to your girlfriend about Flat Earth and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Because I find that you can't anybody, man. Like, you know? Like,
Yeah, my girl.
do you talk?
Yeah, we talk very not like we can't expand, but we talk like the like the basic like as far as like what we can see.
She gets that the water must be contained, right?
Hmm. Of course, water. She agree with me. Water wouldn't be able to stick on the ball.
Right. Yeah, that's my first point always.
Yeah.
Water and the space can be vacuum.
Yeah. Well, the space itself is tricky because what people would like to say that is space. To me, that is not space. To me, that is if I would give it a name, right? Me personally, I would say that is God. Just like this, to me, they're talking about the that's why I wouldn't use space. But for lack of a better word, I must use it in that sense, like the space like the space between me and you, like the distance between me and you. Like that to me, that's not a space. That's like to me the what the then what separate us or what separate us to me is God as in between me and you. So I wouldn't say is air. I wouldn't say it's air. I wouldn't say it's ether. I wouldn't say it's electromagnetic like they said. I would say that that's like the ultimate force itself. And I don't think people it is like how people make it look like or is a country, is an island. Nah, it's not somewhere you can go. It's just something, just what it is. It's like the moon. I don't think people ever or can ever get to the moon. That's like saying that's like somebody saying they can go inside a light bulb. Bro, you're crazy. How you gonna get there?
We can never get there, yeah. If it's even physical. We don't even know if the moon is a physical object. let alone anything else.
Right. But what do you think? What do you think about the North Pole is not in the direction that they would want us to believe it's at?
Well, first of all, we don't even know if it's a pole. So for all we know, is a magnetic place, true north, where all compass points to. And if you ask me, man, that's as much as I know. No one knows if it's a pole, whether it's a mountain there, whether it's no one knows. All we know, all our compasses point there. You know, so even if we're south, the compass is always going to point north. And that's how we know there's no south magnetic. You know, there's no pole in the south. There's no southern point.
Let me ask you something.
A lot of times, people, even flat earthers, get confused, because they're showing these images of the two rotation points, which they somehow stitch together. There's no such thing. There's no southern rotation point. And a lot of flat earthers are falling for this too, because Globers come in and they claim opposite rotations. No such thing.
Let me ask you something. So, what do you think that we use to? What do you think we use to navigate before we use compasses?
Sorry, bro. Say that again. I got a machine going on here. Say it again.
Now, I was asking, what do you think we use to navigate the Earth before we use compass? Before we start using compass.
Sailors used to use stars.
Right. Right. So if we were using the stars, right, to navigate, do you think that a compass have anything to do with a star or with the stars, or do you think it made with the stars?
I really don't know, bro.
Alright, so
I know Polaris is above the true north. That's the direction. That's the ultimate true north.
I know, but where I'm going with that, the only thing, right, that we have, right, that will point us to the true north, right, or to the center is a compass, right? So if we don't know the truth about a compass, right, the relation between the relation with the compass and the stars, can we know for sure that it's pointing us in the right direction?
Polaris is always going to be directly situated above.
Say that again?
Polaris, the North Pole star, is going to be situated right above the true north. And that's always going to be your direction. The true north. The center of
right,
the Earth.
The stars. I get it with the stars.
Polaris in particular, I'm saying. The Polaris,
right.
That's your direction. Huh?
Right, I get that with the stars because I agree with you 100%. That's why I didn't even elaborate when you said that we use the stars because I agree with you 100%. So Polaris is a star, but what I'm saying is that we don't use the stars no more to navigate. We use a compass. So what I'm saying is that how do we know for sure that the compass is pointing us to Polaris or to or to the center where Polaris would be at?
I don't get the question, bro. What do you mean, how do we know?
All right, what I'm saying is that, right, if there is a building that's far from your house and there is a light on top of the building that you could look, and once you see the light, right, you could know. Once you look up and see the light, then you would know where exactly the building is at. if you don't have the light, right, and you have something, and somebody tell you that, yo, the light, you don't have to look at the light no more to know where the building is at. I have this thing in my hand that's gonna point you to the building. So my question to that person is, how do they know, or how can they prove to me, right, that thing that they have is going to point me to the building? What's the relation that that thing have with the light, or what's the relation that thing have with whatever point me to the building? And if there is no relation, right, or if they don't know what the relation is, how can they know for sure it's going to point me to the building? You get what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but that probably has to do with how magnets work, and that again, that's above my head. You know. You asking me how compass works and magnets, and that's above my head again.
So, do you think the stars? Do you think the stars magnetic?
I don't believe stars magnetic. I believe there's something magnetic in the true north. Again, what that is, it's a mountain pole. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of speculation. I don't know what's there, but we know that compass points there. What's there? I really don't know, man. How compass works? I really don't know.
Yeah, that's the
How
tricky
magnets
part.
work? I don't know how magnets work.
That's the tricky part, because when I look at all these things, right, all the makeup of the flat Earth, right, all the things that disprove the globe Earth to kind of prove the flat Earth is what wanna make me combine everything together and say it's both, because I don't when I'm looking, like I said, when I look at the components, like the step that we use, it kind of lead me to a belief, just like the globe or just like God. You know what I'm saying?
Not really, man. I didn't get what you're trying to say with this.
What I'm trying to say though is I felt, to me, right? I felt like the ancient the ancestors, they was right, and I feel like I'm not saying that we wrong, but when we say that the way we're supposed to navigate it is based on a flat surface, we're supposed to use a flat way of navigating. I'm not saying we're wrong about that neither, but what I'm saying, the difference between us and the ancestors, they knew, but us, we don't know. Because I'm saying, I felt like the ancestors, they knew exactly with the stars, like uh where everything was at and how to navigate to use the stars. But today we use the compass and we don't know exactly how the compass works, or we don't know like where the compass is pointing
Right.
to, if it's exactly where the stars is, if it's exactly where the stars is pointing to.
Oh yeah, sailors back in the day, all they had was stars, right? So they had to use stars. They had to be better with navigational skills. Today's ships have all kinds of instruments that they, radars and all kinds of things, and I don't think they even use stars today to navigate when they go through the oceans, over the ocean.
I think they do.
You think they use stars? I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know these questions, man. Just guessing, like with all the technology, with all the radar and everything, like I'm thinking, why would they need stars? But I really don't know, man.
Yeah, I think, well, I don't really think that there is a lot of things new and under the sun, as the ancestors say, or per se, like, because even back then when the ancestors was living, was there, like even if I'm talking about Egypt, right? I believe that they still had we still had swindlers. Like Egypt wasn't like Egypt was like was like America or was like Greece or Rome. It wasn't no different. So there was still like swindlers.
Yeah, but we
So,
can,
so
you can only believe the history. Like it's even that, like what do we really know about Egypt or pretty much anything, dude? Like all we can go is by what we're told through the history books, you know?
to me, it's the same thing about the ancestors. Is what can we really know about them is what we heard or read or what we research for ourselves. Is the same thing. So what I'm trying to say is that I believe that I don't think that globe Earth that globe is new. They discover like when they tell of the discovery, I don't think it's that time. I think they yeah, like they say discover is what it is. It's like they uncovered it. That's why discover is uncover something. That means it was already there. It was covered up, and they uncover it. So it's to say what I'm trying to say is that even when the ancestors were using the stars, those people we still had technology. Our technology just evolved, just like the ancestors' way of life just evolved. I mean, when I say the ancestors, I'm talking about now. I'm relating it to the elders that understood life, and they don't they live outside of what we call civilization.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think technology is just like taking us away from the true the true nature. It's like
Yeah,
we see nature through technology, and
mm-hmm.
then we make the parallel with nature. So technology
Definitely
is is the middleman.
And when these kids come in here, didn't you guys ever see the blue marble? Come on. The blue marble? How can you think the earth is flat? How can you think? Look, blue marble. Thousands of videos, thousands of photos. Haven't you ever seen it?
Yep. And now they're literally building computers to take them to where they can go to these places and the mind.
And this new generation, what's happening with these phones is like so sad, bro. Like my daughter has her friends come over and like 4 kids sitting around table and they're all on each of their gadgets staring down. And until I come in there, I'm like, come on guys, leave that shit down, get them, do something. They just there, dude, with their heads down and absorbed and hypnotized with their phones. And it's really sad to me to see it, dude. We're talking 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, like nothing going on, dude. No interesting conversations. They're all glued to their phones, and it's really sad, man. And I can't reach to them. Can't tell them try to tell them stories. Try to It's almost impossible, dude. This new generation is done, bro. I tell my daughter, you guys are done, man. You guys are done. Like if that's your hangout, and that's what kids today's age do when they're hanging out, you guys are done, dude.
I'm gonna tell you this right now, bro.
It hurts me, bro.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. It did not, bro. It's just like me, bro. Right? I'm 27. Right? When I was a kid, I used to have the same stories, like how that I was lost, into the new world. But now I'm looking back at them like, damn, like, yo, stuck. Like my dad, right? And he used to tell me that I was lost. And now I'm looking back at him like, yo, bro, like you stuck. So I think he's 50-50. Just like it was always. You're always gonna have, it's just like, man, if you're gonna have kids, if you're gonna keep making kids, man, some gonna be, boys, some gonna be girls, It's always gonna go branch out. Some people gonna follow technology trend, and some people gonna follow the natural way, and one gonna override the other. Technology gonna rule for a long time, or whatever, and the natural way gonna rule for a long time, or whatever. One always gonna rule in the shadow of the other, while the natural way is ruling. Technology always gonna be the shadow, and while technology is ruling, the natural way always gonna be the shadow. Like the yin and the yang.
So, does he get a flat earther role, or
Say that again.
is he a flat? Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I think he's a flat earther. Yeah. You said you wouldn't call yourself Raxat, right? Is that what you said, or you wouldn't call yourself a flat earther?
Yeah, I say that. I say I am.
Okay.
Cool.
To the server.
I'm proud to say the Earth is flat, man.
So this
Some
new
people
guy.
are scared. They're
to the
cool.
server.
Crypto, you're really quiet.
Yeah, but can you hear me?
Barely.
Clear.
Okay. Does this new guy? Is he new to Discord or new to this server?
Yeah.
How new?
Well, very new. Not new to the knowledge, but new to the
He joined
platform.
within the hour.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I mean, we'll sort you out with the flat earth roll at some point, but not straight away.
I didn't hear that part.
Say you will get a flat earth roll soon.
Yeah, just stick around. You'll be alright.
I think the big misconception, or what kind of confuse people when you're talking about the earth being flat, is that people don't get the that we're talking about surface. We're not talking about
Bro,
we're not talking
speaking
about
of that, yeah. Like when I literally heard it, dude, like it was, like I said, it was like late 2017, right? I think it was Joe Rogan podcast. I like martial arts, dude, so I was listening to that shit, and it was Eddie Bravo speaking, and he said something flat earth, and this guy Rogan started laughing, and dude, in my mind, when I heard flat earth, it didn't like you said, it had nothing to do with the surface or earth not being a globe. It didn't make sense to me. I'm like, what the fuck? I made a face like, what does that even mean? And then I looked into that. Then I found like a video of Dave Murphy. I don't know if you know who that is. Found the video of Dave Murphy. And even then, I clicked on the video. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? So I start skipping forward, right? And I skip forward where he says something like, water is level. Dude, my whole life fucking flashed in front of my eyes. I instantly knew, holy shit, Earth is flat. As in, not a ball.
Yeah.
Dude, it was goosebumps through my body for like 10 minutes, bro. I didn't sleep fucking 2 nights. Like it was instant. It was instant. My whole life started flashing in front of my eyes, bro. Earth is flat, as in not a globe.
Yeah.
That's how it was for me, bro. So yeah, like you say, it didn't ring a bell to me, dude. When I heard flat Earth first, like what the fuck? I made his face like what is this guy talking about, And then he started talking about NASA being found. I'm like, okay, I know NASA's fake. I know it's all bullshit. Like I knew the moon landing was bullshit too, dude. But I just thought it was some economic bullshit. Like they tricked people into, for the money. Because it was, like, I guess a lot of people, like, You know, like you invest into America, dude. Like you invest stocks, you invest like I thought it was just all about money economy, you know?
Yeah.
When I looked into it, dude, and I find out, oh my gosh, dude, it was like instant. I instantly knew Earth is flat, as in not a globe. You know? And then I realized, oh, that's why moon landings were fake. That's when everything started making sense. For the next few weeks, like everything started falling in place, bro. Now
I think
everything.
I think what they did, they used the navigational system to describe the shape of the Earth, which is wrong. The navigational system uses compass, which is work in circumference. So you can't determine the surface of the Earth with that. That's why when they're trying to determine it, it will have to be a ball. Because we're talking about a circle. We're talking about a circle, right? Or even like a disc, right? Remember like the city, like a city. If you going around a city, right, you'll go in circle. But if you take the city and you put it on horizontal, now you will have to go like you're going around a ball. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they did. That's what they're doing with the compass, because like I said, the way it works is in circle, is in circumference, right? It's like going around.
So if you keep going east or west, then you gotta go a long way. Yeah, you're gonna have to start making a slight in circle.
Yeah.
Because every straight line goes south.
Yeah. So they're not giving you the proper basic of how they build the compass or how the compass work, but they're
They
trying
don't
to
explain it.
yeah, and they're trying to give us that same system on how the Earth shape. That's not the Earth don't shape like that. The system,
You
the
see-
way that you do. Yeah, go ahead.
I know what you're saying. Like I just can't believe that no one before asked how come the compass doesn't point to south ever, South Pole. You know, it's one of those basic first questions that comes to your mind. Like, okay, if Earth is a ball, how come the compass doesn't point to South Pole? Wasn't that like a major question for all these years of believing in a globe? I mean, I never thought about this one, but after you find out the Earth is flat, that's one of the first things. Like, wait a second, that's true. Like, how come the compass doesn't point to South Pole? Aren't there two poles?
Well, it will make sense. It will make sense because, like, based on what they're saying, is that the Earth. Remember, they say the Earth is spinning. So if it's spinning, where it's spinning is constantly spinning towards the North Pole. It is basically the south end constantly spinning towards the north end. That's what they're saying.
What do you mean? It's not spinning.
You said spinning toward the north?
Yeah, it's the south spinning towards, keeps constantly spinning towards the north.
No, that's not the rotation.
Say that again.
That's not the rotation, though.
So
axial rotation is like it's spinning east to west.
Say that again.
It's supposed to be the globe supposed to be spinning east to west, or actually in their model west to east, because we see the sun come from the east. No, it's not spinning north and south. That's not the. You know what I mean? You know what the axial rotation is? The Earth is supposed to be spinning on its axis.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
So the North Pole is in the center, and the south should be completely opposite, right through the bottom, on the bottom of the globe. And that should have been another axial rotation point, which is not.
Yeah.
So the logical question should be like, how come the compass isn't pointing to the South Pole if two poles are claimed?
That's a fact. But at the same time, like the brother was saying, when I was asking him, he was saying that all he knows is that the compass pointing where the most magnetic field is at, where there is so according to them, the North Pole is where they have the most. So that's why the compass is only pointing there.
It should be pointing down into the earth if you're anywhere south of the North Pole.
Right. Or towards the southern point, whichever that point is.
Right.
Mm. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of hole in that model. They never get that the way that flat Earth get to answer question. Globe Earth never get to answer question like that. They never get to answer logical questions. To them, it's always
Well, yeah, because nothing makes any sense on the globe.
to them it's always a lecture or a speech because it's always a discovery. It's always a new something. Shit always, you know. They don't even have
With globe is always something you have to believe, but something you can never experience.
yeah.
So according to Google, compasses behave oddly at both the magnetic north and south poles.
So they should be able to point towards both.
They say it's acts oddly. I sure wish they would show us that.
Yeah, I want to see what acting oddly means.
I've never seen this acting oddly. They can say it all they want. Why can't they show it?
Right. I agree with that too.
Yeah, they got the 24-hour sun and they're showing the compass. That'd be so insane.
Yeah, instead of just believe us, why don't they just show it? Oh man.
I don't know. I would say the way we navigate or the way that they teach us that we navigate is I think that's the gap right there. That's where everything is flipped. That's how because we believe in that in the flight and the way they tell us the flight go.
You know, I'd be interested to know if you could bring your own compass to one of those tours of Antarctica that they do, because that would be really interesting.
Yeah, of course it would, but Antarctica is restricted.
Yeah, but they still claim that there are like tourism type things that you could go do, right? That cost a lot of money.
Yeah, you have to be some type of you have to be some type of researcher. I don't think it's that is a tourist like area where you could just go in and visit like how they're showing us on TV.
Yeah, they're tourists like John Kerry, Buzz Aldrin, like President Bush, Obama. If you're not like that, one of those in the club, I don't think you're just going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me, me personally, I have my own thing about. I personally, I think where it's pointing at, I think where the compass is pointing at, where everything is going at, I think is a big deception going on. I think it's nothing going there, but them trying to create more way to make us pay attention there when we can't really do nothing or go nothing there when really nothing going on there. Me personally.
There probably is something going on in the south. That's my prediction. But there's also something happening in the north. I believe that they're not telling us about as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they want to keep us focused there. They want to keep the attention there. But I
On
think
the
like
south?
what you said, not on the north. But I think like
Well,
what
they're
you
not
said.
keeping attention there.
Yeah.
They want us distracted and not thinking about that.
No, they want us to think. Listen, bro. If I know, right? If I know that there is something that you want, right? If I know there is something you want, my best is better, right? Then I make you think is somewhere else, right? Rather than let you know where it's at, because I know, right? You determined either way that you want it. You're determined to get it. So my thing now is not to like stop you from it. My thing not only to stop you from getting it, but it's to not let you know where it's at also.
So then why are you stopping me from going there?
From going where?
If I want to go to the North Pole or if I want to go south, why would you stop me then?
But I want you to get what I'm saying first, right? Before we even go there. If I want to hide something from you, if I know you want, let's say I know you want my phone, right? And I want to hide it from you. So I'm not gonna let you know that I'm gonna stop you from getting my phone, and also I'm not gonna let you know where I put my phone. So now I already know you want my phone, right? And I don't want you to know where I put my phone now. So now I want to trick you now, because I already know you're determined to get my phone. So now I'm about to trick you now. So I'm about to make you think that my phone is in the bathroom, and you just can't go to the bathroom. I'm just stopping you from going to the bathroom because my phone is in the bathroom. But really, no, it's nothing in there. It's just if you do get there, there's gonna be nothing. Now you're gonna have to rethink now.
You're
Where the
talking
fuck is
about
my phone?
where the compass is pointing, right?
You know?
Are you saying that it's pointing there for no reason, and there's nothing there, and whatever that thing is pointing to is actually somewhere else? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying what we're looking for. We're looking for something, right? And we think that the compass is pointing there. We're looking for the center of the earth or whatever we're looking for, right? And we think the compass pointing there. But I'm saying that but we can't go there though. We can't go to where the compass is pointing at. But I'm saying if we would ever get to cross there or get to there, we will find out that there is nothing. That we will have to reset now. We rethink that. So now, where the fuck is the center of the earth now? Oh, now what the fuck we gotta use now to find the center of the earth?
Well,
that's my personal thinking.
Well, I think you may be partly right there, because I think a lot of attention is in the South, and some people are still trying to say that you can go there. You know, like we have lots of regular people come in and say you can go there. But the problem is the North, you cannot go at all past the defense early warning perimeter. That's a dead stop. No one can travel there to the north.
Yeah, that's chess right there.
Mm-hmm. But I think they're hiding something in both the south and the north, because I think both of those places point to the creation. There's something there that you would know once you saw it that this is the creation.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more to that. I think it's about east and west.
Well, there could be, there's a possibility that there's more land. There's actually evidence for there being more land because a dipole, the quadrupole system of magnetism,
apparently we have a quadrupole on here, but there's a pole missing. There's like a pole missing in the magnetics. So some people think there's more land down in the south, way down in the South Pacific somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think it's about the south and the north. I think that's where they want us to, because like I said, the ancestors wasn't stupid. The ancestors know what we waking up to today. They know that the earth wasn't round, it was flat, and the earth had a center. So the earth, the ancestors used that to navigate. So I think that what they're doing is hiding, is keeping that away from us. And in order for them to do that, they, like I said, they're going to keep. They know that our attention will be on these things. So they're trying to keep give us something to put our attention on instead of putting our attention on these things. So we're thinking that we put our attention on these things today, but we're not.
I now I understand what you're saying. Yeah, they could be distracting our attention from the north and the south, you know, saying that something in the north and south, it actually could be in the far west or something. Yeah, that's a possibility, you know?
Yeah.
That's a possibility. Because when they went out and looked and were exploring all this stuff, honestly, we have no idea what they found. Like what Captain Cook found or what Magellan found or Captain Ross found. We don't know exactly what they found.
Yeah.
I get your point, though. Totally.
Well, how much could there be if we're only allowed to go west or east in the area that we're given, right?
Look at the size of the Pacific. It could be, it can be like islands. It can be more land in the Pacific, too.
I'm going to tell you this, bro. They cannot cross. Is places in the island they cannot go. They cannot go past places in the, like even Haiti alone. They can't go like past certain cities in Haiti. They cannot explore these places.
I'm not doubting that there isn't something there, but I also wouldn't doubt that there was something also in the north and south, because they're obviously not trying to let anyone get there.
Yeah, there's definitely a reason for that. Definitely.
Hey guys, can I get a mic check, please?
You're good, bro. You're good.
Sound good.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to you too, sir. Top of the morning to ya.
And Ross Set, is that your name?
Yeah.
To what you were saying, like maybe something was in the north, but they moved it somewhere along the west or east. Is that what maybe you were trying to get at with your phone thing?
Nah, I think that's that's their way of coming here. I think that's the portal. That's how they got here. So that would be the first place that they settled when they came.
I think what Ross said is trying to say, it's like a shell game they're playing. They're saying, okay, we got these shells, the nuts under either the north or the south. So we're paying attention to the shells that are the north and the south, and not paying attention to the east and the west, or the far, like southwest, southeast.
Right, like the places that we think we can go to right now, but actually can't.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I just think it's heavy speculation because we have no idea what's up there, what's down there.
Yeah. Like if you look at the shipping lanes in the south and the airline, the flights that where the flights go, there's a whole big area down there in the south that nobody goes to. No ships go there. No planes fly over.
Yeah.
So it could easily be thousands and thousands of nautical miles of ocean unexplored that or that they explored and found something amazing. Maybe they found freaking Mu or Lemuria or whatever, you know?
Well, the thing about it, when I said me personally, I don't think that they, like I said, the South and the North, I don't think is things that they found. I think there's a portal to our Earth. I think that's how they got here. I don't think that they came out of nowhere, or I don't think that they came from us, right? I'm saying that we can't go there because that's where when they first arrived here in our world or in our Earth, that's where these are the two places they was at. These are their origin. So they can't let you can't let you know the route.
If I can ask, who do you think they are if they're coming through portals?
Well, they are other human being like us, right? That's what we see today, right? We see other human being like us. I'm not talking about alien here because I'm talking about I'm talking about the Earth, right, being flat. But if it's flat, right, it have a center, right? So what's beyond the center is to me is Earth again beyond the center. What people say is a pole or whatever they call it, a magnetic something. To me, what's beyond that is still the Earth that's expand. It's not nothing, or it's not like we get to the center and the center is the end. If it's the end, how can it be the center?
It could be the center of what we know as Earth, right? Because it could extend even farther beyond, and a compass could point somewhere else for all we know, somewhere further out.
All right, what I'm saying is that, right, where the compass is pointing at, right, is it the center or is it the end? That's my question. Is it the center the compass pointing to, or is it the end that the compass pointing to?
It depends on what you mean by the end. Like, I'm not sure what your premise is about the end or what the context is.
Yeah, we can't know that.
But I think I get the point because, you know, maybe what you're saying is, I'm not sure, but maybe what you're saying is like the compasses are pointing to the north, but what they're saying the north isn't the north yet.
All right, I'm about to share my screen, right, Craig, right? Not share, I'm about to just turn on my camera for a little bit. I don't know if I'm how to do that. Because
you won't be able to share your screen on the live stream, but
oh, is this a live? I thought it was just in the back chat.
No, this is live stream here, but there's other rooms like the cinema or speculation where you probably could share your screen.
Right, but no, never mind. I don't want to do that. I thought it was just in the back. I didn't know you guys was live. But yeah,
but you could drop information like images or links in the voice text. You could drop links or text.
Right, I'm not really.
Do you have the roles for that? Let me see. Let me check your roles. I'm only a silver. I can't change your roles, but I can. Oh, you just have VC verified. That's it. How long have you been on the server?
For like probably an hour or two.
Oh, that's it. But yeah. Are you like fully flat Earth, or what's the deal on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Vlad Flat Earth was talking to him, and I do think he's a flat earther, but I'm not sure.
If you need to post images, guys, just either DM them to me or Sonny, as long as they're clean, and we'll post them for you.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't think it's necessary right now, you know. But that I could after, you know, anytime I could send it to you guys so you guys could check it out yourself.
Yeah, all you would have to do, like old dude said, is just right click on one of our names and DM it to one of us, like old dude said.
All right, so let me see right now. Who was that was speaking?
Sonny or old dude.
All right, let me find it.
Either one. Just let us know which one, and we'll check it out.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that is like the center, right, where the compass is pointing at to me, is pointing to a vortex, a portal, right, which is like not just one, is two of them. So basically, it's not. It's pointing to like I said, a vortex, and a vortex is like is all the elements. Is all the elements.
Hey, Rosette, I want to ask you because how did you get the idea or the information about a vortex? I'm just curious. How did you personally come upon that?
Because like, remember I told you guys, like I have my own. I don't just say that the Earth is flat because I hear it or because
right
I see it right with my own eyes, but I also draw right my own model, like my own model that I draw myself.
Okay. Okay, I was just asking because there's actually literary evidence, however you want to take literary, like it's written evidence of the vortex you're talking about. Have you ever heard of the Norse legends of the North Pole?
No.
Yeah, dude, they talk about the vortex you're talking about. It's actually been written that this vortex is true. Some people think that that's where Eden is. Mount Meru, there's supposed to be a magnetic island, according to some of the Norse legends, Scandinavian legends, of this vortex with a magnetic mountain that reaches to the sky, and that there's 18 inlets that go in that are in sucking seas. They go to the vortex, and all the oceans of Earth funnel down inside and recycle back out. They say that ships got caught in it. Actually stories of Arthur.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur said people came back from where that vortex is in the north, and they reported back what happened and what they saw.
Right. You say that what you say the literature called?
The what is called? I'm sorry.
The literature.
Yes, there's some legends of Arthur, and also of some of the Vikings. The legends of the Vikings from the. I'll look some of that up. I've got it on my history, I think. I'll see if I can find. There's some audiobooks that talk about it as well.
Well, until then, how did you come up with the idea of a vortex?
Yeah, so I drew my own model, like I said, because I think I use all the knowledge that I have, right, with spirituality. I don't know. I just, like I said, I use all the. I found out that I don't know, bro. I can't really tell y'all. I just know that I draw my own thing. I just know that it's time that I just be waking up, and I just felt like I had to go. I gotta go to Walmart. I gotta go to, I gotta get me certain things, and I just be, and I just draw.
So you drew it, and that's enough for you, I guess.
Yes, sir. With my drawing, they come from what my senses confirm, right? From the knowledge, from my knowledge, right? My research and everything.
Okay, so Rosette, I'm sending you a DM. This is a video.
All right.
Mount Meru at the real North Pole. King Arthur and the Giants. Mercator talks about a lot of things. And then there's one more video I saw. I'll also put this in the voice text so everyone else can see it. Oh, I see your drawing. I see your drawing. Awesome. Hold on. Let me go back a second. Let me put this link so people don't think I'm talking outside of my neck. I did see information. So that's interesting what you're talking about, because this might connect some of the dots for you. Because a lot of what we do, what you're talking about, if you're drawing things, you're trying to like make something that works for you to get your head wrapped around it. It might have some partial facts, but some of it is speculation because obviously we don't know everything, right? So I think that's a good.
When I'm looking at the link that you sent me, right? Even before I even look at, I'm just looking at the map. The map itself to me is the same thing as what I have, because what I have is like a side view, right? That's like a side view. But if you look at it from the top, if you look at it from the top, it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so these are little clues that we can get by looking at. So maybe you can connect some of these old legends to what you're speculating about and try to connect some dots. So let's see, Rosset.
I've seen that map with the 4 islands around that thing at the center, and I just noticed that there are mountains in a complete circle around the entire thing.
Yeah, that's what they say there is. That's what all the Norse sailors, they went up there, they said there's a freaking ring of mountains around this swirling vortex with 18 inlets that all suck into the center with a magnetic mountain. And they even give the size, the circumference of that.
Well, my thing, I think there is, I think a lot of that, the things that you guys are sending me, right, is similar to what makes me, right, create this, because what I create right here is like a 3-dimensional way of looking at it, right, of looking at the whole cosmos, not just like the Earth, right? Because that's what I don't know if you guys remember earlier when I said that I think a misconception about like a lot of people not realizing like the Earth is flat, or what created the confusion about the Earth is flat is not clarified that we're talking about the surface here, So the universe is not just about the surface, or the cosmos is not just about the surface, right? But they're talking about the cosmos as if they're just talking about the surface. That's what created the confusion, or that's what losing a lot of people.
So Rosset, so what we do here, I don't know if you've been listening into the live stream at all, besides being on the server. Have you listened?
Yeah, say that again.
Like in the past, have you done the 24 Flat Earth 24 live stream?
No, this is my first time.
Oh shoot! Wow, that's outrageous. We have a 24-hour. You're actually on the 24-hour live stream on YouTube right now. This live stream is live on 2 different YouTube channels. So what we talk about here, the 3 positive claims that the globe Earth makes is what we ask people that come that believe in the globe. We ask for these particular proofs. The first one being a historical measurement of curvature, detection of axial rotation, and that gas pressure can exist without a container, because they tell us that we have gas pressure here, right? They tell us that we're next to a vacuum and that it has no container. So we asked them to show us proof of gas pressure without a container, because that's what they would have to provide. So that's kind of where we go here. Excuse me. But, speculation is okay. In my point, in my opinion, but it needs to be specified that it is speculation, so that we don't mix it with actual facts, because there are measurable, repeatable, things that we've done, observations that's empirical fact. So we try to keep those separate, philosophy and fact, but there's nothing wrong with speculation.
All right, so I agree, 100%, and I'm not trying to mix both of them neither.
Yeah. So since you are new, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but since you are new, let me just ask you these questions. There's no right or wrong answer, nothing like that. Just so you know, it sounds like you're a flat earth to me. No. So let me just ask you, do you know of anyone that has ever measured the curvature of Earth? And
But
how?
I don't think there is any curvature, so I wouldn't even look into that.
No, I'm saying, did anyone else measure it to get a standard of measurement for a drop over distance, which is required on a sphere? So did anybody? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know? That's an honest answer. No one else here knows either. So how about axial rotation? Did anybody detect axial rotation of Earth spinning on its axis? Has anyone measured that?
I don't know. I don't really know.
That's an honest answer, man. No one else has either. So then the third one, which we discussed a little bit more in depth, is gas pressure. Is it possible to provide a practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No, sir. I don't know about none of that.
Right. Why is that? Because if you went to the tire shop and said, I want the air pressure around the wheel, but no tire, they'd look at you kind of funny, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it must be crazy.
So they'd probably be calling this psych emergency team. Because, see, the thing is, that's so funny, because if you can go to a tire shop like that and they're going to look at you crazy, that's because everybody knows the laws of gas pressure. Everybody knows that you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's just objectively true. But the Globers will sit here and fight and say it's gases containing gases, which they don't have any evidence of. It's just all in their mind, saying gravity is causing gases at a certain mass. I even had my own brother talking to me that after I flat smacked him, he's still going into the psychosis of the globe. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah, so we was talking about a vortex earlier, right? You guys sending me
I actually have some follow-up questions for those 3 points. Have you heard the names Mark Sargent or maybe Nathan Oakley? Like, have you been looking into flat Earth at all before this?
Yeah, but I heard Bro Sanchez been going at Mark Sargent, but I don't really know who he is.
Eric Dubay, you've never watched 200 Proofs, Earth is Not a Globe?
Nah.
Really? So where have you done your research on this? Like, has it been on the internet?
You see, have I been on the internet?
No, yeah. As far as flat Earth is concerned, how did you find out about it? On the internet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're just kind of curious, like what you looked at.
Well, what made me come out and really can say, all right, can be comfortable saying it is because I see is on the internet. People always realize that it's flat. So I if I hear somebody talking about it, I could agree with, I could reasoning with them.
Right. So it sounds like you may be using your own senses instead of listening to what people say.
Yeah, but I was just curious as to who is coming out and saying that the Earth is flat. Like, who is realizing it that's making you think, oh yeah, it is flat. That's what I'm kind of wondering right now.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the internet making me realizing that people seeing it is flat also, and they're talking about it. So I heard it, and I hear them, and I see them. So I could go and talk with them, cause I'm on the same thing. They're not the internet or the people didn't make me realize that. It's just like it's a whole bunch of shit that I have personally I could talk to, but people is not into that. And when I see people that's into that, I could say, oh, you into that too, or we'll talk about it. But that person didn't make me realize that. I always knew it.
That's pretty cool. I think you may have found the right place here. I really do. We have a lot of information that is just going to blow your mind.
Right.
About what this place actually is. And we have hundreds of people on this server that come on here on a daily basis that are teachers fundamentally and have learned really valuable information on not only about the earthly realm we exist in now, but actually how to go out and check it yourself. And it's not even that hard. You just take the Earth Curve calculator chart with you. You go out to a beach with your binoculars. You look across 5 miles across the bay. Then zoom in to the water line on the far side of 5 miles. And I bet you any money you can see 2 and 3 foot waves breaking on that 5 foot shore, that 5 mile away shore. If that's the case, 5 miles should be 16 feet below the curvature. So 2 foot, 3 foot waves. How could you see a 3 foot wave behind a 16 foot wall? Yeah, that's what I thought. So see what I mean, Rossette?
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, so you just got to do that yourself. Like if you live near water, take that Earth Curve calculator or write it out, like look at it and write it out on a piece of paper yourself and just take that along with you somewhere where you can see far away. Maybe with a zoom camera or binoculars or whatever, and go check it yourself. And you'll find we have found no curvature over the surface of water, and the ball would require the surface of water to be convex. There's no way around that. So
I agree with you 100%. I think that because you loud, so I'm pretty sure that there is other people listening. So there is people that believe in curvature. So I'm pretty sure that would help them.
Well, the problem is getting them to even want to look at it. They're more likely to try to fight us, to try to basically to support their belief system, because like I mentioned in the 3 points I just went over, curvature, rotation, and the gas pressure, they have no empirical evidence that can prove any of their positive claims. And because they're claiming that we are experiencing things that are counter to our own senses and observations, therefore they have the burden of proof. We didn't make the claim of the shape of the earth. They did. We're only asking for their proof of this, and no one has been able to provide it.
I think, me personally, I think the globe speak more than just the earth. They want us to focus on the globe being just the earth. But I think the earth itself, I think the globe is itself, the philosophy, the idea of the globe itself speak more than just the earth.
Yeah, like it's lip service. Like they can talk about it all day long, and they can have all these facts and figures, but it doesn't line up with reality. Therefore, it cannot be true. So they have a real big problem having to be the ones that have all the answers to everything they need to provide all the proofs and evidences of everything they claim. Otherwise, they have to drop it.
Well,
If
I
they
mean,
don't, uh-huh.
Neil deGrasse Tyson even says himself, doesn't he? What is gravity? I don't know. You know, he can't answer that one.
Yeah, they can't.
What it is, I don't know.
Damn, I had that.
I like that. How we like pause.
That's the thing. That's the thing, right? That's why I said that there is a big deception that I don't know why people is not saying that. It's not seeing that sometimes they speak of the globe, that they give it to you in a three-dimensional aspect, and there is time they give it to you in a one-dimensional aspect, or even two-dimensional aspect. So, yes, the globe, the Earth is not a globe, right? But that's not what they're saying. That's not them. The globe itself. That's not describing the Earth being a globe. The globe not because the Earth is the center. Is the Earth is the surface. That's the flat. If you're looking at the globe, if you're digging into the globe, you cannot bring all the same tools that you bring for the Earth, because the Earth is one aspect in the globe. The Earth will be inside the Earth will be inside the globe. They don't put it like that, but that's what they're saying.
Yeah. It's actually like if someone writes a book, a really nice, big, long, 500-page book about, let's say, a steamship. It doesn't matter. It could be about anything. But let's just say they wrote a big, long book that's very detailed with all the details of this big steamship. But then somebody has like a dinghy somewhere, a rowboat. They can't say that the rowboat is anything like the steamship, because the rowboat is something that's real, sitting on the water. Someone can actually physically get in the rowboat and row it. But in the book, no one can get in the steamship and sail it or stoke the fires of the boiler. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like that. So the globe is a book, but the Earth is something else completely different. And they're trying to say that what's in the book is what is in reality. And we're saying, no, it isn't. Here's why.
The globe is for educational purposes, right?
Yes, sir.
It's really funny. It gets to the position of the ludicrous and like hysterically funny, hilarious. What they're trying to say.
I almost feel like the core of the Earth should be added to the 3 points, right? Like, have they proven that there's a core of the Earth? Is there a center of this place?
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. I've heard people add that. I think that was probably you that maybe I heard that from.
No, I couldn't have been me. I think I have heard that on it's probably a Nathan Oakley thing on his show.
I heard somebody do that here. I heard somebody asking that here. Instead of, like, you could replace one of the 3 points with another one like that, and it really works just as well.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that comes right down to the curvature question, and basically.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too.
Yeah, that's true. The reason I like curvature, because we're on the surface, and if I can put it in layman terms, because that this curvature from our perspective, or any kind of perspective on the surface, you can only kind of measure it from a drop over a certain distance. So that's why I like to kind of go there, because when you say drop over distance, that's a real thing, you know, and that's kind of a simplistic way of thinking about it.
Yeah, but you can't have drop over distance if the horizon is always moving.
Right.
Well, that's a point. But if you have two solid objects that you know that are firmly planted, there's kind of no way of getting around that.
Well, I've heard
I like that.
mental gymnastics, so you know,
Yeah,
try to throw refraction in there.
Yeah. Then what they're saying is you're not seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Neither are any of the navigators. They're not seeing those lighthouses at 100 miles away. Oh no, it's being lifted up. It's an apparition.
You know, if they were seeing a lighthouse that far away, wouldn't the light be pointing up?
Exactly. Exactly. That's another good point. And if you can see that lighthouse's light on the water on a nice, smooth, on a calm night, shining all the way across the water to your location.
Yeah, you would see them like the stars, kind of.
You would never see that, because if it was curved, that light could not travel all the way across a curved surface of water. It would stop.
That's what, remember, who said something about the core of the earth? Somebody said something about the core of the earth.
How would you have they ever proven that there was a core of the earth? Have they ever gotten there? That's
when I say that there is a big deception, because they're not saying a lot of people don't realize that they show the earth in different dimensions, but at the same time also trying to describe it in one dimension.
Yeah, but Rossett, did you know that they've only dug down in all of history 7.8 miles? That's it.
Yeah.
So the radius is supposed to be 3,959 miles. So they got 3,000 miles.
But now you're talking real shit against like fake shit now, because the globe don't have nothing to do with with digging in the earth, like just like it don't really have nothing with with the waters. So the earth, the globe is its own thing.
You know, to be fair, they do have a lot to do to prove that it's a globe, but we have a lot to do to understand what this place is too, right? Like, we have no idea what's down there either.
Yeah. That's true.
Well, the conversation was always globe versus no globe, right? And so globe loss, and now here we are. Of course, we have lots of questions. That's why it's funny to hear Nathan say, "Oh, you have questions now," because that's really where we end up.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
It's just fair, I think.
So I got a question for you guys, because we talk about the earth a lot, right? So what do you guys think the sky is?
What do we think the sky is?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I have no clue. I don't know.
Is it flat? Is it flat also?
Oh, is the sky flat? Yeah, I wouldn't know how to even go about proving anything like that. I can't go up there.
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
No more questions.
Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, so what the sky is something completely fantastic and undefinable and unverifiable. Nobody knows what.
My favorite description of the sky is a clock. That's my favorite description.
Sky clock.
So it's kind of shaped like it's kind of shaped like the clock we see today, or not?
No. I'm not saying
look up at the stars, man.
like
Ursa Major.
Say that again.
Right. I'm not saying that it's shaped like a clock. I'm saying that it is clockwork. You know what I mean?
Right. So if it's clockwise,
it is clockwork.
Clockwise, clock-like. Nah, I'm playing with you guys. I understand what you're saying.
Clock-like. Yes, it's clock-like. Exactly. It is like a clock. It's a calendar. It's a calendar, a clock, a day. It's a
cylinder.
No, I don't. I wouldn't try to assign a shape at all because we don't know. I mean, my Bible says the Creator created a dome that separated the waters above and the waters below. That's what my Bible says.
So are you like a selective believer?
Pardon?
Are you like a selective believer?
No, I'm a creationist.
I dig that.
Yes.
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
Oh, I dig that. I fuck with design too.
You know, some of those are recordings that people are playing. Do you know that,
Who's
Rossa?
doing that? Is that Creation Bear?
I don't know, but they're really good. The timing, the timing has been.
He's gotten pretty good at that. I've been here a while.
No, it's impeccable. Like awesome timing, Creation Bear.
Thanks, guys. Send me suggestions if you have any. I'm always adding suggestions.
Yeah, like silly sound effects are freaking great at the right time, stuff like that. Wah, wah, wah. Those are great.
Yeah.
From me?
When
Yeah, fun. It sounds great out here. Everybody out here that can hear it from my end thinks it's brilliant. Well done with the sound effects.
Old dude, do you have people listening with you?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do.
Cool.
Like a fireside chat or something, eh?
Shall we say other members of the community?
I love it.
Think older generations who were once influential people in the world we know.
Yeah.
Old dude's got old friends.
We should also have the Benny Hill theme for when people stop spiraling.
Hey, Ariel, that's a good idea. I know.
Hey, I'm gonna let your brothers go, man. Thanks for having me, man. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
come on back anytime, Ross. Yeah. We'll see you later.
Peace.
I enjoyed your conversation with us.
Yeah, I always enjoy that honesty.
Yes. Think of this. Most people that I meet, and I'm usually good at getting people to start talking. I just talk to anyone. They're so scared of voicing their own opinion. And if they're not too scared to voice their own opinions, you know, they have like these weird little opinions that are, oh, well, you know, that's what I think. I don't know. It's like they apologize for even having a kind of an opinion.
Yeah, it's terrible.
And when you come here to have people, it's so refreshing.
Well, to be fair, I do think some opinions might be dangerous in some places.
And I just find that people are reluctant even. I mean, we are discussing big things here. I mean, religion nowadays, people just don't want to make their opinion known.
I know. They're so afraid of being wrong because they've listened to these authority without any just a blind following of this. So they've basically put themselves into this subjective role of like, oh, my opinions are good enough. I'm not a scientist. Like, I don't have those credentials.
Or they have hallmark opinions. That's what I call them.
You know, now that I think about it, Christianity and other religions that have that that's with the books that say that the Earth is flat. If you think that the Earth is a ball, that is a religion, right? If you still have faith in those books that say the Earth is flat, but you think the Earth is a ball, you're still in a religion either way.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point.
I would call it a cult, not a religion. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're still having faith in something that's going against what people are saying the Earth is. I think
maybe it's a level of wackiness of the actual belief that you're holding. Like there is a level, some people are believing some really wacky stuff, and the globe is one of them. It's just cockamamie. It's just like, it's as if somebody actually got the story from the literal village idiot and asked him his impressions about what Earth is.
Sorry. I have seen that quote where it's the village idiot is a genius in other towns or something like that.
That could be. Right. Being the jester, I could agree with that, possibly.
And I love when people say, like, yeah, I'm not a scientist. I don't have the credentials. Why don't you ask the scientists? Well, okay, so you're saying we should ask NASA to ask if NASA is lying? That'd be like asking, in order to see what the Nazis are up to, and we're going to ask for the Nazis' bookkeeping to see if they're, to see what they think. Let's ask Hitler what he thinks about the Nazis.
You came here to tell us to go talk to someone else.
I'm going to call that the fox in the hen house logical fallacy. Ask the fox. What happened to all those eggs and chickens? Where'd the chickens go? The fox? Let's ask the fox. No, man. I never went in that chicken. I never went in that chicken shack. I promise you.
No. I don't know. He's not. He would never lie like that. He would say, "I'm not sure who did it, but we're going to start an investigation, an internal investigation. We're going to come up with a special committee to investigate this henhouse massacre." So.
Yeah, and then the fox comes up a little bit later on Thursday. The fox appears and says, "Hey, man, remember that conversation we were having about the chickens and the hen house and shit? Do you got 50 cents that you can donate towards the investigation?"
Yeah, and after that's concluded, they're like, well, it turns out there were no foxes involved. It turns out that the chickens were trying to steal from the other chickens. So all chickens should be on the lookout for their fellow chickens.
It was a chicken shack massacre.
That got me thinking. That makes me think that with the argument for refraction and things like that with the horizon, all globers should be saying, don't ask me about that, ask NASA, right?
No.
That's who's showing them that it's a ball, right? Like, I can't explain that. Go ask them.
Yeah. So why are they trying to explain it when they have experts that should have already explained it? Send them up. Then you don't have to put yourself in the firing line. Firing line here, globers. Like, since you do have these experts that are so great at sending helicopters with no maintenance to Mars,
they're so good
and no atmosphere, but forget about that. Yeah,
all those explosions happening before they leave the ground, they're so good at it.
Somebody said earlier that finding these things out, finding out that we don't live on a spinning ball, he said it was liberating. And it is. That's what it is. It liberates you. That's how I feel.
Yes, I agree, Ariel.
It's empowering, isn't it? Truth. And knowledge. Mm-hmm. Because it is. It's empirical. It's not. Somebody said to me earlier today that I am being brainwashed and that it's a cult. So
well, to be honest, I believe that's one of the definitions of a cult. Well, especially that one, the globe cult, is that they have to call other people a cult. They seem to have this transference ability to transfer what they're doing onto other people.
Funny thing is, when I started explaining how it's absolutely not, it's thing from, because it's inquiring minds puzzling over something, that is held as the ultimate truth, and we have found like inconsistencies. We are looking for answers, Then when you start explaining to them how it's not a cult, then they're not interested, because they've also made up their mind that you are being bamboozled. They're not really interested in your explanation.
Right. It's almost
why
like
they call it. It's why they call it popular culture. Pop culture is literally the cult belief in what is or is not popular. It is a cult belief.
yeah.
And everyone's like, oh.
Awesome. So it's the cult of popularity. Wow, that's an interesting take. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I said, we were all once believers, and we now stand apart as a group, and we demand answers. We are entitled to question. We want to know. So what is wrong with that? How is that a belief system or a cult? It's just...
How dare you question our masters? Our masters love us and they take care of us. How dare you?
How dare you? How dare you?
That's exactly what it is. It's like all just comes down.
When I was young, I decided to turn away from all religion and faith and belief and all that. And believe me, I was born into a faithful religious family. But I turned away from it all because I couldn't get why people had faith, blind faith, that it was all good and we were here for a purpose. I just didn't get it. But when I realised about flat Earth, when it finally clicked, I got it. We don't need blind faith. It's right in front of us. So yeah, that's how it works for me. I've got hard evidence that it's all real and we're here for a purpose. Come at me.
That whole realization struck me so hard. It actually makes me emotional just thinking about it.
Yeah, me too. I'm kind of glad I was in shock.
It should. That means it's real. That means that you feel it. This is a reality. I think we all cried, or at least had an emotional reaction when we realized that Santa Claus is not real, and that we had been sort of deceived by whomever, right? Feeling it makes it all the more real.
Bro, did you cry about that?
I have.
I had to pull over. I was driving when it happened.
No.
My parents never lied to me.
Your parents never lied to you? That's great, man.
No.
My parents treated Santa as pretty much like oh yeah, whatever, Santa's coming tomorrow, I guess. So it was like, is he not?
You know what's funny about that? Honestly, I really didn't care what they told me about Santa Claus. I was going to find out about it myself, and I ended up doing just that. I found out myself. I found the freaking presents under their bed.
That's what happened in our house. My brother went in my mom's cupboard, which was like loud, and then he called us over and he said, "Look, there's no Santa." But I think we sort of knew already.
Yeah, parents probably have it difficult these days because kids have cameras that they probably have access to. They could just set up the night before.
Motion detection.
Hey, guess what? The other night, just this little side note, I had my brother visiting me from LA, and we were watching on my TV and on my YouTube channel, and someone was operating a mouse and clicking on stuff. My TV does not have a mouse attached to it. So I unplugged it really quick. I had to change my password. So someone was hacking my TV through my Wi-Fi through my brother's phone.
Scary.
I never saw such a thing. Just freaked me out.
There are bots, and this is just my experience based on what you just said. There are bots in like video games, like for example, RuneScape. I don't know if you've heard of that game, but there is a bot where that will take control of your mouse and click things for you to level you up.
Wow.
But I mean, a TV doing that? I don't know about that, man.
Yeah, my TV doesn't. I don't have a mouse attached to my TV.
Yeah, but if people are casting stuff from their phones onto their TV, that's also dodgy.
I would get rid of the TV. I would never use that thing again.
No, I unplug it.
You just unplug it when you're done watching something?
Yeah. It stays.
That might be good enough. I don't know.
It stays unplugged. But the problem is, if I want to plug it in, I have to, like, if I want to watch something even from like a DVD player, it has to be plugged in, and there's no way to turn the Wi-Fi off to the TV. So.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. These TVs these days are pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have hardline switches on all my stuff, so when it's off completely. But I don't know if that matters, you know. Anyway, I didn't mean to sidetrack the conversation. I know it's off topic, basically. But.
No, it's fine. There's nobody here to talk about new things, I don't think. Fuzzy, you're lagging.
He roboted, but I think the translation is... wait a minute. No, never mind. I won't speculate on what the translation.
Wow, I was going to say, you speak lag?
No, yeah, I do actually. Some people you're able to understand because they have a cadence that goes and works still. The things you never thought you would learn, you learned on Flat Earth Discord.
I have to say, I'm nobody special. I don't believe that the universe is like sending out like, you know, a message to me or whatever. But I just find so many that like how did this knowledge come to me? It's like I still sit here and try and think, you know, a year previously, and I would never have been here. You know, chances are I never would have had this knowledge.
I know. Think about that too.
And I'm really grateful for it. I think it's something that you should be grateful for.
I'm grateful for it. I want to move forward, you know. I want to know all these. There's so many questions now.
You know, I have this. Well, I do. I can daydream, but I had this wacky idea the other day that there's going to be this big expose because my heart really wants that. You know, I want these people to be exposed. I want them to be shamed. You know, I want them to be brought to light.
They deserve to be.
So I have these weird thoughts occurring, like, you know, how can that be engineered so that everything becomes revealed? Because this is really a battle, you know. It is a battle.
It is
between the forces of good and evil.
I told my brother, there's a spiritual battle going on, and you will have to take a stand. You will have to decide which side you're going to be on. There's going to be no middle ground here.
No, the point, there'll never be, it's all going to be middle ground. There's never going to be a clear, decisive right or wrong. We're never going to know the names of the real people in charge.
Well,
There are
that's
too
true.
many layers between us and them. That there are too many fall guys to take the blame for whatever lies they've shielded themselves.
Well, then, so the struggle really is within ourselves at each individual level, which is the only thing we have any control over anyway. So, what I'm talking about choosing sides within myself, I have to make the choice. I have to decide which side am I going to be on.
Right, and to that point, if there are places on this earth that we're not even allowed to go to, there could easily be people there that we don't even know about.
I believe that. I truly do believe that. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, if they have nothing to hide, then why keep it a secret?
Well, it's not that it's a secret out in the open, it's that it's protected, right? That's what they say it is. These are protected areas that you're not allowed to go to. We just figured out that it's a secret.
I was just that sure. I was thinking about all the other things that they actually are keeping secret.
Okay, so what about the bird expedition?
But you're right. I hear you.
So what about the bird expedition and all his expedition notes? Didn't I read somewhere recently that those notes have been reclassified? They were supposed to be made available to the public, and then they reclassified them secret for another 40 years.
I don't know. I don't use Bird as a proof of anything because he's a government asset. So
yes, but when he came back, he supposedly submitted, all the notes on, the various things that he saw.
Yeah.
And those notes are not available for, whatever reason. I didn't dream this, did I?
I don't think you did. But like for me, it like doesn't even matter. I wouldn't believe a word Bird said anyway, because the source can't be trusted.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
He's a hostile witness at best.
Well, yeah, he is a 33rd degree Mason. I mean, he was in the club for sure.
You know what's funny is it's not even that he's a Mason that I have a problem with, because there are lots of people who are Masons, who are even high degree Masons, who are not like part of it. They're just robots in the machine.
But so this is what these people are doing. They are appropriating tax money to go and do, whatever. And then they come back and then they say, okay, so, we didn't see anything, or, you have to have, this, what is it, clearance, because you're just a stupid member of the public. Why should we tell you?
They could have just taken the money, said they went on an expedition, and spent it on something else.
Right, it boils down to, I can't go do what that guy said he did, so how can I believe him?
Yeah, all they're really saying to you all the time, repetitively, is don't do it as we do as we say. Obey.
Isn't that a parenting problem? Is that what parents try and do? Don't do what I do what I say.
So for me, it's like a struggle. Do I just go and badger all my family? Do I just tell everybody?
I don't. My rule is, if they are sufficiently open-minded and are open to discussion about other things, then I talk to them.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
People, when they're ready to look for the truth, they'll reveal it to you. People who are looking for truth are looking for it. They're talking about it. So, and people who aren't just aren't ready yet. If they haven't started talking about it, they're not ready. And that's just my opinion. So I don't bother people. I don't try and change their mind. The only people I talk to are the people who come here or the people who approach me in life, but not people who seem to have no interest in it.
And you can't base this on how smart you think somebody is.
Right. Because the smartest people are often the dumbest.
That is so true.
The smartest people are often, the problem is you can't teach them anything. You can't tell them anything. They already know everything.
Yeah, they're not. It's not that they're just the most indoctrinated. They're book smart. They just think they have a handle on things, and yeah, it's hard to fill a cup that's already full.
You can't. They're invested in the game of naming the shadows, right?
So, yeah. So imagine if both of your parents were the teachers that are. Yeah, it's hard to fill cups that are already full.
Yeah. So like if they manage to wake up themselves, that's fine. But I'm not gonna essentially violate their space. If they're not ready for it, then they're not gonna look for it. If they're looking for it, they're ready for it.
Exactly. He keeps sending me stuff about how the stars would work in the north and southern hemispheres. I'm like, you're not looking for the right. You're not asking the right questions, right? It's not about reproving what they're. It's looking into the alternative as opposed to proving the positive.
All right. Well, I have an example. Maybe, how would you guys respond to someone if they'd never talked about flat Earth before, and they came to you and they said, "Look at how dumb this flat Earther is," and they posted something about flat Earth? What would you say to that person?
I would probably not say anything to them.
They're just not ready for it, right?
They're not ready for it.
Yeah, they're not. Maybe not. But I would ask, well, what specifically is wrong about it?
Right. Be a little
what's so dumb about
inquirious
it?
about it.
Yeah, you can always ask questions. Like generally, they will bring you flat Earth Society stuff, and you'll be like, no, I don't know about this. This is weird.
Yeah.
Well, at this point, I would just say, like, probably sarcastic, like, yeah, and Oswald shot JFK. I don't know.
Well,
so you would take their side about it?
The people who are getting angry and saying, "Look how dumb they are," they're actually closer to starting to look for the truth than the people who are asleep. Because why would they get angry otherwise?
Right, they care.
Because it does bother them. Because there is something about it that does make sense that they don't like. Because it does speak to a common sense reality perception of the world
Not
ignoring.
necessarily, I don't think, right? I mean, it could just be that they've taken an interest in the subject, and if they care about it, they will look into it and find that it's not true.
Yeah, but why have they taken an interest in it?
Because in some way
they recognize that there is something that must be defended. Why? If it's just so obvious, why have they recognized that there's a need to defend it?
Well, we defend that the horizon is flat, right? Even when they say it's not.
Well, yeah, but that's like downstream, though. We're already in the argument by then. They approach the argument. The fact that someone even approaches the argument means that it's already past that border in their mind where now it's okay to talk about.
Yeah,
once it gets past that point where it's okay to talk about this, it's okay to argue about this, it's too late for them. They're all going to come over one day. Like even those goons over at Gym Pandas. They all know. They haven't accepted it yet, but they know. They're in a stage of grief.
Mm-hmm. Have you guys talked to Hams yet?
Who? Hams?
Yeah, Hams doesn't have any roles.
Steamed hams.
That's why it's always best to start these conversations with people, starting from their understanding of the globe. Don't tell me flat Earth is stupid. Tell me why you believe you're spinning on a globe. I always ask people.
And then you realize that they know nothing about.
Yeah.
Hey, exactly.
I have a technique with all the people that I've known. Is I will actually think about what seed I need to plant, so that later I can check the reeds to see how they're growing. So I'll say something.
Like what in general? What would you say? Okay.
Oh, I mean, it might be political, it might be social, it might be economic.
Mm-hmm.
I just try and tailor what I say to who I'm talking to. But like, if you hear me debate, I'm completely free form. Like, I don't do the 3 points really.
Yeah, it's kind of how I dealt with my family. I didn't want to go too hard into any subject, so I would tailor based on where they are at and how their thinking is.
Yeah, I think. Sorry.
That's fine.
Hey, you have to start from there.
I think the 3 points are fantastic for this server's purposes, right? Like, people come here expecting to figure out what Flat Earth is about, so you ask them that. That's why it's so good, but I think out in the real world, it's like, it's a little more complex.
Well, 3 points are perfect for here. Because the people who are coming here are already looking, so you can approach them that way. Otherwise, why would they click join on the 24/7 Flat Earth server?
Yes.
Well, some people come here to troll.
They think they're coming here to troll.
Right.
That's why I think I've been a troll since 1995. I know why people troll, and there are places you still avoid as a troll.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
Yeah. Yeah, anyone who comes here is either morbidly curious, which means they've already lost, or trying to defend something they can't defend, which means they've already lost.
I'd say they won at that point.
Well, yeah. I guess it all depends on your point of view, Obi-Wan. From a certain point of view.
It should literally be the first question then when they come here, right? It should literally be the first question when they come here to ask them, why are you here? Are you here to learn, debate, ask questions, just listen? Because we all know they come unprepared. Like, there's been these kids coming here, they don't even know what Coriolis is, they don't know any arguments. And situation goes shithole real fast.
Yeah,
a lot of them aren't even honest anyway in the first place. You just got to peel their eyelids back and make them stare at something like the Black Swan.
Well, it's tough because some of these kids coming in, we take for granted that I've spent 20 years looking down the rabbit hole, and then I came to Flat Earth. So some of these kids.
You cut out.
Oh, it was like, how does that? I can't even imagine if Flat Earth was your first red pill, how that would even work. What?
It has on some people.
Yeah, but I mean, it's weird but that's the weird we're in now, that the Flat Earth could be your first red pill down the rabbit hole.
It wasn't even on the radar in 2004.
Exactly. I was well down the rabbit hole
before, and I thought flat Earth was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And now here we are.
Hey, let's talk to Hams. He said he came here through the video, through the live stream link. So let's talk to him here. I'll unmute him. No, he's not muted. Oh, he doesn't have. Here, Hams, why don't you head up to VC check-in, and Roger will check you in up there, okay? And then you can talk about it. VC check-in 1. There you go. All right, he's up there.
Yeah, I think people who have been down other rabbit holes and had, discovered other truths, they are more likely to sort of pay attention when they hear somebody saying, yeah, by the way, there's something wrong with this, what's going on here. I mean, when I came here, I once encountered the Coriolis effect when I was playing Call of Duty in the single player mode. You have to take this really long shot with a sniper rifle, and you have to figure out the effect that the Coriolis effect is going to have on the bullet. And that's about as much from the Simpsons episode when they went to Australia. And as for gravity, I mean, I haven't given gravity a single thought before I ended up on this Discord. Newton, Einstein, any of the proof that you have here, I just knew that there was something extremely wrong with what I had been taught. So for months, literally, I wasn't looking for somebody to provide me with evidence of how my thought process was going. But then I came to this conclusion one morning when I was driving my car to work, and I was all by myself, and I just had this thought that I sort of said to myself, no, you are right. What you're thinking is not crazy. I actually put the car window down and I was looking up at the sky, and it was a shitty old sky full of clouds. So I'd made up my mind then by, totally by myself, that I wasn't like going crazy. And so the day I found this Discord, I wasn't looking for it. I didn't know there was a Discord. I didn't know there was a group. I didn't know there were other people. And I was actually on the Internet Archive. And for some reason, I saw a link to this Discord. I can't even remember what I was looking at. So I just completely, immediately, because I had Discord open, I just clicked on here. And if I had listened to people talking about the scientific principles, I probably would have been really intimidated if I had to think, oh wow, if I go on there, they're gonna ask me stuff, and I won't know anything, because nobody asked me, has the curvature ever been? Can you see it? Or where is it? How is it measured? None of that. I probably would have said, no, that's not somewhere that I'm going to go. I would have felt far too intimidated. So it's just my luck that I didn't have time to realize the full implication of what I was doing when I clicked to come on this server.
So I gave Hams VC verify, y'all, but he's going to listen. if he wants to jump in, ask y'all a question, what y'all are talking about. There you go. I checked them in.
But everything that I've learned since then, and it's been like a whole new world of learning has opened up. You know, it's like it's uplifting, and I actually do feel as if I want to share this with people that I care about.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this server pretty awesome too. Is when you come in, we ask, or these guys ask questions. You know, like we want answers if you have them.
To me, this place is like a really fun school, like something that was missing my whole life.
Yeah, same here, man. I feel the same.
I mean, there are some smart people on here. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the term Earth School, right? I'm an Earth student.
Yeah. It's like a journey of discovery.
Yeah, I was just now thinking back at what it was that shifted my mind into seeing it, like the 3D magic eye, right? Where you're still seeing a jumbled mess until your eyes shift, and now you see everything becomes clear. And until that moment, it's still a jumbled mess for people.
Till you focus?
It's not about well, yeah, you put your focus beyond, you look through the picture, you look past it, and that's when that effect is revealed to you. But you got to look past it.
I like that metaphor.
Yeah, I think that moment for me was like, that's when I was driving. Someone was talking about how everything had 666 in it, and once I realized that the reverse of the tilt of the Earth is 666, I was like, what? Of course they're lying. What the fuck? Oh yeah, it's just a coincidence that all of these numbers. Oh, get the fuck out of here. And then it all became clear. That's what they're lying about. It was the biggest puzzle piece, and the biggest puzzle piece just snapped into place, and everything, the whole puzzle became clear, even though they're still missing puzzle pieces, sure, but you get what the picture is about now.
In school, they say 23.4 degree angle, right? They're not going to tell you 66.6.
Yeah, right. But in space, but then they'll also then say.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring something up quickly. So, it's about the gravity thing. So I just looked it up after you gave me the explanation about like gravity being an answer for water being around the center of the Earth. And it says here, what is gravity? It says gravity is a force by which a planet or other bodies draw objects towards the center. So
it's not a force. Your scientists say it's not a force.
I'm reading it off like a space-based NASA website now.
Can't barely hear you, bro.
I'm reading it off a space-based NASA website.
Does that change the fact that
this is like the description
by Einstein?
So you're asking the fox if he raided the hen house?
No, I'm asking, doesn't this explain that?
You're still asking the fox if it explains.
Yeah,
if the fox's explanation checks out, sure.
What are you asking us to explain there?
No, so I talked to the guy before I joined and asked him about the war explanation that you're having with that guy. I forgot his name. The guy that you spoke to just before. About the water and why it orbits. Why it's around the rock of the center of the Earth, right? Hello?
Are you talking to me?
I don't know, the guy that just asked. I don't know who's speaking.
Yeah, I just asked, what are you asking us to explain?
So I'm just trying to like relate it back to the discussion you guys had before about the water thing with the guy that previously spoke.
Right. What about the water?
So I'm just saying, doesn't gravity explain why the water goes around the center of the Earth, like the rock, which is like the center?
If you're gonna use gravity, do you understand what gravity is?
Yeah, that's why I read it off this website, this NASA website. I said it says gravity is the force by which planets or other objects
That's
or other
wrong.
bodies.
So you're reading something that is incorrect.
Yeah. So Hams. Whatever you're saying, NASA is claiming in that document you're reading. Can they explain why there's no measurement of curvature? Can you provide us a direct measurement of curvature? Who measured curvature in history?
Who measured curvature? I don't really understand the question.
I'm asking you, do you know of anyone that has made a direct measurement of Earth's curvature?
I don't know.
Yeah,
So what is there to explain then?
There is. It's not curved. So Hams, I'm sorry. If a surface of something is not curving in any direction, what is it?
If a surface of something is not curving, I don't really understand the question. So if a surface of something is not
curving. If a surface of something is not curving in any direction, what is it?
I don't know.
Describe okay, hold on. Describe the surface of something for me that is not curving in any direction.
Can you just like simplify what you're answering me? Because I don't really understand.
Like a kitchen table.
Yeah. My table. My kitchen table right here in front of me is not curving in any direction. What is the condition of the surface of my table if it's not curving in any direction?
Are you saying like the surface of the table is smooth and flat? Why is it not curving?
That's exactly correct. If it's not curving in any direction, the surface is flat.
It's a very simple question.
Okay. Yeah, I'm following now. I didn't understand the description you was given before there.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get to you is they told us that the surface of Earth is convex with a radius of a sphere of 3,959 miles. We went out and checked this for ourselves over distances, over water, and also infrared photography, long distances. And we found the curvature of Earth is non-existent, non-verifiable, it's unobservable, and we test every observation that the Earth is not curving in any direction.
In essence, if the Earth is not curving, gravity doesn't work because it uses a curved ball in its spaces. But you were talking about gravity earlier, and you didn't really quite understand it, so you Googled up some NASA document that's 106 years out of date because it talks about gravity as if it's Newtonian gravity. That's the big issue here.
I literally just Googled what is gravity. This is the first link.
Yeah, I know. NASA gives you all sorts of bullshit. So,
wait, guys, we've been in this server for how many years now, and no one thought to just Google what gravity was?
Well, if you keep Googling gravity, you'll find out that if you keep Googling gravity, you'll find out that gravity hasn't been a force since Newton. When Einstein came up with his general theory of relativity, it stopped being a force. It's not a force.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
What's interesting is that the Wikipedia article is actually better than the NASA article. There you go. And it goes into how it's not a force anymore, that it's a consequence. So it's a measured seen effect, but it's not a cause of anything. In Newtonian physics, gravity is a cause. In Einsteinian physics, it's an effect. So they're at opposite ends of discovery.
Yeah, there's many differences between the two, so the two are not compatible.
Well, they use two different geometries.
I literally just... So, like, they're given... So I just... The first thing that I just searched, and that was the link that I got.
Yeah.
So
well, that's what
giving...
that's what they teach in school. But once you get into, like, university, like your first year, they're like, okay, you need to throw out what we taught you in school. Now it's time to learn the real physics.
Right. So Hams, are you by chance in the live stream voice text? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, the stuff you're linking. I haven't opened up anything. There's a lot of stuff.
Okay, at 41 minutes after the hour, I put several citations about relativity. You might want to check that. I also sent it to your private message.
Yeah, I'm
so
seeing it now.
You can look at those. Top scientists, they're saying it's not a force, including the Royal Astronomical Association Society, whatever.
Did someone just play?
Yeah, the thing is, I don't really understand why, like, there would be this conspiracy, you know, for like.
Doesn't really matter.
Why would they lie?
This
You hear this every
round.
day.
Hey, why would they lie?
See, it doesn't really.
You guys might hear it every day, but to me, it's like, wow.
Do you know what appeal to motivation is?
Pardon?
Do you know what an appeal to motivation is?
Appeal to motivation.
Yeah. It's a logical fallacy where you say something has to be impossible. Essentially, something couldn't have happened because you don't know the motivations for it.
But are you really sitting here saying...
I agree that it's possible.
But are you saying you can't think of a single reason why the government would lie? You can't think of a reason why a government would lie to people?
I'm not saying why the government would lie. I'm saying why everyone.
NASA is a government organization.
Well, let me put it in
government organization.
I don't think the government.
Let me put it in perspective. Let me put it in perspective for you, Ham.
Yeah.
Let me put it in perspective.
But they would keep a peace treaty in Antarctica to save the penguins.
Well,
but they might blow each other up with nuclear weapons.
All right, let me
one treaty.
Hold on.
Let me put it in perspective. Put it in perspective.
So, do you know how old are you, Hams?
I'm 26.
26. Okay, so you kind of remember the Iraq War starting in 2002.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was definitely false. I definitely know that was false.
Right. So you had 12
the basis to why they did it.
Right.
But
the basis
I feel like
why
that's
they did
different
it
because
turns out to
that
be a
was
total
America.
lie.
Yeah, I feel like they were after
You're
oil and different things.
Yep.
But I think when we talk about like the globe thing, I think it's
what
every
I mean.
country, you know?
I think everyone recognizes that the weapons of mass destruction was a lie, and we all know it was.
Yeah, definitely.
Question is, were all 3 million U.S. and Allied soldiers in on it?
No, they. I don't think even the civilians were in on it. Like nobody knew about it, other than those who critically like analyzed.
Do you know how many people the information went through before it was declared? Before war was declared, this will blow your mind.
And also keep in context with
12
COVID
people. 12 presently. Hold on. 12 people started a war that lasted almost 20 years.
Wait, how do you know that? How did you get that figure?
Because during the Senate hearings and everything, it all comes out. It went from guy A to guy B to guy C to guy D up into the Defense Department. It went at the top of the Defense Department and directly to the president. That's 12 people. 12 people maximum.
Yeah, but I think... Yeah, but just as you're saying that 12 people knew that what was happening, I feel like more people know that it was actually a lie.
Plenty of people suspected it was a lie. Plenty, I guarantee you, a lot of people
I'm from outside America, and there's a large consensus. A lot of people know that 9/11 was an inside job and all this stuff.
Yeah, believe me, 1 in 3 people.
A lot of people know that.
All over the world,
people here do.
But you're saying all over the world, as though you're saying that as though the United Nations doesn't exist.
Yeah, but I feel like your access to information is, especially for the common person, is different to like outsider. I feel like there's less restrictions on information outside of America.
Okay, so cool. So
especially in Europe.
Show us another country that's proven the globe.
Fuzzy, I just wanted to add there that he was saying that not all the countries could be in on it together, and COVID.
Yeah, I'm trying to say the world, consensus of the world.
The United Nations.
He's already agreed. He understands that not everyone can know the agenda that's being used. Like for instance, with the Iraq War. So he should be able to accept that not everyone will know the agenda behind NASA.
Okay, but let me just make my point.
The people who are watching the TV don't know.
My point was that with this whole COVID lockdown and every country adopting the same policies,
who's playing guitar?
Yeah, stop that fucking shit. Fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
It shows that all the countries of the world can unite and adopt a single outlook on certain things. And the idea that each country is actually in opposition with other countries, there's more of a brotherhood amongst the rulers than there is amongst the ruling class and their own people.
Yeah,
so
all of the leaders of those countries are all in clubs together. Why? So they're in special secret clubs with special secret handshakes and special secret doctrines and special secret inductions. So you're not in the club, so you don't get to know.
Well, what about like some Middle Eastern countries which aren't really in relations to the West?
We call those rogue nations, and we bomb them into the Stone Age.
Well, what's ludicrous about it is that in public view, they'll be against. In public view, they'll be against, but behind closed doors, they're part of the same brotherhood, and they use the same sheikhs. And they agree with them. It doesn't matter whether you're Chinese,
for example, Syria.
Jew,
let's just use Syria, for example,
Syria is considered a rogue nation
right now.
Syria is considered a rogue nation because Syria did not adopt the International Central Bank.
Yeah, but even Syria has a club of Freemasons and Freemasons working within that country, which are in all the countries. So they still have an in there, even if they don't control the whole country yet.
I mean, they're just peripheral groups. But like look at Gaddafi. What happened to Gaddafi? He created his own money system, and then they sodomized him on television and killed him. And France didn't try and stop it. England didn't try and stop it.
I don't think an idea of the Earth being round is messing with money. Like, what money does that mess with?
Is it? Let me ask you something. Let's say you had a big plantation. You had a plantation that was 1,000 miles in every direction. You had the world's largest plantation. And everyone who grew up on it, you told them the end of the plantation, that's it. It's just death outside there. You can't go any further. You're going to have permanent employees, aren't you?
So wait, I don't understand where you're going there. Are you trying to say that?
So it used to be what the kings would say to the
there's
people.
There's places you can't go?
What it used to be was the kings would say, you can't sail too far or the dragons will get you. And that was to keep people from leaving. It was to keep people from leaving their kingdom.
Or the dragons will get you. That's what they used to tell you.
And then it would be, oh, you'll fall off the edge. And then it was, well, it's a globe, so there's just nowhere to go. So you might as well stay here and keep working for your fiat currency system. So yeah, there's a huge economic reasons for it.
And when you start to look into the space flight, just NASA alone are getting $60 million a day. And then there's the Israeli space group. There's the Chinese. There's the Japanese. Most countries are now starting to start their own quote-unquote space exploration companies where they start to allocate tax money that could go towards poverty or job creation or all these other things, but it goes towards this quote-unquote study of space and the search for intelligent life, because there seems to be no intelligent life here. So they're fleecing. Each country is using this as a little nest egg or a little piggy bank where they get to extract money for showing CGI, basically, and they get to write off billions.
It's bigger than that, though, Hems. You got to think, when you think of the different countries as being separate, that's just like taking that big plantation and dividing it up into subdivisions of that plantation, and then calling them different things and giving them different histories, right?
Think of mafia families.
Right? Do you think the world currencies and the world banking systems are not part of the same unified structure? Like,
yes, the reserve banks.
I don't really know.
There's only about 6 or 7 countries that still don't have a reserve bank that controls their currency. And like one of the Rothschilds says, I care not who's in power, as long as I print the currency. Effectively, he controls the king. So, from a monetary aspect, that is how they've infiltrated, and they often use the IMF to sell countries loans, which they can never pay back.
Like, I really just wanted to understand how there's some global consensus to hiding a globe, and I feel like there's just too many other conspiracies.
There's not a global consensus of hiding a globe. There's a global consensus that the world is a globe because they got taught this as children, and then throughout their whole lives, through all the media has been programming them and reinforcing this belief with no proof.
Yeah, there was a time the whole world believed things that were false. Humanity hasn't changed.
You can actually look back through history, and as history progresses, we continuously find something that we consider to be ignorant because we've looked at it now with our understanding as something that just didn't make sense, but made sense to them at the time. So people are always wrong about something. Propaganda has always existed.
And yet, when they're wrong about the big things, the foundational things, they cannot expose that because everything will come crumbling.
But why do 5 people have to drive 1 point home? We never know if it's being soaked up. All you're going to do is talk for 5 minutes, bore me to death, and then he's just going to ask the same question.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Well, let's just bring it back down to measurements.
So, Hams, does this make sense that we're trying to explain to you what a global conspiracy would be? It's all connected. There are so many things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but why try and explain that to him?
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't really think you can explain that to me because it's like.
You don't think we can explain that to you, but you asked anyway?
How many? Hold on, I have a question. You kind of accept that 9/11 was.
The mindset
you kind of accept,
different countries.
Hold on. Yeah. You kind of accept that 9/11 is an inside job, right?
Yeah, because I did research into that. I found out about how the third building went down.
Do you know how many other world leaders would have to be in the know for that to work?
What do you mean?
Do you know how many other? Do you think the Prime Minister of England or the President of France didn't know more than you about that?
Yeah, but
that was cause for a 20-year war with trillions
agree.
of dollars.
So
I definitely agree. For
you
example,
already do believe in one global
France
conspiracy.
I would say it was more of a strategic ploy to kind of expand their dominion, right?
That's all this is. It's about dominion.
No, because there's opposing sides that you're saying that have the same opinion, and I think that kind of
it's
directs away from it.
You know how the mafia families are all sitting around at the table, and they're all agreeing on not rolling over to the feds. They're all agreeing that they want their empire, but on occasion, one of the families gets whacked by another family at the table. But they're all in agreement on the big point that they should be the ones in power.
Yeah, on occasion.
Even though on occasion somebody gets whacked.
Yeah, on occasion.
And on occasion they're faking it.
But you notice they all have territory. You understand, Guy? They come to the table to agree on certain things because they have territory and they share, and they share money and they share space. And they share everything they have. So the guy that's not sharing, that's who gets fucking whacked.
And then here's the other thing too, is that when it's in public opinion or public image, they have different sides, right? Like, you don't think that the Hulk Hogan and The Rock and Triple H are actually enemies. They're all putting on a show.
Yeah, they all work for the same
That's a good analogy. I
conglomerate.
like that one. I like that analogy.
The world's a stage, and we are all players, right?
Okay, back to the guy.
I think you nailed it when you said you did
to be
research.
honest.
You said you did research on 9/11, and therefore you found some questions.
Yeah.
And it's the same reason that you're here now, is that you were curious. And if there was evidence, would you want someone to tell you? Like,
Yeah,
if
we're not asking you to believe this either. We're just, you can do your own research.
What is
on
the
this and
evidence?
figure out
I
that
don't mind hearing
it is
stuff.
that way.
That's kind of why I'm here to listen.
I'm sorry, Drace. I'm sorry, Fuzzy. He literally asked him a question.
Yeah, he was.
Like, he asked him a question. Did he answer it? Are you helping him answer the question that was asked to him? Or are you just
What was the
adding
question?
on? There you go. Why stop doing that? Ask the question again, please.
Wait, the question is, do I want evidence, right? I said, yeah, I'm here to listen.
Okay, there you go. Now, are you going to give him the evidence that it's not a sphere with a radius of 3,959
But
miles?
is he going to research it? Is the question. Are you just going to hear it?
If you're giving stuff like that,
You're here right now. Yeah, just show him the black swan or something. He's looking for evidence. Show him the evidence.
I thought you guys already did. My bad.
So just to
Yeah,
contextualize.
no, he's brand new, right? He's brand new. Like, here's the thing: how long did you take?
Yeah,
how
I just
many
jumped
years
in with the
did
water
you look into
conversation.
9/11? If you looked into 9/11 for many years or months,
Probably a while ago.
right there with you.
Give him the evidence,
I know.
man.
I'm asking. I'm about to ask. What evidence do you want? Well, because we've taken years to look into this. So what
you don't
would you like?
you don't put the question. You don't let the child answer the question. You tell him why he's been lied to and how. Give him the evidence that it's not a ball, man. Or we could be here all day with children's questions.
I didn't know if I thought someone was posting it or someone was. I was just trying to make a point as to
I'd
take
rather
time.
hear
This
it
is not going to happen
and
overnight
be
per se.
explained it.
Hams, have you heard the three questions that we generally ask people when they arrive at the server?
No, I haven't heard much, man. I'll just listen to the previous guy talking.
Okay, so what's really fascinating about this subject?
Let's say this. Because even though he doesn't understand exactly what he'll be doing for the next 3 to 5 minutes, it still will lead to him needing to see the evidence. Right now,
correct.
He's going
No
to be
one's
shown
denying
that he doesn't have any. So are we going to not
Can you
give him the
explain
evidence
stuff you're
and pretty
posting
much
rather than just posting it?
Okay, so watch the live stream, and the guys will start to post some of the
okay.
reasons why we have come to this epiphany or this realization of this deception. So when you come to a topic like this, you generally think you know something, and you can never convince a man of truth if he already thinks he knows the answer. So there has to be a level of sort of coming into this saying, okay, right, let's take it a blank slate. Let's take a clear board.
I'm listening. I don't
look
have...
at this really honestly.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro.
All right, so there's 3 points that we normally ask people. I'll just mention them quickly. The first one is, who measured the curvature of the Earth and how was it done? And measurement is like running a tape measure next to your foot. It's not calculating based on your height what the size of your foot is through a calculation and doing paper sums. It's about a measurement. So that's the first point. The second point is about who can prove that there's actually axial rotation of this place, because we're told that day and night is basically generated by us spinning and the sun and moon stay stationary, but we see them moving in the sky. So who's proven that there is axial rotation? And then the third point is, we're told that we've got this high pressure atmosphere that coexists next to the infinite space of vacuum, or the infinite vacuum of space. So effectively, on those 3 points, we would start, and you can answer I don't know. That's a completely fine question. Or you can tell us the exact
I'm kind of thinking about the first thing you brought up. You said like who measured the Earth spinning, but then couldn't somebody just say who measured the Earth? Period. Like from even if it was flat, did somebody measure it from the left or right? You know, I don't think that's ever been done.
Same question. Yes.
The first
quick answer is
question.
yes.
The first question is actual measured curvature. So who has measured that after so many miles the land dropped by so much because there's inherent curvature in the surface that I'm traveling on?
I don't know. Are you trying to say nobody's done it? I don't know of anyone that's done it, but are you saying that no one's ever done it? Is that the position you're holding?
Okay, so these are three fundamental tenets to this religion. It has to be curved for it to be a ball. It has to spin, and it has to coexist next to space. So for these three things to not have an answer off the top of your head is no problem. It's not a gotcha at all. It's more about, isn't it interesting that you believe there is curvature, but you don't know offhand what that experiment was to show that there was curvature?
I'm not educated to explain what I believe about something I haven't studied. But I'm just asking, the first point you made is there like people who claim to have measured the Earth's rotation? I don't know. Is that what you're saying?
There is. There's an experiment called Eratosthenes where he apparently put sticks in the sand and measured shadows, and then he determined what the radius of the Earth would be based on the shadows. So that's Eratosthenes. And then there's Al-Burundi, who also apparently measured the distance to the horizon and then calculated a radius. So those are two that they claim are correct. But like I say, those are both calculations and they were never measured. So going on to the second point was axial rotation. So effectively, if the Earth spins, we should experience a Coriolis effect. Anytime that something leaves the rotating Earth, because the Earth has to be rotating, every time it leaves that rotation, there should be evident deviation. So that should be whether it's a hot air balloon.
You're gonna have to explain the second point a little bit more slow to me. Like everything's just gone over my head. What you just said.
Okay, so do you agree that the Earth rotates?
Is that what the position is?
So you basically.
I'm not as learned.
Okay, sure. Sorry, I'll speak slow. Effectively, if it's supposed to be spinning, there should be a way to prove it. Now, there's many experiments and they all come up with a 0 result.
Okay.
So they're measuring stationary.
So they're measuring the Earth spinning and apparently it doesn't spin.
But then there's a scientific, quote unquote, piece of technology called the Foucault pendulum. The Foucault pendulum. And it apparently swings above the Earth that spins underneath it. So there's supposed to be a demonstration that anything that's not attached to the Earth, you would be able to observe the Earth rotating underneath it. So like if we took off in an aeroplane and the Earth kept rotating in one direction, we should see that location starting to move away from us because the ground is actually moving and not that the plane is moving per se. Did that make a bit more sense?
This is something that's not in gravity or something, and if the Earth's moving, is that what you're saying? I'm not sure.
So the question was, do you know of any way that the Earth rotation has been measured precisely so that we can say with fact it does rotate? And I think it's probably going to be also no, I'm not sure. So then moving on to the third question. High pressure always moves to low pressure. That's how we have wind systems on this place. So effectively, any time that
high pressure moves to low pressure.
So there's a high pressure cell or a high pressure system, and because it's high, it's under pressure, it wants to escape into somewhere else. And the lower pressure part is not pushing back as much as the high pressure side.
It consumes it. Okay, yeah, I get that.
So the high pressure can move into the low pressure. So effectively,
I understand that.
That happens 100 times out of 100 times. So much so that they call it the second law of thermodynamics, that the entropy would always increase, or that there would always be this loss of energy expanding into the volume of its container. So effectively, we are now told that the Earth has this very thin layer of high pressure air, which we're breathing. At sea level, it's 14 psi. So there's a high pressure layer around this ball, but then suddenly it becomes a vacuum. And what we know about gases is that they would always move from the high pressure to the low pressure, which means that the outer layers would start to move into the vacuum, and then the medium layers would move in, and then eventually the bottommost layers would also escape if there was anywhere that's lower pressure for it to move towards. So on those three fundamental points, what is the crux or the point of trying to raise these is that it's quite an interesting thing that these three fundamental points cannot be proven scientifically or have never been measured accurately. And the third one is an impossibility. It goes against nature. So coming into this, those are the three main ones that if you could provide evidence for one of those, you would get everyone in this room to keep quiet and listen to you. Because we've been looking for over 5 or 6 years, and not a single person has ever been able to present this evidence. So it's one of those most puzzling things. How can we believe something if there's actually no hardcore proof of it?
Can I ask something? So you said that, it's all good. So you said it goes against nature, right? But stuff that we don't even understand could go against nature, right? Like there's a reality that lives within us, which we can't comprehend, I guess I would say. Where, for example, even our consciousness, where is our consciousness, right?
The metaphysical. Really, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So even them not being able to explain it, I don't think it also, I don't know if they can explain it or it's not measurable. I don't know if it holds weight in this validating the whole theory. But then,
but you're talking about the metaphysical. We're talking about the physical limitations of physical things. That's the difference.
No, I think he's talking about measuring something.
Also, you have not seen anything yet. You're just barely scratching the surface of the iceberg, not even the whole tip. So just reserve your judgment on our evidence until you've seen it.
Right, because they claim that the Earth is a very specific amount of miles in shape and diameter, right? They know the shapes of Earth. There's a very definitive claim about that, and therein lies the problem. It's not metaphysical when it's not. It's a very physical measurement that needs to have been taken or done.
Yeah, the difference, Ham, is the thing is now if these experts that we're talking about that are guarding the hen house were saying that there's things about Earth that we don't know, we don't know, but they're not saying they don't know. They're saying we know precisely exactly how this works. You got that? So they have a burden of proof to show it, and they have not been able to do so.
So what would explain the flat Earth theory then? That's what I'm just curious. So you said what doesn't hold weight?
This is
what?
There you go.
This is where the evidence comes in, my brother. So here's the thing.
So I've been asked if I know of how this is explained, right? But does not knowing those things justify the other position?
Why are you talking so low?
A ball is a ball is a ball. So the thing is, if it's not measured to be a ball, then it's not one. Not maybe it's a ball. Not maybe it's.
Yeah, I know.
Is this louder?
Right. We preached to him for how long? I said maybe we should go with what he's asking. Okay, so we went into to it was a very good presentation.
No, I don't think you understand what I was asking. Can I just elaborate myself?
Hams. Elijah's talking.
I understand what they're asking.
I didn't even explain my
Ultimately,
position.
His questions still remain.
Yes, here's the answer.
What do you mean? What is there to explain? Not hold up, but you're not talking
So I
with
said,
him. You just keep talking at him. I'm asking him questions.
Okay.
yeah.
You
So
keep like, what do you
I
want?
asked, does that I'm asking for stuff that explains your position, not something that this explains that. Like, you know what I
Okay,
mean?
so
Like,
what's
there's
our
nothing there.
position? No, Fuzzy. So what is our position? Do you know?
Me? Yeah, I understand the position you're claiming, but like, what proves
Okay,
that?
so
Like,
detail what my position is.
that is flat? I don't know.
That what is flat? See the whole thing? He needs to be shown evidence. Can someone drop the black swan image? There we go.
He doesn't know he's supposed to answer the question.
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I'm getting indirect answers.
I feel like you're right, and I this is what I keep trying to tell these guys.
Can I finish? Can I just do the? Can I
ahead, Sonny.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to run over you, Elijah. I apologize. I do it. I don't mean to. So, are you in the live stream voice text? Let me get this image.
Yeah. I'm looking at
make
it.
sure I'm in there myself.
The two swans.
1 second. I have slow internet, so it's.
Is it louder now, or is it still quiet?
Oh, it's quiet right now. 1 second here. I'm about to put, if somebody didn't already do it. Bear with me. Okay, so I see it there at 59 minutes after the hour. Do you see the image there? That Creation Bear put?
It's also at the bottom.
Okay, well, tell me when you see the oil rigs.
Yeah. I see
Okay,
it.
click on that image. Okay, now you see the top is just a logical argument. Basically, it's real simple. I'll break it down. It just says if P, then Q. If not P, therefore, if not Q, therefore not P. So basically, the argument is if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than, that's important, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. This would be the geometric horizon from the curve calculators that they give us. So based on that radius, the horizon should be a certain distance. So now look at the image. Do you see the oil rigs?
Yeah, one's further away, and it's
where is the horizon? So could you tell me where you see the horizon in the image? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
I don't. Where is the sun? That's behind both of them.
No, where is this horizon? Where the sky meets the water, where is the horizon? There's a line there. Where is that? Is it before, middle, or after? Pardon?
Before them? I mean, before them, like the furthest back.
That would be the furthest back. Is that what you're saying?
So behind them.
Yeah.
So behind the oil rigs, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now you see, we talked about the argument. Now this 1.225 times the observer's square root of the observer's height is based on the radius they gave us, which I stated previously. So at 1 foot above the water, which we can verify from the original video, we have that. It's in the live stream now. At 1 foot observer height, the horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles. How far is the last oil rig? It says right there.
So 9.41 miles, yeah.
Right, and the horizon is just slightly after it, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so easily 10 miles. I would say it's probably at least 10 miles, probably more. So the horizon in this image is 10 times further than what the geometric sphere would require it to be at 1.22 miles. So why is the horizon 10 times further?
I don't know. I don't understand what this proves. You're saying that the horizon should be lower down? Like, what do you explain?
It should be closer. It should be before the oil rigs at 1.22 miles.
So
it should be before the oil.
Sun should be in front of the oil.
It's not about the sun at all. We're not looking at the sun. We're looking at the image, the water, the horizon. And the oil rigs are only there.
That the oil rig behind the first one shouldn't be there? Are you saying it should be off the map?
Neither one of them should be there.
Well, it's not about the oil rigs. It's about where the horizon is.
It's about where the horizon is.
He doesn't get it.
Hold on. Oh, sorry.
If they bowl,
I don't get it. Are you trying to say the oil rig shouldn't be there?
No,
The second one shouldn't be there?
Okay, can I help him? I don't
horizon shouldn't be there.
Can I help him?
How can we explain what the horizon should be? Is that like a real picture?
Can I help you?
Go, Elijah.
Okay. So in the live stream, there's a screenshot of a PDF. Read it thoroughly, please.
Let me open it up.
Can I just say,
screenshot of a PDF?
It's a screenshot of a PDF.
Let me just open it up 1 sec.
it's quite simple, Hams. If their ball is the size they are telling us, then we shouldn't be able to see that far. That's as simple as it is.
Well, he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand why we're saying that. So when he reads what's in the PDF and he knows what it's specific to, I would hope that he realizes asking anything about the sun or asking anything about anything other than what the PDF is referring to would be utterly absurd. So I need him to read it out.
I kind of get what you're saying.
So that I know that you understand
the mountains.
I need you to read the PDF out so that I know you understand what.
Let him talk, Elijah. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
He's talking about mountains. There aren't any mountains in the shot. What are you talking about, bro?
I'm just trying to compare it, bro.
This is what I mean. Read the PDF. Read the PDF. You're trying to understand the argument. Read the PDF. If you're not trying to understand the argument, you can go on mute.
Can you relax? Hold on. I'm trying to tell you the PDF is small. I've opened up the stream before. I can't see much.
You can open it up and zoom in.
Who, me?
Can you read it to him?
So
you're asking me to open up. I'm confused. You said go on the
When
screen.
we stand on the shore with our feet just at the sea level and look out to sea, we may ask, how far away is the horizon? We start by making the simplifying assumption that the Earth is sphere with the radius r. Then the line from our eye to the horizon is a tangent to a circle of radius r.
You're using words he doesn't understand. Listen, he is a true beginner. He's a true beginner.
I'm a really beginner. I don't understand.
Okay, imagine the ball of 10 meters.
Can I address what Fraud just said real quick before you finish reading? It's not about what he can understand. This is the standard of understanding if he wants to know what we're telling him. So if he can't understand it, we cannot help him.
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm saying.
This is as simple as it can get.
I think just not explaining.
I agree with that. What I'm
that's
just
why I
trying to get him
brought
to
up the
understand
mountain situation. So like,
Do y'all mind if I try?
So like, if a mountain
have to
is
look
like,
at it
let's
like
say 10 miles
young guy.
away.
Do y'all mind if I try?
Whatever.
Okay.
Go ahead, Meme.
All right. So you do live on. If you lived on a ball, you would expect to see an end to it, right? Where you're standing or where you're flying, you would expect that there's a horizon where there's a termination of what you can see because it's curving away, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Because
Definitely,
that's what this is actually talking about. So you would know too that dependent on height,
That's what
there
I was
would be
asking
a
if the second oil rig should go, if it
Right.
shouldn't be there.
Ignore the oil rigs.
Okay.
The oil rigs are only there to mark distances. That's all they are. We use the oil rigs because they're known distances, because we have the the platform schematics and we have the location and everything like that from the state of California. So if you're at, and you recognize that at a lower elevation and higher elevation on a ball, you'd be able to see further, right?
Yeah, the further you go, you should be able to see less.
The higher you go. So at 1 foot,
higher.
So at 1 foot height, which is what the camera is, the globe Earth horizon should end at 1.22 miles. If you're on a sphere, that's 24,901 miles in circumference. It's 10 miles. It's beyond the platform that is 9.46.
So I don't understand what you're talking about, the horizon there. Are you saying that should be lower? Or-
What the horizon is in your model, the horizon is the terminating point where the globe curves around and you can't see past that because it's literally like the edge.
Yeah, I understand.
The geometric end where it curves, and that's the termination point that you can see. That's what the horizon is in the globe model.
Yeah, and the horizon goes down. Like we understand that. So
Right. So why is it at 10 miles?
So is that the standard they hold?
It's 10 times farther than what it's supposed to be, almost.
So it's meant to be closer.
It's at 1 foot height, it's supposed to be 1.22 miles, not 10.
Practically should to hide that oil rigs.
Well, they give us these dimensions of the Earth. They say it's 3959 radius and 24,901 mile circumference. So they give us absolute numbers. This can't change because all of their orbital mechanics, their model of the universe, everything is based off of that. So this is absolute. They have set it in stone.
Okay.
And if the math does not match, if the math doesn't match reality, then the math is wrong.
So how do you come to the conclusion that it's meant to be closer then?
Because it's supposed to be, if you're on a ball that's 24,000, it's not our opinion. It's not our conclusion. It's how math works.
This is the reason that I've brought up the PDF, because now it's whether I believe that he doesn't understand or not. Whereas if he read out the PDF, you know what I mean? Like, he's asking why. Well, in the PDF, it's detailed why. Because if you're on a sphere with the radius of everything that Meme just told you, then the horizon should be a specific place, and it's 10 times further than that, when it's supposed to be the physical thing that blocks things in the distance. Like, I don't...
So what should that picture be? Because I'm still not understanding what should that picture be. Should the horizon be lower? Like, what should be on the picture?
Look up how to calculate the distance to the horizon.
Bro,
You will
I'm
find that
asking
PDF so that you can look at it. Well, you've asked that question 3 times. You said, is it lower or higher? And we've already told
Horizon
you
should
it's further
to drop.
than it's a... I'm sorry. I mean, because 5 of us can talk at the same time. It's only when I'm talking that everybody thinks they can just talk the fuck over me.
Okay, so then what should the picture look like? I'm holding it up.
Because my whole thing is, do I believe that I need to answer the same question that has been answered a 3rd time? That's where my thought process is. It seems like you guys are going to just answer them again.
That's not what I was about to do. I was trying to help him to clarify what he was saying.
I don't understand why there's anger, to be honest. What should the picture look like then?
At 1 foot elevation, based on the dimensions of a sphere that's 24,901 miles in circumference, you should only be able to see 1.22 miles.
What does that explain? So that I don't understand why you're giving me that answer. I'm asking what
because
should
that's where the
image look
horizon
like?
should be. Like when you look out and you see that terminating line
Okay,
of the
so what
edge
should
of the
horizon
globe
look
Earth.
like on the image? If that's the
He
wrong
wants to
image,
know what it would look like on the globe in
that's
that
what I'm
image.
asking.
When this image is
You know,
not on the
you'll have
globe.
to use your imagination, won't you?
Well, I'll tell you what it should look like. It should look like, instead of that line that separates the sky from the water,
Yeah,
that
okay.
separation should be happening before both oil rigs.
In
Oh,
fact,
okay.
it should be happening outside of the picture because the picture zooms so
You know-
far in that you can't even see the 1.2 mile mark.
It would be before, yeah. It would be before.
Already, I understand what you're saying just by telling me that line should be closer. Like,
There you go.
I understand it now. I literally didn't understand what you were trying to explain to me before. So you're saying that the water shouldn't be as far back.
It should be convex. It should be dropping off after 1.22 miles. It would go below your visible line of sight.
Oh yeah, because the water curves.
The water, if the water's curved like they said, then it should start curving downward
earlier.
at 1.22 miles. That's it.
See, that's the explanation I'm looking for instead of these other explanations.
So what you're looking at
That's
there
a
is
fair point, to be
an area
honest.
of flatness, where you don't expect to see that because you have been told that you are standing on something that is round. And you stand there and you look into the distance and you say to yourself, well, what's going on here? Why is the horizon, which is too far away, if I'm standing on this ball, I can see too far? What is this trickery? So now you get that.
Yeah.
So in a crime scene, that's the dead body laying right in front of you. You don't have to ask about motive. We're showing you the proof. It's not a globe.
Well, I would say he doesn't
Do you
have to
have any more
believe
proof like that?
anyone.
Just
He
like-
could just go and look for himself to make sure.
Look what by a telescope and check the same thing. I can see that. Like I can see the GIF below it. It's actually the guy zooming in. I can see that. But
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to take our word for it. You can go do these things yourself.
yeah, I just came here to listen, and then this kind of went into, I don't know, I don't know where it went.
It goes where it always goes, about the shape of the Earth not being what they claim. Those three positive claims are not true.
Didn't you ask why
No,
they would lie
I feel
pretty
like
much?
this is the only answer. Yeah, but I feel like we went down this rabbit hole of like different theories and
Well, didn't you ask?
conspiracies for a bit.
This is the only answer. I was attempting to interrupt.
Yeah, I
and give
feel like
this to you a long time ago.
This is a pretty decent answer. Yeah, like this is instead of the other stuff that I was told. Like, has somebody measured? Like, that doesn't really prove anything to me. You know?
Well,
What is
those
it?
were showing you that what you know about the globe are only beliefs, and that's it. That you have no actual proof for the globe.
It's crucial for
But I
some.
don't think-
Some come in here thinking they have a knowledge and knowing that it is globe, but they need to be shown that it is just a belief that they believe in. So
Yeah.
it's sometimes very crucial.
I came in here asking, like, just saying I was listening, you know, and then I heard something, and then I just brought it up. That's it.
The only place a globe lives is in your mind.
Yeah, but we gotta not be like, the guy at the party who, instead of having a flowing conversation, just says random things. Like, yeah, it's not a globe. So fucking what? A person sometimes comes in here with a specific agenda. All he wanted to know was why we either thought it was flat or didn't believe that it was a globe. That's all he asked for.
Yeah, like this, the thing about like the water dipping, like I can visualize that now. I couldn't visualize it when you guys were explaining it earlier.
Wagwan, my bro.
Yep. So look at the one that someone just put in. QE put in at 29 minutes after. You see that image of the mountains in the background?
Yeah, what does that show?
Read the text above the image where it says the target distance. Read that stuff. And if you click on that image, it makes it much larger, as you know. And we're seeing mountains all the way across that water. All of the bottom area in your vision is ramping up toward your eye, the level of your eye. We can see all the water. The top of the mountain should be hidden by 6,985 feet. Over a frickin' mile of earth curve. The mountain should be not visible.
Let him read it. Let him read it.
I just think his problem is, which is what we all had in the beginning, is when you go outside, everything looks flat, right? So you never see ball. Even though you're told ball, you never see ball. So now you're giving this evidence for it, but you're like, well, that doesn't make sense because I still see flat. What the evidence is trying to show you is that the size of the ball that they claim that we're on is not matching up with the evidence shown when we measure it. The ball would have to be what, 250,000 miles in circumference for it to
Hello, you there?
Fraud, you cut out there.
Yeah, I think he might have cut out.
Yeah. What was he talking about?
I think
joined a little late.
Follow that up. I with whatever I get out.
Yeah, fraud, bro.
Yeah, so Hams, that's a fundamental problem if we're being told to accept that we are standing on a ball. There are too many places on the earth where it can be measured, and we say when we're standing in those places that we can see really far into the distance. It looks like it's flat, not round. And there are three fundamental issues that we want to talk about if you come here and you don't really understand what we are talking about. So the other one, because you said we went down a rabbit hole with you, the other one is regarding the Earth is spinning, the axial rotation. And there's a lot to discover when you try to find like an honest answer to that question. And the other one is about the fact that they say our atmosphere, if you leave...
Hold on, can I just ask about the mountain thing? So at what point is it meant to curve? So like it says 255, right? Like you're trying to say that that should all be dipped down kind of thing?
It should be complete. You should not see any mountains. See where the land starts on the other side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should not see past that at all. Here, I'm going to give you this.
That's a fair point as well, to be honest.
Now, here's the two things. There's going to be two red lines here.
Well,
now,
when should it be curving?
That's what I'm posting right now. See the inner red line?
Where are you posting this?
In live stream voice text. See the inner red line in the image I posted?
Yeah.
Okay. The inner red circle, that should be the end of the globe.
Mm-hmm.
But the outer red circle is what we're seeing too. We're seeing twice what we should see.
Yeah.
Now, the shortest mountain is Tete de Garnier. Shortest elevation that I could find at the time was Tete de Garnier, I think. And it's 5,700 foot tall. There should be over the top of that mountain should be here. Actually, I've got it. Let me post it. Here we go.
Hold on, I have a question then about the mountain thing. So, if that's not curving, right? Isn't that just like a small part of the Earth?
It's not that small.
Oh, chill with the mic, bro. It's too loud.
Yeah, you either have a consistent spheroid or you don't. Let's see. The problem is, you've got all these pictures and all these orbital mechanics and everything, and there's nothing like this visible.
Yeah.
It's either all or nothing, really. It can't be both.
Where's the original picture for this thing, John? Is that an actual real picture?
Yeah, and we're gonna be putting it on our wiki. We're gonna have like a whole room.
You have a
for
wiki?
It. We have a wiki.
I have a question, bro. Like
It's a video.
Some guy earlier was mentioning that oil rigs measure the Earth or something. So how would that work?
No, they don't.
Oh. Okay. Someone was mentioning it earlier.
No,
saying
it's the
how
horizon.
Oil rigs
The
measure
oil
the Earth.
rigs. The oil rigs give us a distance, an absolute distance. The oil rigs are actually irrelevant to the picture.
Oh, okay.
All they do is indicate how far out things are, because the state of California has them recorded.
Okay.
Has their exact location. And so we just measure out to those. And we know the furthest one is at 1.4 miles.
Now, Now, just to make sure we didn't get any misunderstanding, we did previously ask the question if somebody has measured it or not. That's separate. That was before a set of premise. Now we're on to actually looking at Earth itself. So
yeah.
Here's the original video. I'm dropping in the voice text right now. Who else? And Hams, I'll send you the original video for the Black Swan image, which is what that oil rig image is called, the Black Swan. Here's the video for you in your DM. Also, one second, I have another image that has a timestamp from the original video as well.
Interesting.
So in the original video, you can look at it yourself. You can see where he is looking. The camera's facing down to the water. He's obviously at 1 foot or less even.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
He rotates the camera up. You can clearly see the islands beyond the oil rigs as well. Just as a side note, those are 32 miles away.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, the islands being visible would make the radius of Earth 2 million miles.
Wow, that camera zooms in clear. When he zoomed out, that was far.
Yo, Hams.
Right.
Yeah.
Where you from, my bro?
London, man.
Hey. Okay.
I'm just listening, I don't know much, so I'm just trying to hear him.
That's cool to have folks from London. We have a lot of friends here on the server from England. So
yeah, that's nice.
Well, what do you think, other guy from UK?
What about flat Earth?
Yeah.
I don't know, like
new to it, or you?
I don't know. I'm new to it because we've just been learning. It's always been round and stuff. I'm kind of interested to see why everyone here thinks it's flat. So I just want to listen in and hear points and stuff.
I feel like the way I got into it is just by them.
I just found it randomly because I'm not offending,
why did these guys think that?
Yeah, I'm not offending, but it sounds ridiculous until you hear their point of views, why they're arguing about.
It sounds quite crazy to be honest, but I don't even know what to reply. I think that kind of says it all. That I don't know what to reply.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question. Someone here, is it is there physical hard proof, hard evidence that is actually flat?
That's
we just went over.
That is literally what you're looking at.
Yeah.
To be honest, the evidence they're giving is pretty clear. I feel I don't know, man. What would really make sense is these cameras that they have, if they went into the sky with that and then they did it to
Yeah, you know what? No, that's what I was thinking. Astronauts and satellites and stuff. What are the pictures?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get. That's what I'm trying to get to, right? Because in order to be an astronaut that have rockets that know how to orbit the Earth, you have to know the size of the Earth, and so that's what they use for all of their equations. The radius that we've just debunked. So everything that people think, like, because most people believe that they live on a big ball. There's no other extra information to it other than big ball. We see this big ball from these pictures from space or these videos or whatever we think we see. What we're saying is, well, hold on. You said it was a ball the size of 4,900 miles in circumference or something like that, and the radius 3,959 miles. We can test that. Anything outside of that, we don't know. We can't go outside of this place to figure out specifically, you know.
Is there like a statement of like an actual astronaut talking about the Earth? Like,
yeah, there's a Polish one. There's a Polish one who says it's flat.
Is there a video or something?
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Roger.
Do you have like freaking 200 videos or something? You're having videos coming out of your ass. Do you know that the one you posted at 1737? The white image. That one's pretty interesting. It shows when they should be dipping. That looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, we've got laser tests, bro.
Laser tests?
Over 24 miles, 20 miles, 16 miles. Yeah, go here and I've posted the link in the live stream voice text. You can check it out.
What's the furthest, like these cameras? What's the furthest they can like go?
The world record Guinness Book of so the Guinness Book of Record photograph. So that's the world record long distance photograph is 274 miles.
Are they cameras, or it's 309 miles. It's 309 miles now.
Mad.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it telescopes they're using?
It's a P900. It's a P900. It has an 84 times optical zoom and then 150 digital zoom.
So you know the stuff they use for like the moon, right? Could they use that? Like, let's say they were.
That's actually.
I don't know.
That's one of the popular cameras for. It's better than a telescope. They use that for filming the moon.
Oh, really?
Hey, Hams, can you see the image I just put? 43 minutes. Why don't you click on that and see how far you're seeing? This is in infrared photography from a YouTube channel guy named Jay Tollins Media. He goes up in aircraft and uses infrared. Looks like he's seeing over 600 or 800 miles.
There was a camera, the Logitech B57892, that I was looking about it in Google, and it had like a maximum laser radius of 13 miles.
How much?
1,300 miles.
Sheesh. What?
Yeah, so the best camera you can buy for a consumer would be the Nikon P900 or the P1000, right? If you want to go even better, you have these big ass lenses that will cost you $1,500, maybe $2,000 for one lens, right? So most of these footages are taken with a P900 or a P1000.
The Logitech P900 5209, I'm pretty sure. It's more of a
Nikon.
That's Nikon.
It's more of a no. I'm on about the one I mentioned. It's a budget version of it. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I'm looking at it in Google. But it seems to be as like one of the biggest ones at the moment right now. As of right now.
Well, I don't mind a budget one.
Yeah.
As long as it gets the job done.
Yeah,
100.
At this point, anything better than my cell phone would be a blessing.
Yeah, bro, fact. What phone you got? Spill the beans. What phone you got, bro?
Oh, shoot, I don't know, some cheap Alcatel free one. So
Should get one iPhone rather.
Yeah. I don't know, man. We pull around here.
We just very well-informed people that we can understand certain things without even having to go buy a fucking camera, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Binoculars, a cheap pair of binoculars does the job, because if something disappears over the horizon and you zoom into it, not a ball. You can't zoom into. Yeah, you can't zoom into something that's gone beyond the geometric horizon. That's the sphere edge. If something goes beyond the sphere edge, it's gone down below your vision, and it's a geometric, physical blocking your vision.
Facts, bro. Yo,
So
can
you
I step
can't-
in real quick? Yo, I just want to say this shit got me fucking tripping. Y'all niggas are crazy, but this shit is like, I don't know, bro. It's too much for me. Hope y'all have a blessed day.
All right, man. Yeah, it's flat.
At least you didn't start the nigger thing. Cool.
Yeah. Enjoy your flatness. Notice how you're not spinning wherever you go.
Yeah, I thought that's what he was about to drop, but he didn't, so.
Tu peux pas mignon?
I know.
We got a couple new people in here. Anybody want to welcome these people in? Karma, Jensen.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic now and just listen. If you don't have any
Hams
more,
was
like,
super honest, man. Welcome.
Nice.
Welcome.
Yeah, nice talking with you, Hams. It's been a pleasure.
appreciate it, man. If you have any more like evidence, like what you guys just posted, like
I'd like to know as well, please. I'm really intrigued.
We have a ton of geometric.
I'm like that type of guy. Like I don't like 1 or 2 or 3. I like 200 evidence. You know what I mean? Like give me a shit ton of evidences, and then it's just like it keeps the brain working. You know.
I'll give you my whole.
I like for you to stop talking over people.
I'm gonna do you a favor right here, both of you, right here. This is ours. We wrote it. We put all these proofs in here. We have links and everything, and there's sections in there with long distance photography and measurements.
Okay.
What do I click? The wiki page.
The wiki page.
You guys
Yeah.
read
What's
that?
this?
Yeah, that's
YouTube
ours.
video?
That's ours. We made that.
Creation.
Who's we?
What's the YouTube video? Meant to
That would be
demonstrate.
this Discord.
Oh,
This Discord has contributors and writers for it.
okay.
And there's my channel. I just put in the voice text. Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. I have over 180 really fine Flat Earth and related videos. That'll take you a little bit of time.
Also, above we have a Flat Earth radio station where we have Flat Earth music, where we either cover or make original songs.
Flat Earth music?
Yep.
How does that work? Compared to like normal music, is it like was music divided? Round Earth?
How does it work?
Dude, I give you a good tip as well. Just go check out Conspiracy Guru on YouTube.
What's the difference
he's the
between
greatest. It's
round Earth music and flat Earth music?
Oh, ours is better.
There is no round
Yo,
Earth music yet.
spit some heat for me real quick, bro. Yo, sheesh. Some
was
bars,
that?
bro. That was some bars, bro.
Why don't you guys play him?
Elijah's song, man. Somebody drop that real.
Yeah.
Play Elijah's song.
Well, we need a little break from the stress, yeah.
Who is that big beatboxer? It's nice, buddy.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon. That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one. It is an optic phenomenon. So to do geometry though, you must have
Am I on live stream or I was
Yo,
trying
is
to
this on?
radio?
Is this on Spotify?
Now you're telling me all about what you
Yeah.
haven't got.
Man, that's some bars, bro. Honestly.
So, which one of you guys can fight?
Yeah.
Which one of you thinks you're right?
Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving. This is no.
Nice beat. Nice beat.
See, this beat was from a
Ultra dope, bro.
Yeah, this is fire, bro. Wow.
Yeah, it's fire.
Who is this guy in the VC? He's actually sick, bro.
This is just dope, man.
I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios flame out, breaking down the dam.
Can somebody invite me to the Nathan Oakley Discord?
Yeah.
Whoa, bro, send me the link to that one.
Yeah, me too, me too.
Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator.
Yeah.
You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill.
This is crazy, man.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah,
Fire! It's that fire!
It's deadly.
This guy is on the come up.
Yeah.
Is this on Spotify? I wanna add this to my playlist.
Toxic, only he spit some bars real quick, bro.
Me?
Yeah, bro.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, man.
Oh man, it was really nice.
That's all the proof you need.
Shit, that was crazy, man.
Like, why would they lie?
Just oh, man, it was crazy.
I'll be a minute.
But yeah, there are other geometric impossibilities like
Oh, we got more heat. We got more heat. Okay.
They got something called the geometric impossible eclipse. Like, so it's called the Selenilian eclipse, but we didn't term it as geometrically impossible. That's just something that, you know, when it happens, the people on the news, they're like, oh, this, you know, would seem like it's technically impossible, but they don't go into exactly why. But yeah, it's geometrically impossible. It's called the Selenilian eclipse. This is what happens, right? So when you're actually observing it, right, it's usually just before dusk or just after dawn, right? So you have the sun and you have the moon above the horizon. Now, they say that it's the shadow of Earth on the moon.
Wait,
right?
wait. Sorry to interrupt. Are we talking about eclipse?
Yeah.
Talking about eclipse? Okay. I joined a bit late. Yeah. Could you please start from the first? I also have some points from my side I need to add on to. If you,
I'm still in the beginning.
Okay. Great. Awesome.
So the thing that they would assume is a shadow is caused by the Earth getting in the way of the sun's light. That's what's causing the eclipse. However, when you look at it in real life, the shadow, so-called, is on the top of the moon, or it begins to the left of the moon.
I'm sorry.
From your perspective. But it doesn't begin from the bottom. Like if there was an obstruction of the Earth, it would be starting on the bottom of the moon, but it never does. So there's no explanation of it. The only thing that they do say about it is that what you're looking at is a hologram, aka an image that's being loomed up above the horizon. So you're actually seeing a moon and the sun that's actually below the horizon, but you can see an image of it refracted above the horizon, aka a hologram. And it doesn't address the fact that the so-called shadow is not where it would be expected to be if it was the Earth causing this phenomenon. Oh, there was someone else that wanted to add. Well, now's your chance.
I agree with you, bro. I agree.
I kind of like the silence right there. It's like fantastic.
All right, so where are we at from a 1 to 10? How confident in the globe? What do you think?
I have a question. So,
would you answer? Can you answer the question he just asked about?
Yeah, it's simple, man. Just gauge your belief system. You know, like how confident.
Sorry, 1 to 10. How would you grade your confidence in the Earth? 1 to 10.
what do you mean by that? Like, if it's flat or round?
Yeah. In the globe.
I would say bang on like the middle, because I'm interested, because I came here to learn more about it and stuff, you know. So I can't really like
that's
say
a true skeptic right there.
I can't really say something till like I hear both views, and then like I can kind of like say my point and why I think it's round as well, and then like I don't know, like a discussion, you know.
Yeah, it's honest, man. It's a good answer.
Yeah, but what I was gonna ask about was the globes. Like, why would they make the globes and stuff round? Like, if it was actually
because
maybe trade
Sorry, my
routes.
voice chat was on.
Maybe trade routes. So maybe they want people to. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, man. They were previously using spheres to map the sky, so it was just a convenient conversion.
Yeah.
They just had to tell people that it was already what they had mapped instead of what it is, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like originally the globe, I think because the globe was round, that's kind of how it worked out. Like started, I'm guessing.
If you think about Columbus and that whole story and all that stuff, they claimed that the globe was smaller at that time, so they couldn't go anywhere. But he thought, no, I'm just gonna sail over here to India by going the other side around, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there was like multiple. There was multiple versions of the world map too, right, as well. I'm pretty sure. Which like links to the Earth being flat and round and stuff like that, you know.
So either way, yeah, like I said, control of trade routes.
Trade routes? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like back, yeah.
No, like now too.
Oh, okay.
You know the government owns the land and the sky, right? Who can go where to which port with a paper, aka a permit to do so, as long as it's safe, quote unquote, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. I feel you, bro. I feel you.
But there was another guy that said he wanted to add to his side about the eclipse. I'm assuming he was going to talk about the refraction, even though it's like 0.6, which is like nothing. We see the sun and the moon way higher than 0.6 degrees. I mean, so maybe that's why he stayed quiet.
I feel you. Yeah. I mean, has there been like, because I know you guys obviously have like solid evidence and stuff for flat Earth, but has there actually been like hard evidence of it being round?
Nope.
Well, we don't have like.
Or is it just going on by society and stuff by just saying, "Oh, they know it's round," and then they don't listen.
Here's what we have. What we have is we don't have a model, and we're like, this is how this works, and this and this and this and this. Like, why we're here is, we were told that it was a sphere of a specific size. It's not that, which means I can see as far as the optical equipment I'm using allows, so long it's a clear day, even though I can't see through the entire atmosphere of the plane, because over miles the opacity of the atmosphere increases, so you wouldn't be able to see beyond a specific point anyway. But all we're saying is we can see further than they claimed we could using spherical geometry. So after that, we don't know, because the only thing we held was a belief to a sphere with this specific size, and this specific size also correlates to a lot of other things in the model. So no idea about anything else. Yeah. So that's what it is. So somebody coming with evidence would actually have to come with evidence of the curvature we already can't find.
Yeah, we basically went back to the fundamental axiom of what we can observe and what we can prove for ourselves. That's why we go by experiments and observations, not imaginations about those observations.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know what a reification fallacy is? We like to go over fallacies here.
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, so a reification fallacy is like, well, when you say something is because it is, it just is because it is.
Yeah.
Right? And you find other ways to just kind of re-explain without any evidence.
Yeah.
Right. Well, use something that already presumes that it's true to prove that it's true.
Mm-hmm.
And a fallacy is basically a logical, it's a logical breakdown of an argument. So if you commit a fallacy, you are not using logic.
Yeah, I get you.
So
that's kind of like
the thing about the globe. Sorry to interrupt. The thing about the globe is that every piece of evidence, especially in modern times, uses a reification fallacy. Every single one. They always point to someone else to basically give their alibi. They say, well, I wasn't there because these guys said it. This guy's going to cover my ass. But they always use the evidence that points somewhere else that already assumes it's true.
Isn't that a begging the question?
Yeah. A fallacy can also be described as something that is an argument in some way, but it's flawed logically, so it cannot arrive at a true conclusion through that argument itself. Even though you might be arguing for a true thing, if you use a fallacy, the fallacy itself cannot actually arrive at that as a truth. The sad part is a lot of the globe so-called proofs are just fallacies.
Yeah, I think a reification fallacy is giving concreteness to a model, to an idea. So an idea is not physical, but you're so like a map or a model is by definition a reification fallacy because you are giving concreteness to this idea, right? A model is an idea, a map is an idea, but you're placing it in the physical world.
In other words, the map is not the territory.
So when you came here, or when any of you came here, whoever's listening, so you guys, before you got here, you probably heard things to the effect of, if the earth was flat, how does this work? If the earth is flat, how this? If the earth is flat, no one ever actually probably posed to you, well, if it's a sphere, then this should be this. Because it's always pointed towards, well, if it was flat, here's this model that none of us agree with because that would be a reification. And here's how observation doesn't work with this model that I've just strawmanned you with. And that's how it goes. But it never gets back to the reason we're here in the first place. Wait a minute. They said that, figuring out the distance to the sun was based on the presupposition that Venus and the globe is the same size. Again, pointing to the fact that it is a sphere with a specific size. So it's always baked into their conclusion, which is begging the question. And a host of other things.
I have a question. Would it be possible if I can send an image? Because I want to show something. Because I was looking at a NASA image of a picture of the Earth, and the picture, I'm not trying to argue with any points. I'm just mentioning what I see, and it shows the Earth just being round, like how everyone says it is.
Here's my quick answer to that. Isn't it supposed to be?
Wait, who's speaking? I'll send it to you. Who is it speaking?
Elijah. Okay. So all you've ever seen were photos of perfect spheres, right? All you've ever seen from NASA's not photos, but images of perfect spheres, right? When the model doesn't even mathematically describe a perfect sphere.
Yeah, but I mean, why would NASA have to lie about the appearance of the Earth?
No, but do you get what I'm saying? It's all a mathematical model, but if you chase down what's actually being said, right, then you're told that it's not a perfect sphere, but you got a picture of a perfect sphere. So what is the next logical question from that? Well, this is saying, the people who are physicists and they get into the nitty gritty of all this bullshit. And they're like, this is how this theoretical model works. The theoretical model doesn't look like a perfect sphere. The thing that they gave you a picture or an image of. So who's right?
So I just wanted to add here, if I may, also the concept of a steel man as opposed to a straw man. Eric Weinstein described the steel manning, where you take on your opponent's argument and you try and describe it in the best
I thought you were asking
possible
me
way.
Shut up.
No, I'm sorry. Hold on, Leluca, you're hot micing.
I'm gonna go.
So effectively, you try and build up something to be the strongest possible argument. So, for example, this guy has just brought up the photo. So you would then describe the photo to him to say, look, it could be convincing. It could also be showing Superman flying around the Earth. And therefore, is Superman flying around the Earth also proof that both Superman exists and the round Earth exists? So having a video stream or a CGI cutout of something doesn't necessarily make it true. Or the same way that in Star Wars they landed on other planets. Are those planets real? Because I can show you a still frame of the aeroplane landing on Tatooine and all those other little planets where Luke Skywalker comes from.
You're okay.
So effectively, by just showing a photo of something doesn't necessarily make it true, but it is a difficult thing to, like you say, why would they show that version of it? But effectively, they are showing a version of it. And even they say themselves, they're not high enough to get the entire ball in their view, but yet they always show us massive curvature that if I did a 360, I can see the full ball. So someone's not making sense here. But by building up the steel man and focusing on what the guy said and trying to build up the argument about the photo, thereby you show the opponent that you're not just trying to build a straw man that you can blow over. You're actually taking on his strongest point.
Another question. With the image Dre sent about Africa being bigger than 1972, 2012 stuff, do you not reckon that would have been based off the picture would have been a different angle, or the global warming issue and stuff like that, the rise of water levels and etc.?
Have you any evidence that water levels have risen and that has shrunk?
No. I'm just asking about it. I'm asking about it.
No, these are just images that the NASA fully admits that they Photoshop and create to give you the impression.
They've admitted they photoshopped official satellite images. Why would
these are not?
The thing is, I don't understand though. Like, why would they want to Photoshop the Earth and lie about what it is?
Have you never asked yourself? Hold on. Have you never asked yourself why don't they have a video of it instead of just a picture?
I mean, they do.
Like what? The whole Earth, or just a portion?
I mean, they do have a view of it, like in SpaceX when they were taking off their rocket a few months back.
And how much of the Earth did you see? How much of the Earth did you see?
I don't know.
That's the thing. You should know these things.
The Earth is a big place, my man. Like, you can't see all of it in 2 seconds, you know?
The picture showing you
just
the
goes
whole Earth.
around and.
So the picture showing you the whole Earth, right? So why isn't there a video feed showing you the whole Earth and the space station?
There was a live stream of it, bro.
Yeah, but it's not the whole Earth.
It was a live stream, you know?
That's what I'm saying. It's not the whole Earth, dude. You need to know
but dude, the Earth is a big place at the end of the day.
Yeah, but you just saw it in the picture, bro. So why can't you see it in the video?
You have to really watch that video again, that live stream, and count how many cuts that you notice, how many times they cut the video. And you'll notice they'll cut it at least one time before it actually goes into full orbit mode, and you can just watch the satellite like days in, day out, like just going around the Earth. But up until then,
it's pre-recorded.
How many times did they cut?
And then it's cut to a CGI render.
Pre-recorded while answering questions.
It's a portion of the Earth. That's what you need to understand. That's the thing you need to get. It's a portion of it. It's not the whole Earth. And so the picture shows you the whole Earth. That's the difference, dude.
No, fraud is right. I mean, for whatever, like you're asking questions, and then you're
I'm asking because I don't know, and like I'm kind of explaining like my point of view.
What I'm saying is you're asking pointed questions, right? And then when we answer it,
debate about it.
Obfuscate for yourself. Probably.
Yeah, I'm debating about it.
But the point is this, like, so with what you said about SpaceX, first of all, did you not also notice that it switched between concave and convex? And level.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, bro. Like, I just literally watched it take off, show the Earth, and answer.
It's a quick yes or no, bro. It's a quick yes or no, bro.
It's a no. It's a no.
Oh, okay. So basically, what I'm telling you is what they've shown was the effect of a fisheye lens. I don't know to what extent that rocket actually went up and did what they claimed, because nobody can actually verify that it was where they claimed it was going. But as far as the view and what we saw, you saw convexity, concavity, and you saw levelness. So it can't be all three of those. Now back to the initial point, you said, what about pictures? And then we got into NASA, and then but we got into videos. Photos versus images and what NASA actually provides. And someone told you it's all CGI, and you said, why would they? Well, first,
no, someone said they admitted it was Photoshop. They didn't say it was CGI, bro.
Exactly. Photoshop, computer generated, based on strips of telemetry data.
I know what Photoshop is, bro.
So, but did you hear what I said about?
But it's has to be.
Well, there you go. That's Robert Simmons telling you that somebody go through all of that information, because I don't really know too much about all of that.
All right, so on NASA's website, there's a disclaimer that says they provide images. Okay, so that's one point. Another point is that many of the satellites and conventions that they use to map the Earth and show you an image actually comes from bouncing radio waves. So it's not actually that they're taking a picture with like a typical camera, okay? Because typical cameras wouldn't really work in the medium that they claim they're in. So they have to use other means, and they take these scans. They take these radiometric scans that go into a system that models those scans together. It patches it together, and then they add coloring, and then they add weather data from NOAA, and they construct a sphere for you. They say this is where you live. The problem is that everything, like I told you before, it's a reification. They had already plugged in the algorithm for a globe before they even decided what it was.
I just
Here,
said perfect
I have another thing to show. This live stream here. Have a look at that. It's
And
like,
is it the whole Earth?
I mean, it kind of is showing the whole Earth rotating, and it looks round to me, bro.
Dude, we've seen every live stream out there, bro.
Dog, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. I'm saying, like, look at the video.
Pre-recorded footage. This is not live.
I'm saying, like, check it out, bro.
It's not live. It's just a video. You're watching Godzilla, bro.
I'm watching Godzilla?
Are they in vacuums of space now?
I don't know. You have to ask.
Hold on a second. So, I've got video evidence of Bigfoot. Not only do I have video evidence of Bigfoot, I've got the word and the studies of a cryptozoologist who says
I don't know what the fuck that is, bro.
Fuzzy, someone already made that argument. It's not original right now. I'm not saying that it's not. Somebody just said that, but just with their own. Somebody already did that. Okay, so the point is if this is supposed to be live, and it's not, it's a recording of the ISS. Did you know that mathematically speaking, you're not supposed to see that curve that you're looking at?
Let's have a look. How mathematically fucking ask, please?
Because at 250 miles or wherever the ISS is supposed to be, based on the size of the Earth, you're not supposed to see any curvature from left to right, the way that it's showing in this live. So
you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
That was Neil deGrasse. Smoke some more grass. Here, try some.
Bingo.
Yeah, that was Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I did find him saying the same thing about the ISS. In that clip, he's talking about the Felix Baumgartner jump, but we do have video of planetarium director and school educator who is saying that he and his colleagues, they simulated it, they've worked out the math, and they've all come to the conclusion that you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that high. So whatever they're using to take these videos, images, whatever's happening, it can't be a representation of the Earth from that elevation.
So you all believe like what NASA's doing stuff's propaganda?
Yeah, and well, here's the thing, Toxic. If you're going to go along with this globe idea, which is actually a monkey space ball. Hold on, I wasn't done. The monkey space ball religion of the globe. We want to make sure you're following the priest of your religion, because they're saying the stuff. If you're going to go along with their theory about this globe, it's a religion. You need to go along with the priest, because they're saying you can't see the curve. We want you to be spouting the right pseudoscience. That's all.
Unless you're starting a new cult or something.
Cult? Huh.
I think the tone is kind of going a little backwards. This guy's being pretty cooperative. Can we just kind of keep it going?
See, man, this is what happens when you don't know what you're talking about. This is what happens, dude.
I mean, I didn't say I know what I'm talking about. I'm just basing it off like live streams and actual evidence that they've presented, you know? And I'm just speaking to you guys
first thing that you actually come to. Yeah, exactly, man. I was at your place as well. And I didn't actually find
it looks like a bit. Like if you look at the video,
I know how it looks, and I'm sorry to interrupt the guy who is also trying to jump in there. I know how it looks. I just gave you information.
Yeah, I know. I'm mentioning earlier, like why I did it, bro.
So okay, cool. But let's move past that. And okay, so what do you think now? Are you gonna look into the?
I mean, of course I'm gonna look into it. Like otherwise, I wouldn't be in here, bro.
All right, cool. So look into it. You see what you see.
Of course.
It's contradictory to what the model, says it should be. I'm saying that you haven't verified it for yourself yet because you don't really have much of an understanding of how all of this works. But I'm helping you get to that point. Or you can just believe what you're looking at in spite of them contradicting themselves.
I'm not believing anything. I'm just questioning about it.
Me too.
Yeah, so I think to be fair, someone should probably walk Toxic through the 3 points, because we did that with the other gentleman, but this is a new person, so maybe he needs to go through those 3 points, and someone else should probably do it. I do it enough. I have a lot of practice. Anybody else want to try that? It might be beneficial at this point.
I mean, I guess I can do it. I can do it pretty quickly though, so you guys can take over.
Yeah.
So Toxic Man, welcome to the server. I don't know how much you participated, bro. Yeah. So we do this kind of like questionnaire thing at the beginning, just so that everybody's kind of like in a discussion mode, and that we can understand what you understand, and that way we don't, make a bunch of points that kind of go over your head. Okay. So this isn't a gotcha. It's not like we're trying to trick you or anything. Just answer honestly. So the first question is, as far as curvature goes, at any time in history, did they actually prove this curvature? Was there any kind of experiment or measurement done to prove that the curvature of the Earth exists?
I mean, I'll be honest.
Are you aware of it?
Like I originally came to this Discord wanting to learn more about it because I have no single clue. Of the flat Earth, Earth, all this, because I just came to learn more about it because of conspiracy theories and stuff, So
I understand, man. Just stick to the point. I'll make it easy for you.
But no. So the answer is no.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Most people don't have anything. You know what I mean?
I don't.
Your answer's not any different than what mine would be. So.
Yeah.
Second question has to do with rotation. At any point in history,
day and night,
or current times, is there any evidence that we've measured the curvature? I'm sorry, the rotation of the Earth, or detected it?
If you mean like a day and night cycle rotation,
no, I mean the actual physical motion of the Earth.
It actually moving. I'd say no.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty fair. And the third one is that if you've ever, pumped a tire, or if you've ever had a can of soda.
Yeah.
You know that they're not very useful without the tire and without the can. You need those barriers, right? So at any point, at any point in history or current times, can you demonstrate any sort of gas pressure next to or adjacent to the vacuum of space, or a privation where there's no pressure and it maintains itself? So basically a tire without the tire.
Yeah.
So the Earth claims to have gas pressure, and yet it doesn't escape out into space. Right?
Yeah.
So do you have any example of that in reality?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah. So these are the 3 points that we go over, and these are the claims of the globe, right? These are things that you have to basically assume are true in order for the model to even have legs. But there's actually no demonstration of these things that are very monumental claims. I mean, if you could prove any of them, I imagine you get some kind of award or something, right? Mm-hmm. And they tend to go against common sense, especially the pressure one. So, maybe along the lines of those points?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you don't really have any questions, then what you have to admit is that to believe in the globe is really just a belief.
Yeah. I mean, that's the same with flat and round. It's a belief.
Well, no, not really. No, because
why is that?
Because what we're trying to articulate here is that there's a difference between an objective and subjective fact, right? Do you think that there is objective fact? Does it exist? Is there a truth that we all share? A common truth? Can you actually know something for real? Or is just science always changing?
I mean, it's not like science and stuff. It's just 1 second. It's just what I've seen. Everyone has an opinion on it, because you guys obviously believe in flat.
But we're not talking about opinion.
I know, but I'm saying like the common person believes in all it's round because that's how they learn.
Yeah.
And then like you guys believe it's flat.
What
Like,
I'm saying
is more opinion based rather than belief.
Well, hold on. Let me just hammer this point home, okay? If I have a measuring stick, is that measuring stick the same for everybody?
Of course not. It comes in different sizes and shapes.
No, I'm talking about one measuring stick. If I had one measuring stick and I handed it to you, would it be the same size? Would it have the same measure? Okay, well that's what we're talking about. Objective truth. Are there things that we can know for sure between each other? Things that we don't have to speculate on. Okay? So what we're trying to distinguish here is that the globe itself doesn't share an objective truth. And what we're actually able to understand is that if this model is true, we can measure it. And when we do measure it, it doesn't come back the way that they say. So that would be an objective truth because anybody can do this measurement. And that's the evidence we're trying to share here is that has nothing to do with belief. We're done believing things. That's kind of why we're here. So when you use the word belief, it's kind of triggering to a lot of people in the room. I'm just going to tell you that right now. We're done believing things. Now there's people who have faith, there's people, the religion, stuff like that. We try to stay away from that. Now, there are religious ideas or faiths that you can come to after the fact, but that has nothing to do with the evidence. The evidence is objective. Anybody can verify it for themselves that, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Okay?
Yeah.
For instance, let me just pile on to that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it, Legend. It's all you.
The shot from Canagoo that meme posted earlier, there's an image of a long distance photo. Of the long distance photo, and the thing about it is, it's 250 miles, and so from the elevation, there's a point where, geometrically speaking, it's supposed to be that the horizon is at a specific distance, but it's not there. In fact, everything that you see beyond that point, if you lived on a ball, would have to be believed to be a hologram. However, in reality, I don't believe that. I just know that I see it because it's there, which means there's no obstruction between me and what I'm observing. If I was the person that actually took that photo, no belief necessary. There's just no obstruction in between point A and point B. Versus on a sphere, you would have to believe that you're looking at a hologram.
Right. So like what the globe is claiming is that there is a wall, literally a physical wall between you and what you're not supposed to be able to see. So if I can give you an example, if I were standing around the corner of a building, you wouldn't be able to see me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we can see not only the object, but we can see everything between you and the object. So not only is it's like over and it's an exceptional observation, right? Like that absolutely shouldn't happen. Like maybe you can see the tip of the mountain, maybe you can see a little bit or something, but no, you can see the whole expanse. And this is what we find everywhere that you try to test the curvature. Everywhere that you just use the model to try to view the Earth, it comes back as if it ain't there. There is no physical obstruction. So then the only argument that the globe has is, well, maybe there has to do something with optics where, the Earth is so round it presents itself as a flat plane. Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
And if you look at that black and white picture, the green mountain, that should be over a mile below the curve. But we can see the entire thing. It's just not possible on a globe.
Kobe. You have any thoughts about any of that?
No, I'm just like still taking it in and just thinking about it.
Well, I'm sorry you had to come to a Discord server to figure it out, but unfortunately they've censored all of our fucking videos off of the internet, so kind of is what it is.
Why would they censor
Still got
Earth?
Bigfoot everywhere.
I was thinking about how interesting it was that just occurred to me that the firmament that we have, they just wrap the Earth, the surface around the radius of that firmament, also to the bottom and around 360 degrees around. That's where they wrap it around, like all the high distance, high altitude photos and videos they make from balloons and other rockets that they shoot parabolically. They just wrap it around the firmament. That's a perfect.
I mean, it's a good speculation. I'm interested to hear your argument.
Yeah,
maybe not right now. Anyway.
All right, man.
I just want to say that some people do think that whatever is up there is actually flat too.
As in, if we're talking about living within a system that requires containment of the air we breathe, some people think that the top is a dome. Some people think that it's flat. Some people think we don't know the shape of it. We just know it's contained. And there's a lot of speculation to go around about what it actually is, what shape it is, what it's made of, and all that.
Right.
But that's all just speculation. The only thing that we know for sure is you can't have pressure without a container.
Amen to that. And that's objective. Okay, these aren't beliefs. We're actually begging for the evidence. That's what we do every fucking day. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Globers beg the question. We're begging for answers.
Ooh, that's sharp. I like that one. Hey, somebody write that down. That's going to be a bar one day.
I don't want to miss that. What was that last statement? I need to catch that.
I said Globers are begging the question and we're begging for answers.
Pop.
Globers are begging the question. We're begging for answers. I love that.
Right? That's hot. Somebody get a beat.
Get a picture of that.
I am the dome scientist. I want to ask you, how can I assist?
Man, if we knock it out that hard, Toxic, you got to have questions, bro. Is he still here?
I'm here to get rid of your globe psoriasis.
Globe psoriasis? Does that mean like you
just want to deny?
For a head?
They have a globe rash.
They got a globe rash?
They got a globe rash and they need a
rubbing up against too many balls.
But on this radius, how come you insist to keep on denying this?
Hello?
Viper was wanting to unmute, but I don't know.
Anybody that has some questions? I'm gonna unmute Viper. Viper, you have any more questions? Ryan, maybe?
No, I'm just listening.
Okay. What's your thoughts so far?
Very interesting indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, and the best part of it all, right, is that you yourself can validate what we are telling you, right? You don't have to be to be reliant on third parties telling you what they think the globe is. No, you can go out to an ocean or to a large lake, take a mirror with you, or maybe if you have a high-powered zoom camera, and go do some tests, right? Go and find some curvature.
Yeah, I did it earlier actually. Like I live on the shore, so I went in my garden, like in my backyard, and looked for curvature because of what you said.
How'd it go?
Well, I could see straight, and it's like 25 kilometers across the sea or the water, so
wow,
I could see literally like straight.
Yeah, so you have this website, vesselfinder.com. So when you're out on the beach and you think, wow, there's a boat, maybe let's find out how far it is. Go on to this website, vesselfinder.com. You can place a point, drag it to your point. You know how far it is, right? Then you take out your Earth curve calculator and just punch in the numbers, right? So easy.
Yeah.
I mean, we're here to tell people, don't believe us, right? Go and do it yourself. We're tired of believing everybody. So we went out and validated it. Because there's a big difference between knowing and believing, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and if you can check like more than once, you know, like the horizon is always moving. You never know how far you might see one day versus the next.
You guys want to hear another Flat Earth song?
Spin it, DJ Roger.
Yes, please.
Is Toxic gone?
No, I just came back. I was making some food. Hello?
And thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna play Why Would They Lie? It's a collaboration of multiple people from this server, so it's approximately 6-7 minutes, so let's go.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? Huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B, trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron? Is not that important. Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Hey, good shit, good shit. Like it. Hey, what was the name of the guy at the end? Anyone know?
I don't know who he is, but I think he goes by OG.
Yeah, he's good.
Hello?
Yeah, you're there, man. I got you. Coming in clear.
Thought someone just tapped on their mic.
Yeah. I was hoping Toxic would stay in here, but looks like he dipped out to eat.
Oh yeah, he probably got his answer from that song. Has anyone in here ever gotten asked the question, why would they lie, and then gave them an answer to that question and they accepted it like, yeah, that actually does make sense?
No, that's really difficult because they come to Flat Earth very skeptical, right? So, you show them evidence and they kind of don't get it because it's kind of it kind of conflicts with what they believe. And then they ask, why would they lie? And you tell them any kind of whatever answer you tell them, they're gonna think, oh, this guy's a real kook. This guy's like tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, like really thinks people are out to get him. And that's why it usually doesn't go well. So there's no point in really answering. It's really hard to answer that. What do you think?
No, I agree. I don't think there's any point in even trying to answer that question, because that question doesn't get us anywhere if the evidence itself didn't convince them in the first place. Like in the example you gave, if you already told them, like, why would I bother?
You give them the evidence, and then they go right away. They can't refute the evidence, so they go, "Why would they lie?" So it must be round, because why would they lie? That's what they're going on, And if you give them like, depopulation, you can say whatever you want to say, prison planet, control. They're gonna think, what? This guy's kooky.
Well, why would they lie is like Meme points out generally right at the start. It's just an appeal to motive. It's just a fallacious appeal. It's not actually furthering the conversation or actually debunking what has been shown.
Yeah, it's like extreme cognitive dissonance. It would be like someone showing evidence that like your grandpa stole your birthday money. It's like a little kid, like they would never believe it. Love, respected person, always believe. No matter what reason you give them, they just would never be able to.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone had been asked that question and it worked out for them when they gave an answer. Because I wouldn't expect it to.
Miggy gives a really good answer to that. He starts off with talking about, listen, think about how much you're controlled by the media, by the TV. They got you wearing masks. They got you distancing. There's really no law to it. They got you, being afraid. They got you thinking you're on a globe, and what if you're not, So I think mostly he's talking to us, flat earthers, but it makes sense to us, but I don't know if it makes sense to them.
Right.
Got you thinking you have to rely. They got you thinking you have to rely on scientists and the government to keep you safe. That there's a meteor coming close to Earth. That they're watching your TV. They got you scared about a pandemic. That your life's in danger, but who's really dying? I don't know anybody who's really died from this so-called virus. So all these things, this is global warming. Everything is relying on you believing them. If they're lying to you about this, what else?
If you're not going to die from global warming, it's global cooling. If it's not global cooling, it's flooding. If it's not flooding, it's the magnetic pole shift, and everything is gonna.
Or an asteroid.
Yeah, and if you go back every 3 years, there's a coronavirus. There was a SARS virus, a Zika virus. It's every 3 years they come up with this. Even Bill Gates said, listen. The next thing you have to worry about isn't about World War III. The next thing you have to worry about is a pandemic. He said this 10 years ago. And now look, strangely, look how convenient that is.
They did a ton of them. Remember, like West Nile, there's Zika, Ebola, swine flu, bird flu.
We got to be worried about exactly. We don't even see anything about this unless we watch the TV, unless we watch the news and the media. We don't even know about this because nobody close to us is really dying. Nobody's really affected except on the TV. And we're supposed to believe their numbers. The guys believe
let's move from the thingy, right, and get back to flat Earth. I mean,
it was a little related.
I know, but
why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Yeah.
Why would they lie, man?
Because they're liars. What kind of question is that?
I'd to the gent that was saying about being asked it. I'd reverse really is the truth. It's not incumbent upon you to explain why somebody's lying, and it's important to recognize that you're being lied to. Yeah, just because if I made up a load of nonsense and said, unicorn farts create this, that, and the other, if you can't explain my motivation for making that lie, it doesn't make it true. But most importantly, it's to recognise the lie, and not go into the land of cogdis, which is what you're happening to when you're justifying it by saying, well, unless you can explain why they're doing this obvious lie to me, then I will continue to believe the lie. How I'd address that if it was put to me. It's not sufficient to give motivation of a liar, just to point out they're lying.
Very well said.
And in the song, which it said it correctly, why would they not, right? Why would they not lie?
Why would they not?
Yeah, and it's basically your journey, right? I mean, Adam said it correctly. You can believe the explanation and continue believing the lies they tell you, or go out and investigate, right? What can I validate? What can I prove to myself to be real without believing what others are telling me?
Yeah. Well, the question I asked was just that, like, did it ever work out for anyone where they told them why they might be lying, and the person was like, oh yeah, okay. That's what I was kind of wondering, if it ever worked out.
It worked for me. It worked for me just because it was my family, and I had already told them about a lot of stuff. So for them, they was like, why would they lie about this? And then I was like, yeah, there's a bunch of other reasons, like, and we have all talked about these reasons, and they were like, yeah, okay, I can see what you mean.
If you're being honest and you give the honest response, which is for me, for them fundamentally, it's to hide God. You need to be careful planting that. It's very easy if you throw that out to a stranger. Fundy. You know what I mean? But fundamentally, that's the point you're going to get them to. That actually, what is in their religion, the real reason they do all of this to make this construct? The ball is a construct. What's its purpose? Why do this? And fundamentally, it's to go to a materialistic worldview and to remove a creator. Bit deep, like I say, easy to throw that. But if I was having, like Roger's saying, if you're talking with family or people that are genuinely asking, that'd be the reason I'd give.
This doesn't exactly answer the question, but one of the better examples I've heard when asked is the dead body example. So if you come across a dead body and you start asking, well, why? Well, you're asking the wrong question. You've got the dead body. That's all you need.
Yeah, asking why, who could have done this? I don't believe he's dead because I don't believe anybody would do this. Does not make him alive.
Jumping on the religion thing you said, I feel like in the Western world, like Christianity is kind of like disappeared in a way. Like they've kind of created most of the Christian countries into like a secular country. I feel like they might be trying to aim for that in the Eastern world as well, you know? They might be trying to push this, what's the right word? This science knows everything. So from that perspective, I might... yeah, I guess if that's the word.
Belief in science is called scientism, and science without the scientific method or experimentation is called pseudoscience. And that's what actually all of the foundations of the ball are on pseudoscience.
So yeah, so I'm just touching up on what the guy said about they're trying to take away God, right? So I feel like they kind of done that in the Western world, and that might be a reason why there's so much violence in the Eastern side of the world, you know? They're trying to take away God from everything and just enclose people in a society where they control. So from that perspective, I might see why they would do it. That could be a reason to control people. But
generally don't go too far into religious topics here. In this channel, we have another channel for that down below. But yeah, you're right.
Everything government does is to control people. That is
I was just touching on what the guy said.
Yeah. It's not a specific religion. You're right, but yeah, the way in which you remove the creator from different societies around the plane is obviously going to have a different modus operandi, isn't it? And horses for courses, as they say, it's a very different attack method to the Middle East than it would be to the West. But I think you're right. The route forward. This is the important. They may have made society secular, but they haven't made me. They've not changed yet. You know what I mean? Society is one thing. I don't think God gives a flying stuff about society. He's probably predicted this is what will happen. He's interested in whether you're secular. I think. Do you think he's nonsense? I hate it when it gets quiet.
Yeah, I'm just eating, so I just heard that and I jumped in. I don't really mean to take it down the road. I'm just listening.
Specific religions of any type are irrelevant, aren't they? To the point of hiding the creator.
Yeah, if you don't have a ball and you don't have a big bang and you don't have gravity, then that would point to an intelligent designer. Because without all that, they have nothing. They have no science.
Anybody has any more questions?
Yeah, why can't they tell the truth?
They're afraid. They're very, very, very afraid that everybody on this earth turns upon them and slaughters them in one mass rampage. They're so scared that they lose it all. That's why they can't also give up. It's not just for what they're getting. They're afraid to lose it all violently. They think we'll all revolt.
See, that's what I think. I'm like then I bring the question, who, you know, like who's afraid of being slaughtered? Who would the world turn against? You know, is NASA the company? Like, are they like the root
You're
cause?
going into black royalty now, or into the bloodlines and stuff that's beyond the topic of the server.
I'm just responding to the guy's claim. He said they're afraid. So then that comes back to my question at the start, is like, what was the purpose? Like, is the world, like, is there like multi countries behind it, or like, do you know what I mean? Like, who is afraid? I'm just answering what the guy said, you know.
Are you asking why would they lie, or are you asking who is lying?
I'm just replying to the guy that said they're afraid, and I'm asking who's afraid. Like, if they came out with it, you know.
Okay. there's a bunch of stuff that you need to actually look into to get the answer to this, and that's like a topic for a whole other server. But in essence, there's blood relations across the whole world in all of the countries, and these blood relations go deep.
Roger, to pull it back
Tom
to
Hanks
flat Earth.
is the fourth cousin of Abraham Lincoln.
I do have an answer to. Well, you know what? To be fair, you got in first, Adam.
Just to pull it to a flat Earth, but probably the best thing to look at to keep it within this server is what countries have a space program. I mean, put my fingers up, obviously for space program. But if you're looking at who, whatever, then I would suggest countries that either have been given the right to be able to boast that they have a space program or are doing so, are involved in this. Because as we know that if you are saying that, then we know you're lying from the start. So
Right, and I might add the Antarctic Treaty as well.
Real quick, that look at the joke now at Turkey and UAE. You know, suddenly they started having like UAE like in less than 10 years they like landed on Mars. Wow, what an achievement! What a joke, right?
Yeah, and that's either saying we want a bit of this glory for our nation, or we'll spill the beans, or they've been allowed into the glory.
Who landed on Mars?
UAE, not landed. Sorry, sent a probe to Mars.
Oh, okay.
You.
Does anybody have a flag, by the way, on Mars?
No, I doubt that.
Like on the moon, supposedly?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
It's so cringy.
They destroyed their middle school science project. Oh no.
I never get tired of hearing that, actually.
How dare you make fun of their middle school science project?
This is the Flat Earth server, and I'll make fun of whatever I want.
That's hilarious. Yeah, we're about. Here's what we do with technology. We destroy that shit and we get rid of it because that's what we do with technology.
That's what you do with every other thing you do at school, right? You just throw it away right after you're done with it.
One small step for human, but big for humanity.
Not only that, they destroy it and they know it's a painful process getting it back. You know, so where is the logic there?
It's like that ancient technology that no one can figure out how the ancient people did what they did. They're like, oh, we can't figure out how to do this. How did they do that in like 50 years ago?
Wow, guess what?
They know how to do it. No, because they used that in 60s and they didn't know. And for the luck, they went there, you know. And now they don't know to use anymore that. That was a luck. They used that.
6 times? 6 times?
That's good luck.
I figured it out. It's because they're really good. They're really a good aiming. They know how to aim really, really well. They just aim so well. It just falls right into place. And
only that technology to pass that one belt, one belt. Only that technology, nothing else missing.
Man, and I bet they landed exactly where they expected to land on the moon.
Well, of course they did, because how else are you going to do a photo shoot? You got to figure out the location is everything.
It's because they know everything about the model inside and out, down to the very finest detail. They're just that good.
You got to get the model lined up perfectly in the shot at the location.
Yeah, okay,
everyone knows
Kubrick.
But moon is boring to explore now. More.
I have a question. If we're moving X miles through space, like the Earth and the Moon, like let's say, I don't know, 1,000, however fast we're moving.
It's relative.
But if you leave the Moon, when you have to catch up to that speed to get to Earth.
Yes.
In other words, would it be a one-way trip if we went to the Moon and back?
No, they use orbital mechanics to get back to Earth.
Well, using the radius that they don't have and never measured. So there's that.
The potatoes in space film's probably the best way of answering that. If you look at when they have to go and rescue Matt Damon, it's not a trip to Mars and back. They have to calculate how it's the things are moving, and you couldn't leave the Moon just because you wanted to come back. You'd have to leave apparently from the point that the Earth would be traveling within your path, so that you could account for those ridiculous speeds. I mean, they're dumb, but they're not that dumb. They do account for that.
Did you just throw in a Matt Damon?
Matt Damon, yeah. Sorry.
It's okay, man. Like, no, your voice, like, from your voice alone, I want to take you serious. And he threw that in. I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
It wasn't a Matt Damon shout out, obviously. It was a
We're all
shout
messing
down.
around.
I just don't see how people don't realize, how can you go to the fucking Mars, but you can't go back to the Moon? And how does this not drive some? You can go 133 million miles away, but you can't go 250,000 miles away. How the fuck does that make sense? Seriously.
The road to Mars might be smoother. The road to the Moon just might be a rocky road, like you're on a gravel.
I think the Van Allen radiation belt got a little tighter.
That's the dumbest excuse anyone can ever say. It's rockier road to go shorter distance. Fuck out of here.
It's because Elon Musk has
space, eh?
Elon Musk has interest in Mars, but not the Moon. That's why.
Yeah, sure, but that's not what they said. That's not what they said. You understand? They said we can't go back to the Moon because of technological problems. We lost the technology. We destroyed it. But hey, we have some technology to go to Mars. That's a lot easier.
To be fair, if they lost it and it's destroyed and it's painful to get it back again, and if you're going to reinvent something, then reinvent something that can go to Mars. Don't reinvent something that goes to the Moon.
No, because it's easier to go to Mars from the Moon. That's stupid.
It's because it's too expensive. It's too expensive.
With $60 million a day, that's too expensive. You could build the International Space Station on the Moon, a really big one, and have all kinds of launch capability from there. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely. Listen. If you had the ability to do all this, what would you do? If you were a person, you had the money to do all this, what would you do? You know, this is what you have to ask yourself. Don't think like these fucking evil, demonic fucking spirits. Use your own brain. If you had the ability and the funds, that's what any sane person would do. You would launch from the Moon because you need less fuel. All you got to do is get your trajectory right, and there you go. It's fucking. That's simple. Simple logic.
They promised us colonies. They promised us colonies on the Moon by 1978. And if they had colonies on the Moon, and if going to space and all this junk was real, they could be mining on the Moon and building stuff on the Moon to make it easier, but they're not.
Well, first things first, we need to put some hotels up there first. in space.
I'd have hotels on the moon, and I'd have them paid for by private advertisers.
Yeah, about that space hotel thing, aren't the people on the ISS supposed to be like trained to go up there? And we're just gonna build a hotel in space, and anybody, well, I guess maybe not anybody will go up there, right? If they have to train for that.
You know,
the thing about it, there's more gravity on the moon than there is in outer space. So you would think it would be smarter to build something on something that has gravity, right? You know what I'm saying? Why would you build something when you're just fucking floating around and shit, and it's harder? You know what I'm saying? It just defies logic. It defies reasoning. All of that shit.
The funny thing is, there's more gravity where the ISS is than on the moon, supposedly, because the ISS is so close to us.
No, that's bullshit.
The
Because they're
ISS is
floating
just
around.
moving so fast that it's falling around the globe, and its speeds are so high that if it would hit any kind of junk, any kind of dust or anything, it would just disintegrate.
And it's never happened to this day. Never happened. Never happened.
No, but that is their correct claim. When you want to challenge the ISS on their nonsense gravity, if you calculate using the formulas, it comes out about 8.4 meters per second, the relative gravity on the ISS with its distance. So the reason that they float around, and you thought they thought about this a bit, wouldn't you? Because it would have been easier to fake, but the reason they do that is exactly as described, that it's actually falling like a vomit comet.
It's falling around. It's falling. It's in a free fall around the Earth, and they just correct the orbit every now and then.
Yeah, but I think it's 8.4 meters per second. They supposed gravity that they're still subjected to.
Yeah.
And I don't know the what it is on the moon, but it's obviously more on the moon.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 1/4 or something along those lines, which is obviously less than 8 point something. But the ISS was supposedly hit by micrometeorite at some point, but the ISS is traveling at 17,000 miles per hour, so the micrometeorite must have been coming in at a really nice angle to just make a tiny little hole that an astronaut can plug with his finger.
What did they use to seal it with for a bit, though? It was something ridiculous.
Hold on. Remember?
Duct tape.
It was something like that, yeah.
Oh, there's a
Sorry,
show
Elijah.
Yeah, I was looking up this show from Disney, or was it a movie? Damn, I mean, I can't remember it being all the way in 1999, but all I know is it was titled Xenon, Girl of the 21st Century, and it was having to do with the teenager on the space station.
Okay.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
I'm just thinking about like the propaganda is at every level of school you can think of, because that was like a teenage kind of show for me. Or it seems like a movie, but I could have sworn that there was a TV show about it too. So they just keep on they keep it alive in your mind.
But they don't allow you to ask questions. That's the problem. They give it to you as fact, and you're supposed to swallow it without asking any pertinent questions as to the how and the why. You know, it's just all theoretical.
That's why it's not education, it's indoctrination. Kids are brought up to carry on the lie through each generation.
Like, so I went over the Mars landing with my girlfriend, because if you watch the last 3 minutes of the landing, you can see how fake it is. And she pointed shit out to me. She measured shit because they have like she was measuring the craters according to the size of the craters on Earth, and the trajectory they claimed, the kilometers they claimed they were from the actual surface of Mars. And according to the crater that it landed next to, the crater should have been 10 miles wide in diameter. Which, in fact, if you watch the video, it's obvious. Dude, it is so fake that landing, bro. The was it Curiosity? Is that the one? Dude, it's crazy, man. If you guys go back and go just watch this the last 3 minutes, dude, you will be like, holy shit, that's some fake ass shit. If my girl can figure that shit out, I don't know what the hell's wrong with the rest of these people.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
I love that saying.
That guy's a genius.
This whole it's very fascinating. It's fascinating to watch all the people just fall in. It's like, dude, can you imagine? Like, literally, we're like 1 out of every like 2,000 people that exist on the planet, and then you put yourself in that category, and you imagine how many people like are gonna really fucking be lost if you ever really look at it. Like
on the planet.
You know what I mean, dude. Shut up.
Haha, gotcha.
It's literally biblical because when Christ came to his own people, they rejected him. And like 3 wise men, dude, and like 2 shepherds came to his birth out of how many people were supposed to know of his coming? It was like 5. You know, like, can you compare to the rest of the world? I mean, like, dude, that's crazy. So you look at this stuff and you compare it, you just literally compare it. Look at your family members will kick you out of the family for this belief, or this awakening. I wouldn't call it a belief. This truth, kick you out of the family. They disown you. Like you know what I'm saying? Dude, it's crazy the level of indoctrination.
Yeah. They don't even care whether it's true or not. They'll say, how is it affecting my life? Because if not, you're kind of fucking that up.
Yeah,
with your crazy talk, and I don't need my friends and family hearing the bullshit that because you're just rocking the boat and I might lose my job. And just shut the fuck up with your flat earth nonsense. That's how they act.
It's some next level hatred, man. It's some next level. Like, I've never in my whole entire, not even being a Christian, experienced the level of hatred like that. I've never had people laugh in my face, point fingers at me. Not even doing it even when I was in school, bro. I've never, and I'm an adult now. I'm getting hated. I'm like, dang, dude, wow, it's that real. Y'all love this shit so much.
You can talk about shape-shifting reptilians and not get that amount of ridicule.
Like, especially my Christian friends, dude, literally cut me off. Like, I'm like, are you guys serious right now? You mean you really can't? You being a Christian, above all people, should know what it's like. And this is the level you're going to go to right now. Like, this dude, one of my best friends won't even talk to me. Not even close. Won't even acknowledge my existence. Third party, I have to talk to him. Someone else has to communicate if he wants to say anything. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Like, bro, you ain't even worth talking to if that's the case. I couldn't believe it, man. I cannot believe how much Christians hate this truth. Like, seriously, like, I can understand like regular people, but Christians, it's like, fuck, dude, this shit's biblical. What's wrong with y'all?
Hey, so you know the guy that said the last 3 minutes of the video, it showed something. Could you explain that? I'm trying to look for the.
Oh, dude, it's all right. So you have to watch. All right, so when they blow off the exterior covering, right? You watch that fall.
I linked the
and
video.
watch it fall, right?
Is it that video or is it a different one?
Huh? It's the last 3 minutes of it's as it's descent. There's only one video. It's the same one. It's as it's descending to land on Mars. So the exterior.
Is it the one I posted? I'm asking. Is it the same one?
Oh, my bad. Let me go.
Because I'm looking at the last 3 minutes. I don't see much happening.
I said Mars, not the moon, dude. It's Mars.
Oh, my bad.
Mars.
Wait, so what's happening?
You basically there is no depth perception in that 3 minutes you're watching. So you're watching the descent of the so-called Curiosity rover, whatever the hell. But what you'll notice if you watch the frames, you never know how far away it is from the surface, right? So it just looks like you know when like a parachuter is free falling in the sky, you can see clouds coming closer, the land's getting closer, everything's getting closer. You never know when you watch it, you cannot tell how far, even though they're telling you the kilometers. So if you do the math with the kilometers, it doesn't line up anyway. But as you watch it, just use your eyes, and you'll like, wait a minute, how far away is it? You cannot tell. You cannot tell. You never get a sense of when this thing's going to land. And so you're looking at things you think are big giant formations on the surface, but you never get that sense. You're thinking it is. You're like, wait a minute, how did we land? I don't understand. You have to watch it. You'll understand what I'm talking about as you try to figure out the distance from the ground to the rover as it's free falling with the parachute. You'll see, but you have to watch it. It's like 3.5 minutes. Last 3.5 minutes. It's just the lady's narrating, telling you how many kilometers away, blah blah blah, and you're like, all right, well, okay, and then you try and put that all information together, and it doesn't line up. You'll see.
I hate to do a QE, but they've got you, man. You're arguing about whether or not photographic paper can cope with the temperature variances on the moon. You're accepting the moon, you're accepting Mars. How did that rover get there? What did it travel through to get to see these things?
Oh, no.
Space, isn't it? And in their world, space is supposed to be the vacuum next to our pressurized thing.
Yeah, but
thing.
When you're talking to people, dude, they can't get their heads out of space. You understand? They cannot get their heads out of space. No matter how much information you give them that space does not exist, they cannot get their fucking heads out of it. That's the problem. So you have to destroy the idea of space for them because you have to show them that they're being fucking lied to in space about this shit, because they will never, no matter how you explain gravity, what is it? Atmosphere next to a vacuum, they won't fucking get it. We've seen this. We've shown them the information. They will not accept it. They will not. They just literally shut down. They cannot accept it. So you have to destroy their belief. That's the only way to get them. You have to destroy their belief in front of their eyes. That's the only way to do it.
Alright, so I'm watching a Mars video. What does it show?
All right, so watch the outer covering blow off, right? And then you just watch it from there. And tell me what you see.
Is it fraud? I concede that, yeah. I think if you're talking to a normie, then, yeah, that's a very reasonable way. Just pointing out the fact that it's not even as good as Hollywood CGI. It's reasonable to begin. The point I was alluding to really was if you're pulling this with a baller, they're just going to go, well, it's just the way it happens because there's no atmosphere.
They always have, exactly like Adam's trying to say, they've always got a reason. So they put that special film in the special compartment that keeps the film safe from radiation. And that's their answer now why the photos made it back. or
No,
they've got some.
but this isn't the photos. This is the video footage of it landing. So if you can destroy this video footage in front of their eyes, like I said, my girlfriend is not she's not a flat earther, but she understands reason and logic. So anyone who truly understands that shit can figure it out. Now, if they're just gonna just sit there and deny it, that's different. You can't work with nobody like that. You know?
No, because that's a normie, isn't it? You can address it to a normie to start. It's not proof either way, but, you know what I mean? But it's fine. But the only point I was making was to bring that with a baller. They're going to come up with, because there's no atmosphere. That's the way.
But Mars clearly has
perspective, and you then just start arguing about, let's say, the quality of film cell and solar protection, and you're in their realm. You're in their realm, aren't you?
Yeah,
so,
but
I can see the point. It's a great thing. That and the fly that appears, you know what I mean? It's a great way of showing a normie that, oh mate, look how fake this is.
Yeah, that's all. You'll never work in a ball. Yeah, because them if they won't accept, you have to the baller supposedly a little bit more intelligent, if you want to call it that, but so they can understand. They understand the just the 3 points. So if you get them on the 3 points, they never conceded anyway, even though they can never answer the questions. So the baller you don't even need to go there with, you know.
This is what's been really amazing about listening to like QE and some of these guys who do this day in, day out for year after year after year, is that you can stay on your feet and you can jab or exchange jabs with someone point for point. Or like QE does is he takes them out at their feet. And if you're lying on your back, you're not jabbing with me anymore. I'm just ground and pounding you. So by looking at these arguments over a long period of time and seeing how many people don't accept the attacking it in the region of space, then we had to bring it out of space and really just attack the concept of space. Take it out at the knees. The entire argument falls flat if they can grasp that space is fake. When we're arguing, like Adam was saying, about the different atmospheric conditions in Mars and how potentially because of less humidity it could have worked better, or like, at that point you're playing in Narnia and you're describing the characters from Narnia. You might as well just come out of the closet and break that closet down before we even step into it.
Yeah, you're arguing with people that appeal to authority and such, whereas doing it with ballers that at least have or consider themselves to have some form of understanding about physics and space and such, when you just take it as, QE does, straight to that and basically debunk space itself, they can't really deny that. If they do understand, physics, natural laws and things like this, then they can't really deny it.
Well, they or to just until they get banned and are never allowed back in, like Zanuck and Kosha, because they obviously understand these things, but they just will never concede a point, ever.
Yeah, that's the ones they're the ones I mean when I say the word glober. I'm pretty much talking to ones like that. I don't care about people that adhere to the heliocentric model because they're understandably just ignorant, and we've all been there, and I'm sure we'll get there again in some way.
I've watched it. So it looks like there's wind or something blowing on the ground, but then there's nothing moving.
Right. You see that? You see that? Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah. I watched it like 3 times. That looks kind of weird.
Like those little pebbles you're seeing blowing in under the dirt that's moving aren't moving at all. It's just supposed it's like. But even still, if you back up, look at that crater. There's a crater to your left, and then there's a dune ridgeline, right? And it lands literally next to that, when that crater should be at least 10 miles wide, right? So it's just like the depth perception is all gone. It's all fickle. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I just watched it too, and I totally agree. Like, there's supposed to be like a mountain and a crater, and then it just lands right after that. It's all messed up.
And then everybody starts jumping and hollering and screaming. That shit was so funny.
The thing is that I've been doing this for years, and I remember looking at these Mars rover stuff. And probably 3 years ago, we were pointing out that the Mars rovers, the solar panels, had dust, and then didn't have dust. And I think I saw something today where what they'll do is they'll go away and invent an excuse. Now, you'll probably be able to look up for little eddies and cyclones on Mars, right? And they've invented some footage to show these cyclones, and that's what they now claim is what cleaned the dust off these solar panels. And one of these eddies must have gone over the solar panels, cleared the dust. Yeah. All you do is give them another excuse for more bullshittery.
How are they doing that in 1% atmosphere?
I was going to say, remember, this is a cyclone in 1% atmosphere. It's just, how much could it clean?
What did you say?
How much dust can you blow off with no air? You get me?
You said you give them an excuse for more bullshittery?
Yeah. Because you've engaged with them. You've accepted their paradigm that this is real, and what we've now got is a phenomena on Mars. Not this is all nonsense. We're trying to explain why the solar panels have cleaned themselves, yeah, and you engage with them in this kind of nonsense. Whereas the reality is, you never went there. You can't get there. The way you're going to get there is a second law of thermodynamics violation that you do not have an answer to. So address that first before we start talking about the relatively low atmosphere on Mars that can produce cyclones that clean solar panels.
But when you understand that 90% of the people are normies, right? The remaining 10% that understand physics and things of that nature, aren't the ones that need the information, because like the normies have to understand. You would basically have to take them to school so they can learn all the other stuff, but they'd have to be willing, and they're not willing. That's the problem. They're not willing to learn these concepts and these ideas and these truths. They're not willing to, because they don't, it's just too much work for them.
The problem is not that they're not willing, is that they've made learning boring. That's the whole thing. That's what they do since you were a kid. They put you in school for 8 hours a day. By the time you get to high school, you hate school. You don't want to go to school. I mean, you go just because, hey, that's what they tell you to do.
Yeah, they're also convinced they know. So that's a big problem.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why they're not willing, because they believe they.
Cut off, right?
And neither did he want to. It's just like he was just in his own belief system, and that was it. So that dude, I forget what his name was, but he was here and he's dipped now after a while. But I'm just like, it's hard to reach these guys because they don't even want to understand the curvature or any of that stuff. They don't want to understand it.
Where's that dude? He just spoke. The one with like the darker silhouette. Maybe it was a hoodie or something.
Ham?
He was just talking. Well, he just.
You remember that guy, Elijah? There was a guy.
Him. You.
He didn't believe.
Yeah, I'm just in bed listening. What's the issue?
I know he's different from the other guy that like he. You're talking about the guy that came in after the dude I'm talking to right now, right?
It was the guy that, remember, he believed in 9/11, but he didn't believe in flat Earth. Yeah. Yeah, that guy. And he was questioning the moon landing.
Dude, that's me.
Oh, you're okay. Never mind. Sorry.
Hey guys, I have
the
a
thing
question.
is, I still think it's quite hard.
I was asking because I wanted to point out, like, one of you guys asked, you're like, so how could all of the governments be in on it? Well, Well, number one, you only have one point of view, and that's from NASA. Have you ever seen live pre-recorded footage of JAXA? Like, have you ever actually looked into any of these other places that have, like, whatever? Like, have you looked into any of the other space things other than NASA or SpaceX?
Ours
is a space station called JAXA. Is that what you're saying? I've never heard of that.
No, JAXA is like the Japanese version of NASA, and they supposedly have live feed of the moon. So I'm asking if you ever seen it, because, like, you know, people ask, well, how could they all be lying? But they've never actually seen these people produce anything. And
I thought that NASA was like $1 billion thing that they got money funded to them. So I thought that there was no other options. I thought it was only them and maybe the other countries' options.
Yeah, exactly. See, do you see how much disinformation and misinformation is out there, or just stuff we don't even consider? Because there's even
so there can't be other.
Even the Indians have a space program. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of shit, dude.
Yep, and Israel also, didn't they send probes to the moon, but it blew up or something?
Honestly, that just makes me wonder if there's people out there wearing T-shirts that have the logo from a different space agency other than NASA, because that's the only one I ever see.
There's very few space agencies.
Have you been to Jakarta?
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense
China?
for a country to have more than one, because all the money would usually go to one, right?
Have you been? Did you hear what he just asked you?
Have you been to Jakarta, Indonesia, or China?
Me? No, I haven't.
They have space agencies. That's where you would know the answer to your question.
So I'd have to go there to see if people are wearing T-shirts that had their logos on it?
Yeah.
And
I was thinking that I didn't start seeing these T-shirts, all these logos start popping up till like recently.
Yeah, because of Flat Earth.
So the Flat Earth came out, exactly.
And then
they started making discount shirts and put them at Walmart, like $5 for two. NASA.
And then SpaceX popped up too, so they to try and reinvigorate the whole system.
Yeah,
or revitalize.
They let you pay them a discounted price to promote their shit.
Yeah, but you would think that a lot of countries would at least have the NASA shirts because, I mean, America went to the moon first, right? So they're the big one, at least in my mind.
Not all countries believe
We're
that.
under the impression, we're under the impression that they all believe that the U.S. did what they claimed. When that wasn't even the case, but I guess now mum's the word because the Flat Earth is out, so they're not willing to be like, yeah, those motherfuckers didn't go to the moon, because everything else that they're in cahoots with now is going to come crashing down, their control. But look at what I posted in the live stream, the guy with the shadow silhouette or whatever. There's a live pre-recording of JAXA, and in the still shot or whatever here, the thumbnail, you can see that they have Earthrise. But just take a look at that and tell me that you believe that that's real.
I was just about, is this supposed to be real?
Dude, that's the crazy part. That's supposed to be real, bro.
It's almost like these different so-called space agencies don't actually work together to design their stuff, but work independently, and so the stuff looks very different. You should just have a laugh looking at the different things.
And that's just one example of compartmentalization within the lie itself. Like, it's clearly a contained idea.
Given that the moon always has a reorientates itself to the Earth, wouldn't your view of the Earth always be the same? because the moon that you stood on would be reorientating itself perfectly. That's its point. It doesn't even allow its surface rotation to change so you can see the other side. There would never be a point of Earth ever being other than that fixed position.
Are you saying that if you like pointed a camera straight up, you would see the Earth because the sun is lighting the lit part of the moon? Or I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
From an Earth-based view, if we look at the moon, wherever we are, the moon rotates perfectly to keep that faced orientation to us. So we never see the dark side of the moon or even the edge.
Yeah, they call it
The
orbital
edges,
lock, right?
So, right, lovely. So if you're then on the moon, what's the converse of that? It would mean that the Earth wouldn't go over the sky like the converse does. It would always stay in the same position because the moon is always rotating to keep it there, because it's rotating to keep it that same fixed face.
Yeah, we've always got Earth rise, when that shouldn't actually be the case.
No.
Yeah, still.
No. I disagree. Let me give some pushback, and maybe
because I'm not sure on it, Eli. But I'm just
It's not the rotation of the moon. It's the probe going around the moon that's giving the impression that the Earth is rising.
Yeah, Elijah is right. Adam is also right. But when you're talking about the moon landings, because all the moon landings claim to have landed on the middle of the face of the moon, so that's I think where the confusion is coming from.
Well, hang on. The picture of Earthrise doesn't show a picture of a lander going around. They're showing they're showing the moon. They're showing the Earth in the picture. They have to be either on the Earth,
Eli,
on the moon, or close to the moon to get that shot, right?
Well, that's a satellite that's supposed to be capturing. I don't even fucking know, to be honest.
They never show long enough footage, so that Earth should come to 12 o'clock at some point. If they showed long enough footage, that Earth should come, just as Adam was saying, directly above. But it's always just an Earthrise that looks like it's coming up over the horizon, as Elijah said, but with the satellite bit, it still doesn't correlate.
I thought we were talking about Apollo. I think it's 18. The Earthrise shot, not satellite stuff that's supposedly orbiting that CGI moon there. Fair enough, you're going to get that effect. But as far as I can imagine, I'm trying to visualize, all you'll get is a change in illumination based on the relative position of the sun. The Earth shouldn't move; it should be that fixed point that you're rotating around.
Yeah, if you're on the moon looking at the Earth, it would always be 12 o'clock. Right? We get that. But they're trying to say that picture is taken from a satellite going around the moon.
Right? Yeah, well, then that image is theoretically possible. That's what I'm saying. But they also have Earthrise on the Apollo 18, which is what I was relating to. On a satellite, and of course, because you're supposedly spinning around a ball, aren't you? And it will then change your field of perspective.
Look how much of a joke. Click on the Canadian. Click on the Canadian Space Agency, and we'll look at the first images in there. It should be the first image on the right hand side. It's like they're.
Guys, I have another question about Sticks and Shadows.
Man, we're in a lot of trouble, guys.
Did you see that Canadian Space Agency? Yeah. Please tell me I did. This is just a joke, bro.
Yeah, I saw it.
Nowhere. I'm looking right now. Nope. Stop it.
Is that two Canadians off to the moon? What's that all about?
They all agree on the circle. They just each superimpose shit however they see fit.
Hey, I don't see any. What picture are you looking at there?
It says Canadian Space. Let me take a picture.
Yeah, I'm in the link, but
are you on the phone or are you?
on the phone. Is it?
It might not come out enough. Hold on, give me a second.
I've posted the mission to the moon. It's a bit wobbly, that moon, isn't it? I'm better at Photoshop than that.
Man, I don't even want to see what Indonesia got.
Look at that. Look at that.
Come on, bro.
Right.
Yo, come on. Yo, come on. Come on.
Oh man, this is a joke, bro.
That may as well be a Halo video game or some shit.
Well, what are you guys looking at? I want to know.
Yeah, that's a Halo Reach.
So I posted a link for. I started going through all the different space agencies. I clicked on the Canadian one, and I posted the image of their. Wasn't their front page? I mean, the first page is the 51 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, but that's not real. I mean, that's
No. What I'm saying, but this is a space agency, and what they're gonna give you is a freaking image of.
Wait, that's not real?
I mean,
what I mean is it's not presented to be real. It's just presented to be like their agency logo or some shit, right?
I don't know. I mean, this is a shit they have in their. Of course, I'm pretty sure it's what they did.
Well, you know it's real because it looks so fake.
Well, if you come from Russia, this is what the world looks like.
So they'll make it more fake so people think that it's more real.
What's this former CIA officer talking about for NASA? What is NATO Space Agency? Or NATO, or whatever he's saying.
NASA stands for not a space agency.
That's actually what it stands for?
Yeah, bro. And if you put some money in my PayPal, I have some really great acreage over in Idaho.
My friend works for NASA, and they actually hire programmers that aren't computer scientists to just program for them. I don't know what exactly they do, but
No, it stands for the National. Got that, folks? Thinking it's not a government agency? National Aeronautical and Space Agency.
They're building space. It's like they interact with algorithm programs and such, and basically they started with a platform, and they're all sort of interacting and correlating with this computer program, it seems, and building space as they go.
So Elijah, what's this video you posted? It's not available anymore. It's called The Moon Incredible Lunar Views. It won't even let me look at it.
I think he said it was a satellite orbiting the moon that was supposed to be live at the time.
From JAXA.
It's interesting that it's not loading for you. It's working for me.
Lbot, what's this Canadian Space Agency?
Yeah, I clicked on their link. So I was going to the list of space agencies, and I clicked on their link, and this is what they have in their front page. You would think they would have some kind of, images or whatever. No, they have a drawing, some Photoshop shit.
No, dude, that's Earth. Can't you see it? It's right there.
Mars right there next to it too in the image.
No, look, they drew it. It's right there.
What's that red thing next to the moon? in the visor. That Mars? It's in our atmosphere. I mean, the Indian one is a lot nicer, even though it looks like crap, their website. But
so, what is this Space Force then? Like the space military? What is that supposed to be?
It stands for cyberspace.
It's more like
Really?
Japanese anime.
Does it actually mean cyberspace?
So the whole thing is like with the NSA and the CIA being completely ineffective. Space Force became a military branch, which is controlled by the military and not in any way. It's not one of those agencies that's not regulated and not under control of something.
Even before Space Force, all space activities were underneath the Air Force, at least in America, and most of these countries have it underneath
I'm not
their
speaking of
military
the
Air
space.
Force.
I'm not speaking of space exploration or anything like that. I'm talking about cybersecurity, and that is what Space Force is. And people just don't realize that yet.
Yes, that's what I believe that. I think it's a cyber force, definitely.
Yeah, but that's not what Trump alluded to.
Yeah, who
Oh,
cares?
Trump put that in perspective real easy for us.
Dude,
remember
Trump
when
just
he was
wants to
saying
talk.
that Space Force wasn't going to have anything to do with space? Anyone seen that clip?
I think I see something like that. Yeah.
Shit, I thought he said the opposite.
No. He did not say the opposite.
Well, my black ass was wrong.
Look, this is a French. 57 minutes after the hour. This is the French website for their space agency.
Just everybody's like, we should make one.
You know what I mean? Let's collect some tax money, man. Shit, what is it? Virgin Island Airlines started what, 2004?
Hey guys, I got a question about sticks and shadows.
What's up with sticks and shadows?
So, like, supposedly the Globers say the Earth was measured because Carl Sagan took a little board, showed Alexandria and Siam sites like 500 miles apart. And then with obelisks, they measured the shadows, and that's how Earth is round. You heard that story?
Yeah, we've all heard that crazy story.
But how do they determine the measurement if it's 500 miles away? Wouldn't you like a cell phone or location?
No one knows. That's it.
How do you measure a shadow in a city and then another city that's 500 miles away? I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre, huh?
Are they saying like they were in Alexandria and they measured the shadows and the second trip to Siam 500 miles away? Then they measure the shadows and they go back and forth and they figured out that how they do that.
So the story is that they put a stick in whatever Alexandria or whatever, measure that shadow, and then they went to another place at the same day the next year, I guess, if I remember correctly, and measured that shadow, and decided to determine they made an assumption of the sun is millions and millions of miles away, so the lights are coming in parallel, therefore it was a radius.
Wouldn't they have had to have
So
made
it took them a
measurement
year.
at the same time?
Wait, I just want to be clear. It took them a year, though. Is that right?
Yeah, because I think they said it was like they wanted to have, it had to be at because they know this day this time the sun was on top of this location, I guess 90-degree angle, shadow or whatever.
So that's where I have the biggest issue is how in ancient times do they translocate regional time from one place to the other? So even if it's a year later and it's the same people, how do they know at the time they measure the sun and angle in Cyan that it was the exact point of midday in Alexandria.
Holy shit! You just blew my mind.
Yeah, that's
You're
exactly
right.
what I was just
Wait,
wondering.
is the sun the same place every year exactly? Is that right?
You can excuse the measuring of 500 miles. They could have worked it and approximated it, but how did they know that when they stood in one city, it's midday here now? Right, measure the stick.
Exactly.
Synchronize,
What time is?
just like I said, synchronize your sundials now, gentlemen.
Do they have a stopwatch?
We got the timing exact. We didn't have clocks yet. Don't worry about that little detail, though. So, okay, get ready. Synchronize sundials. Now.
No, they use neck timer.
Neck timer.
And the other thing, were they walking? How did they measure the distance? Did they measure footsteps over terrain? No, probably not, right? They were floating above the surface? I don't know. Doesn't make sense. They use a little wheel with a freaking odometer that went by.
It's a Glober would say. Surely it's an explanation from someone smarter than us.
That's what they're using in 2021. It's so freaking preposterous. It verges on, it totally is the cartoon freaking version, man. $2021. Hello. Let's look at the year again. Am I wrong? Is it 2021? Because I forget. People are pulling out sticks and shadows out of their ass.
No, they had the technology back then, but they lost it, and it was too painful to rebuild it.
Oh, shoot. How could I forget? They had to destroy that technology. Okay, stop using the technology. It was already destroyed.
Check out the Italy one, man. They are just holy shit. I didn't even know Italy had a space agency. And they give you a picture of, some stuff. It's just of course, it's another image.
They must be. You think they're kind of like sitting back there going like, maybe we ought to. Why not?
Look at what this says. Thanks to the satellites in orbit, we are able to receive images coming from every part of the world, make phone calls everywhere, make air and naval navigation safe.
Except in the deserts and the mountains. Sorry, folks. You don't have access because it's not open enough of a sky or something. I don't get it.
Yeah. And in Wyoming, for some reason, when I'm driving through Wyoming. That shit really pisses me off because it kicks me off of the website.
I like your website the best. Like they actually had some nice software developers.
Gosh, it was so fun flat smacking my own brother, man. He got a full flat smacking with me, man. And we went out and looked at the water out in the ocean at the harbor. And you can see across 5 miles at least, bros. And it's all ramping up to the height of the eye level all the way across. You can see all the way to even with your bare eyes, you can see the shoreline. 5 miles. Even just with my prescription glasses.
Godric, what was your question?
I'm sorry.
The sticks and... it's no worries, dude.
I didn't mean to get
I'm
off.
trying to figure out how they prove that the Earth is round because of sticks and shadows, but they're 500 miles apart where they can get the difference. So how can they prove that? Can you explain it to me, please? Or explain to all the laymen.
I can't.
That's what we're trying to find out because no one that has presented the sticks and shadows can provide any of that information. I've asked them numerous times over and over and over again on here. Dozens of times I've asked people that question. Can you verify how they got the distances? How did they measure distances? How did they measure the time at exact noon at those differences in place, location? How did they measure time? Did they synchronize their sundials? Seriously. Crickets is all the answer I get.
I mean, yeah, even if they did do that, it would still all be an assumption. So it doesn't really matter.
Still based on an assumption.
Yeah. That is the whole
It's
thing.
based upon the assumption that the light rays are coming in parallel, and that the sun is at great distance, hence the parallel. So what they do is, with the given assumptions of 500 miles and the given assumption that you can translocate local time from one place to the other, at midday at one of them, and when the sun's overhead, there was no shadow cast. So if you then presume you're on a ball and take the other measurement at the exact same time and see an angular difference, i.e. there is a shadow cast, you know the difference between the two, you can apply spherical geometry to calculate an R value. And that's supposedly what he did. Given the assumption that the light rays are parallel.
Is this where they get the R value, or what is the R value based on?
It's one of the early proofs.
Because of the angle of the shadow and the angle the light was going into the well. So how did they measure the angles? Need that too. If someone could put that information in my DM for me, I really need that badly. So show how they measured those angles at that time. Thanks.
Get the South Africa Space Agency.
Sansa? Oh, dude, I'm getting a shirt for these guys.
I just clicked on research data and I get a test page.
My problem is, if Aristophanes' assumption was correct, then the eclipse model just breaks down.
You know what's funny? They use the yeah, that's right. Yeah, you know the thing they use the ISS footage, the supposed ISS, animation footage on their Sansa site. Where the stars go through the earth. I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun looking at these fake agencies.
It's okay, man.
I didn't know there were so many. Holy shit.
There has to be.
Row, row, row your boat horizontally.
Merrily, merrily, merrily. The curve is but a dream.
I didn't know we have a space agency.
A space agency.
Whatever it's called.
Oh, hi, Sophia. How you doing?
Good, and you?
Very good. Nice to hear you.
Well, you're teaching me something about my country.
Well, I thought you guys were memeing, but are you saying South Africa actually has a space agency? That's insane.
I don't know. It might be real. It looks so fake, so it must be real.
I'm telling you, man, they're just getting all in because they're like, well, we don't see why not.
I mean, yeah, they're just banking in the money. I mean, shit. We just tell them, hey, this is what we're taxing you for. Here's the website. Here's some images.
Yeah. We'll just do what the literal word mind control government means, and we'll just do that. So,
Imagine-
why not cash in on that?
Imagine walking around with a Sansa shirt. You're like, oh, you don't know about the South African National Space Agency?
Man, that'll never work here. That'll never work here.
How dare you guys? You're being racist.
No, they'll steal the rockets.
That's funny.
Yeah, but that's what the labor camp is for.
My favourite was the one somebody, I think it was Twad, listed earlier, the Aussie one, Australian Research Space Exploration. ARSE.
The Australian Space Agency.
Yeah. ARS. He printed on your T-shirt. Yeah.
ARS.
Australia.
ARS.
Yeah. Australian Research and Space Exploration.
ARS.
Wait, was it really called ARS?
Yeah. I think somebody's memeing, but I thought that was good.
I thought that was a joke.
I reckon it is.
Oh my god.
He would have put it past Australians, to be fair.
But who's the joke on? Adam Meekin cracks me up, man. Holy crap. I gotta turn it off sometimes.
Romanian Space Agency.
Boy.
Everyone who's in on the Antarctic Treaty, do they all have a space agency?
I want to find out because at first it was 12 countries, but a whole bunch of other ones has signed into it as well.
Yeah.
I want to find out if all of them are and all of them have.
Well, then South Africa must have a space agency because we're in on it.
Yeah, I think it's like 59 countries or somewhere right around there. Yeah.
NSA. Oh my gosh.
That is the funniest shit I've heard in I can't say how long.
Hold on, what?
Spaceaustralia.com.au and it says right on the front, arse. The
Oh my god.
Spaceaustralia.com.au.
There we
That's
go.
more creative than Sansa.
So the way they do it is to put their arse right in your face, and that's how you pull it off.
Look at this one. Look at the NSSA.
Hey guys.
No ways. They've got hoodies, and there's one called a Clint hoodie, but from far it looks like a CUNT.
What? Are you kidding me? What? Hold on, where's that? What are you talking about?
Their homepage.
Hey guys, back to Sticks and Shadow.
Post it.
I'm gonna post the photo.
Oh man!
If it was 12 o'clock, like noon,
Just
right?
post the picture.
Wouldn't the sun be directly overhead at 12 o'clock at noon? Right.
Yeah, how did they measure that?
Wouldn't the sun be overhead at 12 o'clock noon?
Yeah, but
So there should be no shadow.
That is the correct description of noon.
So there's no shadow. So how would they measure shadows?
No. Only equatorial. You'd have total no shadow, wouldn't you? On the equator at that point. If you've got a different latitude, then you're going to have a shadow slightly at one direction. And that's the point. That apparently they were on the same, I hate longitude, latitudes, but latitude. Yeah, so they're on the same line, but they've got one's on the equator or near is damned to it. And one then gives you a slight variance on that angle, but you've got the same line of longitude.
Okay, so you're saying at 12 noon in Alexandria and 12 noon in Siam, you'd have a difference in the shadow? Is that right?
Well, this is the point. They're saying at 12 noon, both days, will take the shadow. And on that difference, presumption of a ball and the impossibility of being able to take those readings at exactly the same time, that's how you calculate your R value.
Oh my God.
That angle.
No, but is there a shadow at 12 noon? That's what I'm asking you. In different places?
Yeah, there would be.
At one place, there's zero shadow cast. It's exactly overhead.
Yeah.
And in the other place, at exactly the same time they take the reading, there's a slight variance, and it's that angular difference, the amount of shadow that's cast. And
Yeah, but how do they 500 miles away?
They don't. It's bullshit. They made it all up. But I'm just saying that's the theory.
You have to have live footage 500 miles away to see a difference in the shadow.
Exactly.
I mean, Nathan described it. They had
exactly the point.
Two yogurt pots with 500 miles of string. That would do it, wouldn't it?
Exactly the point. How did they measure the length from one place to the other? Then, not only that, how did they know what time was in, say, Alexandria or whatever?
Yep.
Be 500 miles away. You know, they didn't have clocks or watches or anything like that. You know, they all used to go by the sun, so
they can measure.
Then how did they measure the angle? That also, and then also, wait a minute, what was the other point I was going to mention? I know there's another one. Hold up.
There's no shadow at 12 noon.
How did they decide parallel rays, and how did they just assume the distance of the sun infinite? What WTF? Infinite? Like, okay, you just guess that, so they don't have anything.
Hang on, is there ever a shadow at 12 noon? I'm just checking. I don't know.
If it's directly overhead, no, but it would have to be directly overhead. And then, so at the other place, if you're on a ball, there would be an angular difference. You would see a shadow, yes, if that were the case. But the rest of the stuff, they have no proof of how they did it. Nothing.
That latter point is a good proof that this whole thing is posthumous and that it's assigned. Because obviously, you have to have the assumption that the rays are coming in parallel. Okay, so you go back to ancient times, and if you believe history as is presented, and the only experience they would have of the way in which light rays come in would be crepuscular rays. So they wouldn't ever get to the assumption that these light rays are coming in parallel. The only experience you'd ever have is
right. Yeah, that's why the light from the sun, well, the moon, I guess, lights across the horizontal top of the water, all the way from its position, being able to shine right along that whole horizontal plane. But the sticks and shadows, well, the way I think it's just the conclusion of it is if it can be presented on both types of surfaces, it doesn't prove either anything. Because you can change the location of the light and make exactly the same, so therefore it's null.
Not really. This is where the ball has. No, the ball has a little bit of strength here.
How? I don't see it.
Because if you were to try and triangulate that sun's position, you won't get a match point. You won't get it. If you go further back, you won't get a match point. There's not. This is the point with
they're trying to triangulate an apparent position. So in the beginning, they're already screwed.
Now, the way in which this appears to work is it appears to be the way in which the light is lensed in is as a kind of arced pattern to it. So there's a kind of a lensed effect. The way in which the ballers resolve this is to bend the earth. So and that's how they balance it. Now, the trouble we've got as flat earthers is we can't triangulate it. If we just work with basic trig, it doesn't work with basic trig because perspective isn't taken into account, refraction isn't taken into account, and any lensing effect of any container dome, firmament, whatever you want to do, that may have an effect isn't taken into account. So flat earthers actually do have a problem in that we can't equate that. The way the ballers solve it is by curving the earth to that point and making the light rays parallel, which again is paradoxical observation. But it's not our strongest thing, that one, because we don't have an answer.
It's not a problem for us because we don't have a claim on what the sun is, where it is, or what it's actually doing. We just have observations of what we see.
Did you say that the globe had strength and all that?
It was the only place that I can't destroy it with a full rebuttal. Yeah, because I don't.
I see it, and with all due respect, I see it as a piece of cheese. It's Swiss cheese. It has holes through the whole thing. There's nothing definitive, and especially the fact that there's no actual historical source primary data that occurred from the incident that you could go back to as a reference. Doesn't have a standard to operate with. It's all hearsay.
Okay, I have a Glober.
Strength, I mean relative strength. Nothing.
I have a Glober that's telling
too
me
powerful that bothers me, but it's a good point that I don't have a full.
Well, I mean, that's because you don't fully understand the claim.
Because I don't understand the nature of what's above me. I don't understand, and I can't factor that in.
Hang on. I have
it
a
is
Glober
the apparent
telling
place where the explanation would exist.
I have a Glober telling me at noon in Alexandria and at noon in Siam, there's a difference in shadows. Is that right? I don't even know if that's right, but is that right? And that
they're in different places.
Bending.
That's what they're trying to say. Yes.
That's the assumption because they are assuming that the sun is millions of miles away, throwing the sun directly down. But if the sun is closer to the Earth, same issue.
Right. So the position of the sun
change.
Listen, the position of the sun does not change in either model. This is what you have to understand. Okay, the position of the sun is where it is. Now, assuming where the sun is, that's their claim. They're just trying to say the sun is, in order for the sun to be 90 million miles away, this is what has to happen. So they're assuming that the sun is already a certain distance. They're working backwards. That's what you understand. They're reverse engineering it. They're not going with the assumption that they're saying the sun was there first. All right. So if the Earth is doing this, then the sun must be a certain distance in order for it to happen like this. So they're already assuming the distance of the sun. They cannot triangulate the distance of the sun. They're saying it must be this far away in order for this to happen. Okay,
yeah,
that's what
that's the statement of parallel light rays. So to allow it to be parallel being emitted from a sphere, it has to be so significant that it's not parallel but virtually parallel, and that's hence the 93.
Can I ask how there can be a shadow?
If it's so close to parallel that you can use it as parallel, then why isn't it that close when they explain the eclipses?
Well, it's only useful in that explanation, Roger. It doesn't actually hold true in reality. It's just that's what you say to provide a ball explanation for this event. Not real.
Can I ask how there can be a shadow on a flat plane if there are two different cities, though, at noon? Can I ask that? Do we know that?
Take a flashlight, hold it above a table, put two lighters on the table, hold the flashlight above one of the lighters so that it doesn't cast a shadow, and then see if the other lighter casts a shadow.
But they're saying it's at the same time at noon. That was the point.
Yeah, look at the table. Look at both lighters at the same time. Don't put them so far apart you can't compare the shadow. There's some Drace Love. Look, somebody's put a thing up there. Look, where do you think the light source is on that picture there? Look, you can obviously see it's closest to the left-hand side. There's less shadow. It's a little bit to the left of that left cam.
Yeah, so you're saying that if it's 12 o'clock, the shadow should be over. There shouldn't be no shadow. But like again, the position of the sun could be in a different look. It technically doesn't. It probably wouldn't be over exactly the location. It could be probably a little bit off to the right or left.
experimental error is not the point of the fallacy, is it? It's the presumption.
I don't get the pictures that are posted.
If you take the length of the shadow, the angle, yeah. If you take that and then apply it with the presumption that you're on a curved surface to then calculate the rate of curvature of that surface, yeah, and that's what they've done. As we were saying with regards to flat earthers, we realised there are many other factors at play here. First and fundamentally, that the sun isn't necessarily in a true position, yeah, and the effects of it aren't necessarily true. And I think ballers would do that, but that's the fundamental misconception of their premise, that these results mean you can then extrapolate the rate of curve of the surface you're on.
The example you gave with lighters wouldn't work because there'd be no shadow when you put the light over the lighters.
Just look at the pictures above you. With a local light source, if it was 93 million miles away, then no, they'd all have the same shadow. The light is on your table. If your light source is localized and the position of the Cairns light is whatever, a relative to that, then they will cast relative shadows to the relative position of the light source.
You can change the shadows with the position of the light source. At 25 minutes after the hour, I posted a picture that Mimes, one of our members or admins, made here. It's a picture of a flat surface with some ice cream sticks sticking out of it. The only difference between the two pictures is that how far the light source is away from the setup and the camera. So that's the only difference. But the shadows are the same. The surface is flat and curved, so it depends on.
That's
so
cool,
right? If you imagine that this light source, for instance, is infinitely far away, then this table is a ball.
And the problem is this. I mean, yeah, exactly. The light source. Where's the light source? They're making the assumption the sun is certain distance. How do they know that? No, that's the biggest problem they have with their assumption is where is the light source?
And unfortunately, it's right at the foundation of the entire thing. So they got a big problem, or a huge problem.
Now, they're forced, because they're insisting that these light rays are parallel, they're forced to put it far away, which means they're forced to make the sun massive. Yeah? Mathematically, they're forced into that because they request the light rays to be parallel. The reason they request the light rays to be parallel is so that you can interpret these results that the Earth is possibly bent.
But
if they are
it's not coming
parallel, then
they
you
aren't
can
coming
bend
in
the Earth.
parallel. They aren't coming in parallel.
There was an acceptance. Well, let me finish. There was an acceptance that the light rays aren't parallel, and you have to look for other causation as for that mismatch with triangulation. The easy fix is to, like I say, is to bend the Earth, ignore all the other parameters, and that every bit of your mismatch is accountable to Earth curvature.
Yeah, but light's not going to bend around the Earth. Light doesn't do that.
I'm not saying it is. I'm trying to explain
But I mean, when you
how and why they're
works,
forced into this position and how limited their position is.
You're saying that they're forced to make the sun huge based on just this?
They need the light rays to come in parallel. For them to come in parallel from a ball, the ball has to be very far away.
And it's not because of
angular
gravity?
size that the sun occupies in our clear view of vision, 0.5 degree, and it has to be, if you put it that far away, massive. These are all implications because of the assumption of straight light, and the reason for the assumption of straight light is the mismatch of triangulation.
No, it's just when you go outside and look at the light shining through a damn cloud. It's not fucking parallel. It's simple. There's no science to that. You can look outside and see that the fucking light is not parallel. That's not hard. This is just something that's.
But they're saying it is. That's the point.
It's not though.
I didn't say it is. I'm saying the whole.
He's still manning their position.
That's their position.
Yeah, it's 100% their position. He's still manning it and presenting it really well.
Are you saying that Globers say that light's parallel and we don't say that? Is that what you're saying?
They say that the light comes in all parallel. That's why we have day and night, and that's why we have seasons. And because of Aristophanes, that's why we can tell it's a ball. But at the same time, they say all the light comes in at an angle. That's why the eclipse isn't a giant big shadow covering a giant part of the Earth. It's just a tiny pinprick compared to the claimed size of the moon. So they have contradicting excuses for how things work, because at the same time as all the light's supposed to be coming in parallel, it's all also supposed to be bent. So it couldn't be parallel. They have a lot of different contradicting excuses to explain different aspects of what they see, but the models are inter-contradictory, so you can't create a working model based on this belief. It's just not possible.
It's kind of like how gravity pulls things in and throws things around sometimes.
Just what Drace has said there is brilliant. You know, when we talk about QE says, show me your model, just within this eclipse pattern and sticks in the ground, a model is contradictory between those two, and there are very fundamental basics of any model that would work or have a match. It's this contradiction there, you see, between the very nature of the direction of the light. To have sticks in the ground, it's parallel. To have eclipses, it's both parallel and coming in at other directions.
Yeah, man, you're the one that said it had strength.
Yeah, ain't that isn't that globe crazy?
I said relative strength.
Yeah, whatever, man. You're sticking up for him. I got you, man.
No, he's saying he can demolish them utterly in every other topic, but because we don't have enough data on the sun, we can't really go too far into that. Well, that's how I got it. So
we can support a lot of the other stuff with science, can't we? But here, all we can do is destroy their presupposition.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems like the same thing as the moon looks like a ball, so we must be on a ball too.
No, it's with science. I can demonstrate that we can't have gas pressure without a container. Okay, what I can show is that what they're trying to use as an explanation, for the phenomenon that we can't triangulate, is nonsense and is presuppositional. What I can't do is show with any science what the hell's going off with the majesty of the heavens. Yeah.
So how high up do you think the container is then?
I've not a Scooby-Doo. I wouldn't want to put a number to it because it would just be licking my finger and sticking it in the air, wouldn't it?
But that's the beauty of it. Now we have a lot of questions that we want to try to figure out how we can answer, instead of just going along with what we were told it was.
Look, man, it's okay if you think it's 93 million miles away. I'm just asking.
The point of that response is that we have to be very careful. Once we've got rid of their bullshit, we don't just let our standards slip and start making assumptions based on more pseudoscience. I'm happy to stand here and say I am ignorant as to the causation of the lack of triangulation, yeah? I can guarantee it's not due to the curvature of the supposed surface being becoming a sphere. I can show that. I can demonstrate that. I can falsify it. Yeah.
I think we agreed with that, though.
825. But what
We
I
already
can't
said
do,
that it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah. What I won't do is make a false claim to make me look intelligent, to claim I know something more than you. No, we don't know, but we can identify hopefully where the mismatch is coming from. It's not the shape of the ground we're on. We can confirm that in other ways. So something up there is causing this phenomenon. We're not able to triangulate like that. And reality-wise, we've only been at this 10, 20, whatever years. Yeah, that's sufficient. And if we had the pool of sources that the mainstream had, we might be able to throw some science at it or attempt some science. But now it just becomes very pseudoscience if we try to put an explanation to something we don't understand. And finish ranting.
Yeah, I agree. I still think that nobody's putting forth a distance to the sun, and we're just trying to point out that it works. Like either way you put it.
So the distance to the sun matters in this experiment. Okay, so didn't the distance to the sun change in science just over the last so long?
Well,
who knows what we believed the distance was and when. It didn't start at 3 million miles.
Yeah, I mean they were just guessing. Miles. They were guessing then, and they're guessing now.
What did the Greeks believe the sun was? Do you know, Eratosthenes? Do you know what they believe the sun was miles-wise away?
Don't know. I mean, it depends on who, right?
Didn't it go from like 26 to 93 over the supposed millennia or something? It doesn't. I think the Greeks
went from 3 million to 26 to 90, then to 93. But when did that change? Do you know?
I don't think it matters, does it? The point is, it changed to suit the narrative. Is the point you need to recognise? This isn't any. The other implication with sticks in the ground is this does actually have effects on the solar system. So if they were to move it again past 93, and it would have implications on the size of everything, and therefore all of orbital mechanics would then be wrong. Everything is it's all very pinned. They've really boxed themselves into a corner mathematically. Things can't change now. Shall I explain that a bit? If the distance to the sun is a little bit further, right, then actually it needs to be a little bit bigger. And if it's a little bit bigger, then it's got a little bit bigger pull. Therefore, all of the calculations for everything else is wrong. Therefore, the moving have to be a little bit further, a little bit heavier, moving at a slightly different rate. So when we send that mission to Mars or whatever, every calculation's wrong because they're bigger and moving faster.
I mean, how coincidental would it be that Venus was the exact same size as Earth? That's just, the coincidence is too much.
It's not a coincidence, Roger, is it? It's a pre-assumed necessity to provide. There you go. Christian Huygens does it so that he can start to put some distances on the ratios. So we've got his ratios when we're looking at the celestial things, and if we then stick that in a heliocentric model and want to put some distances on it, and I think it's the transit of Venus, isn't it, that allows that calculation. But the only way in which you can calculate it is to pre-assume the size, and he magically licks his finger, sticks it in the air, as I said earlier, says, luckily, Venus is exactly the same size of Earth. It's its twin. It's its twin planet. And there we go. That proves it's the same size because it's its twin planet. And we all accept that, and then everything else that follows.
I mean, if it wasn't, none of the stuff would ever have gotten to Mars.
So he must have been right, you see. Like I said, none of those orbital mechanics would have worked if Christian Huygens would have been slightly out about the size of Venus. None of it would have worked.
It's just funny at this point.
It's farcical, isn't it? Like, if space did exist, would you allow someone to strap a rocket to your ass, fire you into it and say, I'm going to make you hit that dot in the sky over there? Why? Because you see that dot over there, it's exactly the same size as the ball we're on.
Oh, and by the way, we can't actually course correct at all. So you're like a slingshot. Because you're in a vacuum and the rockets don't work there. So you just got to luckily hit the ball that's actually a moving target, and everything is moving away.
There you go. Is there any science involved in this? He goes, yeah, loads of science. It's astronomy. Press the button. Fire me now. Yeah? Nonsense, man.
We're going to science the shit out of this.
Yeah.
I was having such a laugh with my brother looking at the horizon and talking about that. It was like, it's so funny. I mean, they had the horizontal. They had to science the shit out of that, right?
Plain sight. It's all right there.
Sea level.
Oh, man.
There's someone named Bashkedi without a role in here.
Somebody touch my spaghetti!
Thank you.
You guys have the right to remain silent, but do you have the ability? I guess you do.
Excuse me?
Stupid joke. I said you have the right to remain silent, but do you have the ability?
No.
I'll take the 5th.
Where's this globe that everybody thinks they live on? Anybody seen it?
Check the Australian Space Agency.
What are those pictures?
How far did the ancient Greeks think the sun was?
AK. Coming out of the arch, it has to be real, right? Sorry.
Can you guys explain what those pictures are?
Yeah.
One big pond.
What are these?
One big pond posted some like weird I don't know, looks like the clouds are dissipating or something. I don't know how to explain it.
Whoa, that's what happens before a crater opens up on the Earth.
Is there any record of that?
He's kidding.
Yeah, I'm just joking. Road dust. No one knows why down is down. Why do things go up?
Why does coffee taste nice?
Dude, I used to hate it when I was a kid. Oh my god.
Yeah, just like the flat earth, you learn to appreciate it as you get older.
Hell yeah.
By the way, to try to attempt to answer that question of why coffee tastes nice, to my understanding, I'm not sure if this is actually the case, but it's been explained to me in this way, that the reason why things taste good now is because they used to be scarce in the past, and it was kind of really good for us to have those things, which is why we like fatty foods, because fat was kind of scarce, salt was kind of scarce, and these, I don't know, maybe that's why coffee tastes nice? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it could be.
So it could not taste nice in the future if we get accustomed to it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's possibly, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. That there's a possibility that that might be the case.
It could go back and forth also.
Yeah, depending on individual exposure.
You might decide to stop and then later on decide, no, it really does taste good. Even better now.
Yeah.
A lot of that can also be chalked up to subconscious belief, because a hypnotist can make you eat an onion and it can be the tastiest fruit you've ever tasted.
So are you saying coffee is the gateway to dreams, or I'm sorry.
I don't think he's saying that.
No, I'm just saying you have either a positive memory or connection to coffee. That's why you like coffee. Or if you don't like it, you might have a negative connection to it because, like, someone who treated you badly used to drink a lot of coffee. And there's a lot of subconscious connections like that build up.
So one big pond, are you still here? or not? I wanted to know what the pictures were about.
When I was starting with the kids, Roger, I looked into that because kids always, I don't like that. I don't like that. I can't eat that. It's, I looked into the psychology. Apparently, other than like disgusting, rancid stuff that elicits other reactions, but in terms of most general flavors, exposure over a short amount of time, 5 or 6 times, means you'll start to like something. With regards to coffee, you've got that because you do it every day, but you've got the additional addiction stimulus that's going to make you like the flavor more, because basically, certainly from my case, it means you can function after that cup of coffee when you've got up. So all of those positives will mean you'd even though it's a bitter taste, actually think of it as something positive and like the taste, as whatever like means.
It is very curious nonetheless, though.
Well, I mean, okay, let's equate that with like drinking a raw egg. Drinking a raw egg can make you very energized and make you feel really good, like if you drink a raw egg every morning. But it doesn't taste bitter. I mean, you just get used to the taste. So doesn't that kind of disapprove that? Like all taste being kind of acquired, I guess?
I said difference between disliking and liking and then really enjoying. So like is an acceptability to the palate, isn't there? Like when I was a kid, couldn't eat Brussels sprouts. I still loved coffee then, but quite like a Brussels sprout now. So there's an acceptability to the palate that you like it. It's not rejected to swallow. That's the function of distinguishing between flavors and tastes, isn't it? Whether you're eating bad food or not, that's its primary function. So there's a point where liking and accepting and it being of benefit. I think chocolate's the only orgasmic thing, isn't it? That kind of stimulates. You'll get other stuff, other stimulus, don't you? Like with chocolate, it stimulates endorphins and caffeines as well. But other than that, there's a limit to it. You can't apply the reverse, I don't think.
Okay, I see. I thought you were saying that the reason why things could eventually taste good is because of the good feelings that you get associated with it, you know? Because I was thinking about beer, for example, of how I used to dislike beer, and after drinking it for a while, you know, you come to get used to it and you start liking it. And I was wondering, maybe that's because of the good connotation, I guess. You know, when drinking beer, it kind of makes you feel good. I don't know.
Yeah, that's good. Rum. When I was 18, I went to a Royal British Legion do, and it was a free bar, and I had a lot of rum and blackcurrant, and probably for 20 odd years, couldn't stand the smell of rum or blackcurrant again. So events can trigger reactions, because in my mind, that smell links to memories of laying down on the floor covered in my own vomit. Do you know what I mean? So it wasn't a smell that had any like. I've since got over it and can stomach both rum and blackcurrant, and together sometimes. Not something I head for, but it's psychological is the point I'm making. It's not necessarily anything direct. It's about experience, and majority, from what I understand, as I said, is that this is a reflex to protect yourself in terms of repulsive reaction, smells and tastes. That's the main protective point. The coffee side comes with other addiction, so you're going to like it more, not necessarily because of the flavor, but because of the consequent effects you're going to receive from it, i.e. energization, or in the case of crack cocaine, whatever the benefits of that are. Yeah, quite like the taste of crack in my mouth. Don't mind it. It's nice because it means something else, has other connotations.
Yeah, I agree. It's just the raw egg thing, which kind of makes it weird for me, because the raw egg is kind of the black swan in the situation. Because I still don't like raw eggs, but is still healthy and it still energizes me. So, yeah.
What?
Raw eggs. Like drinking raw eggs. I don't know. It's very beneficial for me personally.
Oh,
it makes me feel, a lot more energized. But even though there's like this good effects that I receive from it, I've never come accustomed to the taste of raw eggs. It's always disgusting.
I thought we started.
Taste of what? Sorry, just tell me what, because I've missed what you're saying. The taste
He
of
said raw eggs.
Yeah, raw eggs.
Raw eggs. Sorry, yeah, my ears.
That's what I was confused about too. I was like, "What did he say?"
Excuse me.
Anyway, I thought we started this with things tasting good, not the consequence of eating them. Right?
No, we were talking about why coffee tastes good, and what he was saying is that the reason why things can taste good, why coffee most likely tastes good, is because of the positive effects it gives you. So we associate those positive effects with the taste, even though the taste might not necessarily be good initially. And I agree with him.
For instance, a hypnotist could help you make eggs taste good, and he would simply help you with reframing how you think about it, so that you are not subconsciously or even unconsciously hypnotizing yourself incorrectly. Because we all go through trance states all throughout our days, and we all use internal dialogue, and that internal dialogue can have negative hypnotic consequences as you program yourself throughout the day. So when you were talking about how it tastes bad, that's you programming yourself for it tasting bad. So part of what, for instance, the hypnotist does to make you taste it differently is he puts in that it tastes good. This is the best thing you're going to taste in your life. And the more you think about that, the better it's going to taste. That's why for some people it's like they see other people drinking some juices and they're like, oh, that's going to be great because they look so muscular and all this stuff. So I'm gonna try making my own drinks, and then it doesn't taste as good. So for some, it's a matter of like making the right drink so it tastes good. So yeah, but for others, it's a matter of like how you think about it, because. The thing you tasted for him was a different type of taste than the thing you have, and then you're trying to force yourself to mimic something. You're not gonna get the same thing out of a different thing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get
it. Anyone seen Riley's video? He was doing an analogy to gravity, but he posted the rotten mackerels in a tin and somebody opening up and trying to eat them. That's the kind of analogy I draw. Everybody on the planet, if they make that smell, because it's the smell of rotting flesh, there's a kind of inbuilt reaction to be disgusted by it. But even that, you can overcome. And as Drace was saying, some people will like this taste, some people not. And part of my understanding, part of that is perceived benefit. The reason I like the taste of whiskey is because it gets me pissed. Yeah? Not because I actually like the taste of whiskey, but I've become accustomed to it, and it's not something that I desire, but actually I'll drink it heavily because it gets me pissed. And so there's the perceived benefit can overcome those things.
You think positively about it, and that helps change the taste. It's kind of like with weed. When you never smoked weed before, it tastes strong and weird and not great. But then as you start smoking weed and you associate that good feeling with it, you start thinking differently when you smell it, and that starts changing how it like feels to you.
I'm not sure I understand anymore, because you just said that you like the taste, but you didn't. You were only drinking it because of what it does to you.
Drace's weed explanation is a good example there. So you'll see people go, spliff slit up, and people go, "Oh, that smells nice." Why does it smell nice? Not because of the smell, it's because of the implicated effects that you're going to get from that smell.
Yeah, just like when you drink a really strong alcoholic drink, it burns in your throat and you're like, ah. But it can taste great when you're really into getting drunk.
Yeah, well, that's a good dichotomy, isn't it? Somebody takes a sip of that and they go, "Oh, that tastes good." You know what I mean? Sounding like they're dying. But the reason they're saying it tastes good is because it means it's strong alcohol, so they're going to get drunk. It's not that necessarily burning sensation at the back of your throat is a good sensation. It's the implication of what that means. So you modify your response to it.
It's kind of like also with some meat eaters love meat, and then they turn into vegans, and then they try meat again, and they're like, "This tastes disgusting," or they're like, "Oh, this tastes great." But it depends a lot on how they're thinking. If they're still locked in that vegetarian mode of thinking, it's gonna taste bad. it's constant. We're a lot of human beings are mental beings. We operate in our minds. We construct everything we see in our minds. We have two inputs from our eyes, but we see one whole picture. It's merged in our minds. They did a lot of studies on this, and about 50% of what you see can be edited by what you expect to see. So that's why a lot of people, like, they see something and then look again, oh, it wasn't that thing. It's because your brain edited what it expected to see, but it wasn't that thing. The same can be said about memories. They did a lot of tests on this as well, where they would have a person get robbed in front of a group, and then they would have plants in the group who would supply false information that then everybody else would slowly but surely accept because of their insistence of the false information. And so they could manipulate witnesses to see and in their memory, change their memory, editing their memory in the process, so that they saw the person change sex in a different colored outfit. So that was so telling how we form what we think we form as our memories from what we think we perceive, but we're only so much of it is actually 100% true. That's why we need to go over it and check each other, and like we're all in this reality that is immutable. It's not subject to your subjective mind, like your thoughts and what you experience inside. Because in your dreams, for instance, you can just do whatever, make whatever. But in here, where we all share this reality, there is an apple on the table, and we all see the apple. That's objectively real. Even if someone can be hypnotized to believe the apple is an onion, there's still something there that we're all interacting with. So that's why, like, mentality and how we think about things really changes how we perceive things, because it's all in our heads, essentially. And that's how you can hypnotize someone to see a flying unicorn when there is no unicorn. You can hear the unicorn speak and everything. Or you can make yourself invisible, and he cannot see you. He just sees right through you. They even tested it, so it depends on how deeply you're hypnotized, but there have been cases of people actually reading through a person while hypnotized. So that just makes it really weird. But I guess you could say that that might be something related to the quantum state of things. I just can't explain it fully. Trying to find a way to jump this over to flat Earth again.
Yeah, those Globers were hypnotized to see that dang curve.
Well, some are. We get a bunch of people in here who claim to have seen Earth curve from sea level, and that's a known thing. It's called wishful seeing, and if you believe something hard enough, you can see things. Like if you believe that there are demons in the darkness, and then you go into really dark place, and you might see something in the darkness, even though there's nothing in the darkness. So there's a lot of strange things that can happen if you believe hard enough.
Don't we see though in the circle, like the distance that we can see is a circle as opposed to a square? Back, forth, left, and
well, yeah, I know what image you're talking about.
Maybe that's what they're seeing. They're seeing like the distance of their vision circle. Is it?
Well, the horizon would be a circle if you could see in 360. So it would be a circle around you, a flat circle. And
it'd be a flat circle, yeah. It'd be a flat circle.
Well, that's where they derived the ball from in the beginning. The Greeks used orthographic side view, which ignores perspective, to create the impression that we live on a ball because things appear to disappear in the distance. And with the orthographic side view, things don't actually shrink into the distance. So with the curved surface, and if things don't shrink, then you would only see the tippy top of this mountain over here. And that seems to correlate a little bit with how our eyes work and if a mountain is at the edge of the vision. But the problem is once we get better optics, we have a different diffraction limit due to Rayleigh criterion. So we can actually zoom in and see straight through where the curve is supposed to be. And we're seeing so much further than it should be. So it's just no way. They don't have a ball.
Speaking of seeing in a circle, I think it was MC Toon who took flat horizons and then he squished them back into like an inch. I think he's saying that there's a curve. Is that fisheye lens or what is that? Anyone know about that?
Yeah, that's Jaron put this out. There was probably about 3 years ago. They were taking some of the high altitude flat images and compressing them down and saying, look, if you compress it down, actually this flat line over a long length looks slightly curved. And that is correct, because when you do that, what you're actually doing is showing the actual lens that you're observing something through. So everything, if you think of it yourself, even if you look out to the sea, your eyes are slightly bent. If you look forwards, the edges of your periphery will be slightly lower due to the nature of the lens. It's just a consequence of that. That's part of the issue. And like you say, when you talk about, is it a fisheye lens? So the nature of the lens is important to its interpretation of reality. So the more that curviness and the lens is applied, the more you can take in. It's bending around.
Are you saying we see a mild curve because of our lens? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm saying the flatter the lens, the truer I suppose it is to reality. Like you say with a fisheye, the more curvy bendy it is, the less its image it generates is like reality. Outside of everything being subjective to perspective. But this is just in terms of not perspective here. This is distortion of the image around.
Is there such thing as a square camera? Is there such thing as a square camera?
You do get flat lens, don't you, as best they can, but even those, like the human eye, are subject to a level, aren't they?
So if you squish the horizon, it would be curved. Is that what you're saying? If you squish the flat horizon down, it would curve because of our lens.
Yeah, if you squish a flat ruler, it will be curved. It just depends on like the optics being used, and it's just how we see things.
So to debunk MC Toon, I can take a ruler, let's say 18 inches long, flat, straight rather, and I can squish it, and it might be a little bit curved because of the lens. Is that right?
Yeah. So if you take that ruler, take a picture of it so it occupies the full field of view, and then compress it, what the curvature that you observe on the ruler is nothing to do with what we know, the curvature of the ruler, because the ruler's straight. It's to do with the shape of the lens. It is demonstrated there when you compress the image like that.
I don't have a computer to squish the picture, but can someone take a picture of like ruler and see if we can squish it and get it to curve? That would.
If you scroll up in the live stream.
How come when they show pictures of Earth from space, you never see twinkle of stars? Did they disappear? Or did they I don't get it. Every picture when they're on the moon or in space and they show the Earth, there's no stars.
Well, what's the explanation for not seeing stars during the day?
No, I mean when they show it from space.
Right,
Apparently,
yeah,
I don't
I
know
know.
how, but the stars are gone.
But we also don't see stars during the day here, right?
Yeah, but if you're in space, what do you mean? They're not looking at the sun.
Yeah, but when you're in space, you're not really talking about day and night. You don't need to. There's no atmosphere blocking that shit. So you just have quote.
Yeah,
if they were on the moon, you should see those stars.
Yeah,
Why
if
don't I see
anything, the
'em?
stars should be much brighter on the moon because there's no atmosphere to like take out some of that light, diffuse the
Not
light.
even a twinkle.
Funny
Yeah, I
thing
wonder
is,
the same thing. And go ahead. Sorry.
the funny thing is, the astronauts have conflicting testimony about this. Some say they see stars, and some say they just see darkness. So it's hard to say.
So are they really astronauts, or are they actors?
I would assume they're actors, but I don't know. I don't know where they go and what they do.
Garbage
Neil
Man.
Armstrong's an actor. Yeah, what's up?
So you've seen the high altitude balloon footage, yeah? Where they
I don't think so.
No?
Can you send it somewhere?
All right, let me check. Well, basically what I'm saying is that the balloons go above the blueness of the atmosphere, and you can see the darkness of the sky as if it were night up there, and there still aren't any stars, I don't think.
Well, what happened? Did they just disappear? Maybe they disappeared.
Funny thing is, you can see the same thing happen in some high altitude balloon footage where they go really high and you just stop seeing the stars.
Dude, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson will pull another magic number and say there's a magic time where you see the stars.
What I'm actually thinking, the stars might actually, the reason why they might not be visible from that height is because the light that's coming from whatever the stars are is not in visible wavelength, and it scatters upon hitting the atmosphere, therefore becoming visible.
Okay. Well, then you should be able to use some kind of scientific instrument to measure that.
Does that have anything to do with the way they appear through cameras? The way they have they look electric, you know what I mean?
What do you mean by they look electric?
You haven't seen the videos where...
Oh, you mean the stars? Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen that where like whiz and change colors.
Yeah, very strange.
Yeah, it's like someone put them up there as LEDs, little LEDs. Who knows, dude? We've been lied to so much. Who knows what the fucking truth is?
It's certainly interesting to keep an open mind and just try to figure out what it is and not let assumptions carry us away.
Well, if you don't have an open mind, you'll turn into a fucking drone like those tech giants. You'll think about nothing but power and wealth. Those people have no lives. Like just look at politicians. Politicians are literal lobbyists. They make their living by going around and asking for money.
Yeah, I don't think money should be involved in politics.
When you have a system where people lose curiosity and only think about, like, you know, because the world's all about money right now. This is what happens. People gotta lie to keep their money. Morphs out of control.
Yeah, if you don't toe the line, you get cancelled.
Yeah, just like Epstein. NASA lost 14,000 spools of the moon landing. I don't know how. They lose 14,000 rolls.
They obviously didn't need them if they're going to Mars.
Yeah, who needs that evidence? We're going to get some new evidence and throw it out after.
I just want them to detail what exactly is the technology that they deprived mankind of and destroyed.
Well, they should just give it to us. Whatever technology. Everyone can use it.
It's a painful process to build it back up again, so they can't.
Like the moon landing technology? Or are you trying to talk about... I don't know what you're trying to talk about.
That's all good.
Don't worry about it.
All the telemetry data from the entire Apollo mission. That's what he's talking about.
So is it true that all of you used to be globe earthers?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think there's one in here that maybe not. Yeah, one in here who's not.
Yeah, there's a couple. Yeah, actually, a couple probably that grew up geocentrist families.
That's me.
So why don't you have a role? You came here recently?
You know, I went to school for math and physics, and I don't know what's real anymore. Like, Really, there's so many lies. Even the equations can tell you what's real and what's not real. So I don't know what's real. Who knows if it's fucking round? At least one thing is guaranteed. The one thing that will always be guaranteed, if it is round, they lied about the radius, and that will always be a given, no matter what, because of you don't see that proper curvature. So they're definitely lying about something. And every time I come in here, I see more lies from these fucking monkeys.
Trust your eyes. Trust the instruments that we use for level. Trust what your body tells you.
Yeah, my body's not telling me I'm rotating, so I'm not rotating, right? My ears should be telling me that. It's part of my body. Like, we have sensors, instincts for a reason.
Actually,
But with all the
the reason why you feel like you're not rotating is because when you're born as a baby, you feel the rotation. That's why babies cry, and then you adapt to it, and that's why you don't feel it anymore.
No, that's why babies crawl and fall.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Babies, because those are babies, dude. They don't know how to react.
Yeah,
it's just reaction. If we were crying because of rotation, we'd be crying nonstop.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's like we were talking about with taste, right? You get accustomed to it, and you start to like it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. So maybe I've just become tolerant. You know, I've built up a dependency towards the rotation, so that's why you don't feel it.
Yeah, but even when you wake up from your sleep, you should like notice something, right? If it was rotating.
No, I'm just joking. I don't mean it. I'm really just joking. Yeah.
Garbage Man doesn't know it's real anymore. We need to help him.
No, dude. There's too many lies out there. Curvature, you can't see it to the degree that they said you should.
And I'm a dragon that just looks like a human.
Yo, for all it could be true. Who's to say it's not true?
A fist of the dragon.
Well, it is. I mean, look at me. I look human, right?
Yeah.
Right? But I'm really a dragon.
It's possible. If it were true.
Well, you can't prove it not true, so... Your eyes have evolved to see human when you look at me, you know? But really, I'm a dragon.
Hell yeah.
Well, if I use global logic, that makes sense.
I pronounce Bong Sao Drago human with special skills and abilities. Awake Drago human.
Draconian.
What do you guys think is going to be the next narrative when the whole globe thing breaks down? Because a lot of people are starting to see lots of lies from people. They're going to need their narrative.
The alien invasions. That's my take.
That's the first thing I was going to jump to. That's what I'm hoping for. That'd be so cool.
No, like, what will that look like in our reality? What will we see?
You'll probably see a show in the sky with freaking like holograms in the sky.
Project Bluebeam. Yeah.
Yeah. From HARP and Bluebeam and the chemtrails and all who knows what else they're spraying on us, whatever. Yeah. Changing the weather, all kinds of shit. So
what's that movie, Judgment Day? Independence Day. You remember that?
Will Smith?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
We will not go quietly into the night. Remember that epic speech? Yep.
We will not believe fake shit about space anymore.
What if in the future, the space agencies decide to give a look into flat Earth, and then suddenly they adopt the flat Earth narrative? Would that be a win for flat Earth, or would that be a
No,
loss?
that's not how it is. That's not how it is. That's the wrong setup. Try again.
What do you mean try again? I was asking.
You make it sound like NASA doesn't know, right? Like if they look into the flat Earth, all of a sudden.
No. But based on based on public perception, they tell the public, "Hey, okay. Let me reiterate myself. What if their new narrative is only in the public, in PR, they say we've decided to start looking into flat Earth, and then 5 years later they adopt the flat Earth theory, and then it's like, is that a win for flat Earth, or is that a loss?
That'll never happen. Like, because a news like that is going to cause people to, you know what I mean? It's going to cause chaos. It's going to piss a lot of people off. They're going to want to overthrow the government, type of thing. You know, like.
Yeah, that's
like, how are you going to break it to the people?
Co-opting it, which is what he's talking about. Like, they would not be a win for us who are kind of flat Earth right now, who care about truth and things changing. If they co-opt this truth and spin it in some way that the public can accept, then that's not a win for us.
Exactly, that's what I'm asking. That's not a win at all.
But the way to spin it is the UFO spin, right? Like, well, we had to lie to you because we were working with other, entities. They told us to. They're far superior. It was for the best of America.
Yeah, they have many
simulated
layers.
The future. Right, go ahead.
Yeah, they have many layers. That's one of them, which actually kept me from seeing it in the beginning, because I used to really love all the NASA stuff. I watched all the stuff because I believed in aliens. So I was like, they must be doing all this fake shit just to hide the aliens. That's what I actually really believed. And
it's still a strong argument, that one.
Yeah, but they also have they have many layers. They have a setup with simulation for, like, oh yeah, it was all just a simulation. It's when everybody believes it's a sphere, then it was a sphere then, but now everybody believes it's flat, so now it's flat. It's just a simulation, man.
Throw in the Mandela, a little bit of the Mandela.
Yeah, a little bit of Mandela. They'll fuck them up with pseudoscience. They'll do that. They do that already.
Yeah, because the way I see it is eventually we're going to get to a point where the general narrative will be that the Earth is flat, and people will actually be like, "Well, this doesn't seem real to me. That there's no way. I don't feel movement. I don't see curvature." And how do you think they would explain the pictures of the Earth at that point in time, and the moon?
You don't have to. If the world is a simulation, right? If they turn the world into some kind of experience that humans control with their minds and changes at will, if they introduce all this philosophy and esoteric ideas and mix it in with science, you don't have to. You remember the Matrix?
Mm-hmm.
You can be plugged and unplugged, right? It's a simulation, right? It was never real in the first place. This is what they're starting to teach. Nothing is real.
Like, they could only go through the Van Allen radiation belts before the Van Allen radiation belt came into the simulation. They were just like manifesting when they were getting through it. So that's why they got through. But then later they couldn't actually go anymore. So they'll spin an endless story for people to believe. And if it sounds believable enough because of their indoctrination and programming, they'll just believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Spooky science. All that. All those rituals. You know what science is about, right? They're saying, oh, it's very close to the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is so accurate. So, spooky science, what's that? It's mind control. You look at all these people, and you know what these people say? Don't you trust science? Don't you trust the professionals, the people who have dedicated their lives? Is like, don't you trust doctors? This is what you're dealing with. And if you don't trust people, if you don't trust doctors, if you don't trust astronauts, scientists, then something's wrong with you. You're working against progress for humanity. Against the new world order.
What's the current conversation?
Dude, Bong, it's funny you say that because I got attacked on Gem Pandas for basically wanting to travel the Earth, and Gem called me anti-humanist.
What does that mean?
He called, like, his only argument was, I'm anti-humanist because I wanted unfettered access to the Earth and unlimited spending potential, so I could like bring people with me and settle the argument once and for all. And he just couldn't stand that I wanted to settle the argument. And I was like, well, why? He's like, well, it's anti-humanist. I totally don't agree with you. I'm like, bro, wait, I think maybe it's because you'd have to shut the server down. It'd be settled, and then you wouldn't have anything to do.
So when you say settle the argument, are you saying that that's the only way that they would see that the Earth was flat?
Well,
no, like basically there's burdens on both sides that we can't prove because of access limitations. But they don't acknowledge that. They say that they can prove it given the current access they have. But if they actually went to the supposed poles and was able to traverse the Earth to make their own map, to make their own measurements, and possibly find their own land, then they would find out pretty quick that, wait a second, it's not actually the globe anyway. It doesn't have to be flat. Just it didn't have to be the globe that they thought.
They don't want that to ever be settled. You got to realize that their whole initial.
Well, he said it was settled. He yelled at me and said it was settled, and then he muted me and said that I was censoring people.
Oh, so they're of course they're on the group of like settled science, is as if that's what science is supposed to be, is settled instead of a continuous inquiry. No, not a continuous inquiry, but just you stop right there. You stop at it. There's a line in the sand you don't cross.
Yeah.
You don't look anymore at it. Settled science.
Well, I basically I gave the analogy that, like, well, if you ever been on Facebook and while you were typing it said, you don't have to worry about that. We're good. Like, what? No, you don't have to type that. We're fine. Like, they literally censor dissent. You can't even come up with the idea. It's too much.
Yeah, you can't look there. No, not allowed. Sorry. Off limits.
What did he call you? Anti-humanist?
He called me. I'll send you the video. I recorded the whole thing.
Is that worse than a terrorist?
When they're clearly the anti-humanists that are into basically freaking decimation of peoples, like they're eugenicists.
Hey, I was kind of mean, so don't pass it around, Bong. But I'm gonna send you the video.
Just so you know, if you guys understand language and where the roots of where words come from, you can learn a lot about what they're saying to us and hidden messages.
Yeah, but those knuckle draggers over Gem Pandas aren't even intelligent enough to come up with a rational argument for anything. It's absolutely ridiculous.
All right, Drace, I'll send it to you, but like I said, I was pretty mean to them, so it's not something I really want. Like I don't like. I'm not shy, but I'd rather not make everyone else look like me. So.
Man, they get so angry when you don't believe the lies that when you don't believe the people that they believe.
Right.
Well, they believe in themselves.
I don't know.
They just write the story.
Wait a minute.
Because they write the story. They believe in themselves. They write the story and they tell it to us.
Wait, they believe in themselves? Then why? The only reason they exist over there is because there are flat earthers.
We're talking about the Gem Panda server.
Yeah, me too.
The troll.
I am.
They come over here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about
My
that.
bad.
Exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
So the only reason they're over there is because of us. That's
Could
not
you
thinking for yourself.
imagine if there were no flat earthers and there was just a globe community? Like they just really loved the globe and they just talked about it all day. No, they're here
It's
for
just
us.
Literally, slobber nurses need to be on call 24/7.
I think if it
Because-
wasn't for the flat. Go ahead.
Sorry, because they're drooling out of the side of their mouth. You know?
Oh
They oughta-
my god, that's pretty rude.
No, it's not. It's the truth. They need. Yeah,
I'm just joking.
It's like they're retarded.
I'm just joking.
That's how smart they are.
Okay, we've gone too far.
Too far? Oh! Don't bring up the R word. Another R word.
That's what it's like. Hey, when you ask somebody who's not thinking, those are the kinds of answers they give you. It's like the kind of answer somebody's drooling from the side of their mouths would give you. Like
from
NASA.
Hey, by the way, there's this movie called The Island. Has anyone seen it? Okay, so it's full of propaganda that has to do with everything that we believe in, except the concept of the island doesn't really match up with anything. But if I had to conceptualize it in reality, like what the island represents, I imagine they take people somewhere and kill them, just like in the movie.
For what?
Like if they say, "Oh, we're going to send these people to Mars or something." Like if you wanted to go to Mars and you want to go live there, right, forever, it's like, okay, bye, I'm going to go to Mars now. And then when they ship you off, they just throw it in a trash can or something.
Yeah.
With the latest AI modeling and they just scan your face real good and record your voice,
right?
enough, they can easily fake you for the rest of your life.
Yep. They can model you, clone you in 3D, and then you don't have to exist anymore. Wow, that's basically what the movie does, because they clone people and then they kill them off, and that's called The Island. So everyone wants to play this video game where they win, and when they win, they get to go to the island, but they die.
What about
So,
the
like, if
Challenger thing with all the people who are supposedly died and they have lookalikes somewhere?
I think I was mistaken. The movie. I'm gonna have to watch that again. I did watch that. I'm gonna have to see that again.
I mean, I may have ruined the movie for you, but it's better that you know so that when you watch it, you can kind of pick up on all the clues anyway. At least from a flat Earth understanding kind of thing.
I wonder how many islands exist. You know, where they take people to do things to people to learn.
Oh, real islands? Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably unmarked places on the quote globe.
Some of them might be underground. Most
Dude,
of
for
them.
all you know, they could just be putting you in a live center and make you work for the rest of your life and just live stream it to people and make it look like you're on Mars. And say, hey, look at these people. They're actually there. They're doing it. Look.
Mm-hmm. They're sciencing the shit out of it.
Like, who knows what they're actually going to do?
Aren't we those people?
Well, my guess is something's going to be happening in Mars here shortly. Just keep an eye out.
Yeah, let's go to Mars, guys. All the flat earthers.
I kind of scienced the shit out of that, so it looks like they may be going to Mars. Or, yeah, they said they did, or whatever. Whoopee.
What? I haven't even been to Hong Kong yet. What are you talking about? I gotta go to. I want to see Africa. I want to see a lion first.
I want to get
Before I go to
core of
Mars.
Why is that so hard to do? Go different places. We can't do that, but they can go to Mars.
Oh,
yeah,
wait.
because they have all.
No, they can't go to Mars, right? No going to Mars.
No going to Mars, because look, if you can't travel the Earth, right? If traveling the Earth, right, and learning about it makes you anti-human, then going to Mars makes you anti-alien, I guess. Anti-universe. Only the elite. Only elites may go to Mars. We get to stay on the island. It was a joke.
So when you see all these people talking about leaving and going somewhere, do you think that these rich people are actually going to be put in some other spot?
I wouldn't put it out of the bookends.
Like, I mean, a spot where they got paradise, right?
Could be.
Do you honestly think that Google Maps is how the world looks? There's probably continents we don't know about.
Bro, absolutely not. Mm-mm.
Why don't they just let us explore, dude?
Because they don't want us to find the place they found with all the resources.
You think there's a place with all the resources?
Yep.
What do you mean by that? Like, what kind of land would that be?
Who knows? It's only speculation on my part, so I want to make sure you know that. So,
I don't know that.
I believe there's more resources, yeah.
I don't believe that. I don't believe there's I don't believe what Admiral Byrd said. Right?
We don't know. I mean, if they covered up parts of the ocean way down there somewhere that we can't go to.
Right. But it has to be for, I believe they don't want us, right, to discover whatever it is that they need certain places to be off limits to humans, to people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So whatever they're doing at these places, you're not allowed to know about, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to be hidden resources or.
Yeah, what are they scared about? They got military to protect them. So what do they have to worry about?
The thing that happens when you unpack a ball onto a flat surface is there's 3 big triangles that would be unexplored. So we would need to explore and maybe find another Epstein Island.
Well, there's tons of islands they hide, but we mean like continent style.
There's probably continents.
Yeah, the triangles are big enough to hide even a continent.
Oh yeah, even the continents we already have.
Yeah, they could be bigger, huger. We don't know. Nobody knows that. So here's just a thought. So maybe back there in the late 50s, they started NASA, and then shooting up and through the 70s or whatever, their rockets or balloons or whatever up in the air. But maybe they kind of figured out as high as they could go. Maybe they went horizontal because we know we're on a horizontal plane. Maybe they start going out that direction. How would we know the difference?
Or maybe, like the reason why I think we're not allowed to, why they need a place where humans can, well, one, it's difficult for us to access. Obviously, you're going to need resources, right? And then 2, there's a treaty that will stop us from accessing it, right? So there's a reason, and I think a good reason is if there are people doing really bad things, people are going to stand up against it. People are going to find out, and people are going to stand up against it and stop it. But if people don't know that things are happening at a certain place because they can't access it, and because there are restrictions, and because there's this big story that the earth is a ball and blah, 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 pay your taxes, get on with your life, the American dream. So I think
the American dream.
Things, right. I know.
It's called a dream for a reason.
Right.
The nightmare, you mean?
Right. I think there are some things that we will not stand for, right, that they cannot risk people finding out about. And I think working with aliens or working with demons, right, or entities that are not friendly to us, people will definitely not stand for it, and they'll fight against it with everything they have, because you know what it is. But if you don't know what something is, right, and then somebody can lie to you about it, but if you found out what it was, you'd stand up. I think that's hiding land and resources. We have land and resources that we're not even utilizing. We are lied to about land and resources.
What about on the other hand? What if they say that these things are the ancient aliens. They're actually the gods.
That's what I'm saying.
And they're going to tell us, they've been even working now. They told us this is the religion we all need to have. Let's all join hands with the aliens.
Right. That could be the story.
What a psyop. What do you think that would do? They could come out with some crazy
didn't hide it. If they didn't hide it with such a story, like the Earth is a ball, evolution, the whole scientism that's happened, if they didn't hide it with that, people would rebel against it. Because that's how they do it. They test things to see how people accept it. Are they going to tolerate this? So this story, I think, is required for people to be blinded. You know what I mean? From science, from knowledge.
Yeah,
if people don't know, then. What do you guys think, man? Isn't that scarier? Imagine what else they're doing out there. Imagine what's walking
on Antarctica. Fuck, dude.
I have no doubt that there's like a whole society like that they have raised there, that live there, that think that their job on this earth is to control the people like us, like in the middle.
Probably.
Right.
Like what are those movies where they're just like they're sitting there in their office space and there's this big dome and people are just like looking at it and like messing with the dome and changing the weather and shit. Wouldn't be surprised.
Technicians or something. Like, I don't know.
At least that's what they want to think. They want to think that they're like God and they can control the whole thing. They're trying to take the power that already exists from the creator, and claim it as theirs.
What do you think the power is of the creator?
Yeah.
Well, it made this place. And
so you think they want to create other places like this?
No, maybe not.
I think sure, yeah, for them.
For them, yeah.
For the people who power is like not enough, yeah, for sure.
In a human way, they can make it all a little like crazy sadistic paradise for themselves, the creeps.
They tend, from what I've seen, they tend to take like God's power and say, okay, well, how can I make this even more insane? And they go like further, like let's make frogs with 10 eyes. They just do crazy shit.
Yeah. Make automatons.
Let's clone the clone. They really just go far and beyond anything that's just. It's totally anti-life, it's anti-God, really. I mean,
yeah, anti-life, anti-creator.
But then they take those things and they call them specializations. Like anything that goes to the nth degree, where you're cutting off your nose to spite your face, they call those things specialization. It's like some kind of scientific excuse.
Yeah, it's pseudoscience because it's from paleontology, anthropology. What is that? Evolutionary biology.
Are you rapping?
Archaeology, cosmology, astronomy, astrology, all pseudoscience.
Somebody drop a beat. Keep going.
I don't know if I could do it again.
Forgot cosmology.
Well, they got it right in Jurassic Park. He said, they got so busy seeing that they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. And that's specialization. That's kind of in some ways it can be good, but man, if you don't take like an ethical approach to fucking anything that you're doing, you're going to fall in those traps, and then money's going to make it easy for you.
Unethical pseudoscience, astrology, astronomy.
It's kind of like the satanic entity taking over. I'm not saying Satan's real or anything, but it's kind of like the idea, right? When you put those ideas in your mind, it transforms your mind. It makes you into a disgusting person.
Well, that's what the fiat currency does. It's because it so fiat currency is essentially some governmental agency assigning a value to something that has no value. Okay, so
Like
at any point, they can change the value of your worth according to someone else in that same system or society.
Yes, good point.
But if we were left to our own devices, we wouldn't be able to accumulate this fiat currency. It would literally be what is our worth between each other? What is our social worth? What is our what is our trade? What is our skill set? And you could never outgrow your own skill set. Like your growth potential would dwindle because you couldn't exceed your own value to a certain extent unless you were using one of these satanic paradigms, which essentially trick people into giving you exponential growth that you in a natural world would be able to have. Like you can't farm 10 farms by yourself. You could only be worth one farm. But with fiat currency, you could buy the other farms and they could work for you, and that would be your value. So the idea of a fiat currency is a satanic worldview which allows people to elevate themselves greater than a man ever could.
Okay. I see what you mean.
And it's that which allows people to get perverted into these specializations and to think that materialism has value. It's because all these people are competing with each other and they were corrupt in the first place because they were following a satanic principle.
Dude, I don't get it. Like they worked for it. Why wouldn't they be happy? They have a lot. Why wouldn't they be happy if they have that much? That's what
Because if you've ever seen,
holy shit.
There's a movie called And Then There Was Blood. I think that's what it's called. Somebody correct me. And Then There Was Blood. It's about the oil industry. And
There Will Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood. Yeah. And in that movie, Daniel Day-Lewis, one of the lines, he literally goes over like his motivation to want to be one of these Mongols. And he just said, I have a competition in me. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like wanting to be good at something is alright, but the way he puts it in that sense seems kind of weird.
Well, there's a lot of truth in these films, man. And when they say stuff like that, it helps you get inside of their head a little bit.
No, I see what you mean. I know what they're thinking already. It's pretty, like, the mentality of that, the language, and it's pretty gross.
Yeah, it's anti-human, right? Like, what I'm being accused of is basically what these assholes are doing. It's just projection. He muted me and said, "You're censoring people." Really?
It's more of like just extreme control. It's just a human who wants everything.
Yeah.
I think it's more than that. I think it is the human, because I try comparing it to a video game, right? There's a video game, and everybody plays the video game, but the guys at the top, once you reach the highest score or reach the top, you're not happy anymore. You were happy grinding. You were happy fighting to get there. Right. But once you get to the top, you're bored. You start picking on people. I'm going to show this guy how strong I am. Bah! I almost one shot at you. How awesome am I? You know what I mean? You start doing stupid shit to unbore yourself. I see that, when people make a lot of money, it's the same thing. It becomes a game. Nothing is enough. It will never be. It's the nature of us, of our Yeah, like you say, it's it's competition.
That's because fulfillment does not come from outside you; it comes from within.
Exactly. Yes. So it's like it's a thing. It's like it's the same thing as people on Facebook. The feedback loop. It's exactly what that is. It's a feedback loop. You want
likes, friends, friends.
Right. And it doesn't stop, till you die. It just keeps going. Why are you doing all this? You've got all the likes, you've got all the subs, all the money. Like, go live your life. You only got 10 more years left.
Well, I would say for some people it does stop, but for some people it doesn't. The people that double down, those are the most dangerous people because they're not using their brain at all. Never double down.
They're not going for profit. They're going for legacy, for number one. throughout the ages.
I mean, you may think you're going for that fiat currency, but what you're really going is for a psychological pathology. Because the paper didn't mean anything anyway. But look at the atrocities that you're enacting on mankind. I wasn't rapping.
Candy Crush? Hey, have you played Candy Crush? What? Yeah, it's really fun. Get hooked on this.
Right.
Well, I think money is the biggest game. It's the game of games. It's what all games are.
Mono I.
Well, they say money is the solution to the problem, the double coincidence one.
Right.
I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yeah, that's what
So if I've got rice and I want to buy potatoes, I not only do I need to find someone who has potatoes, they also have to want rice.
Not true. Not true. You could have a daughter. It's very cute. Okay. And you can have, and they can have a son, and they're looking for a wife. Like, there's other ways around shit, man.
Yeah, but you're adding the daughter. What I'm saying is, say I've only got rice to trade. Okay. But anyway, they say that's what it is. It's a solution to that problem. So you create something that everybody wants, trade it for everything. But it's just so corruptible.
Yeah, it's the solution to all problems. I mean, like, if you want to be honest, you can only do so much by yourself without money, and then you're gonna hit a wall. You're gonna need money to acquire
you're gonna need people,
more resources, right? More people. So eventually, yeah, that's what they teach is that money. If you want to be effective, you have to be rich. But
I mean,
I don't agree with that.
If we didn't rely on money, we could rely on personal relationships and our intelligence. Just band people together and do what we want, right? What's wrong?
Well, they've gotten rid of all that intelligence, so even the pool of people to pull from is all fucked up now.
I was gonna say that, it's only because we allow it.
The way it's sitting, people are getting dumber and dumber. So
yeah,
just wait until the day you start seeing drug addicts looking more intelligent than the common man.
They already do.
To a certain
idiocracy.
They're the people that I mean, a lot of the drug addicts are just the people that are still connected to their emotions, and that's how they deal. And the other people are just, they've given up and accepted the paradigm itself.
Honestly, I feel like when you get rid of the emotional state of a human, you kind of reduce the humanity in you.
Yeah, and I'm anti-human.
When you get into this idea of money, 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 the mindset it puts in you, it takes the idea of humanity out. And I mean humanity for all, not just you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Real fast.
Hey, Garbage Man, you said you were into math and physics.
PhD, yes, sir.
Oh shit. Okay, so
going to get it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I understood that.
Physics.
Congratulations.
Gravity.
I mean,
is not real. I can say myself, gravity is not real. I haven't proved it, but I don't believe in it.
Cool.
Look at
Well,
this guy.
were you one of the guys that said that the Earth was always flat, or was that someone else? Like born and
wait, were we
raised to think it was flat?
Yeah, it wasn't the Garbage Man who said he was a geocentric?
I went to school and I thought it all the way until like maybe my second year in university. I started questioning myself, what I was learning. Like you look at the equations and the equations speak to you. Mathematics is the language of God in a sense. So if you can read it, you don't have to blind yourself to thinking what they think. You can open your mind and think of all situations. Like if the Earth is rotating, G(m1) m2 over r squared equals.
Can we stop real quick and can we admit that math is man-made? It's a man-made convention. It's a tool.
I don't think so.
You don't think math is a man-made convention?
I think the idea of analytical proving in that sense of mathematics is created by us, but
math itself is just a model of something that is real, right?
Math only proves itself.
Right. It's like math is like a reflection in the mirror. It's never going to be the real part of you. It's going to be a copy, and it's not even going to be the whole thing.
Isn't it an expression of what we call numbers? Right? I mean, the language.
Yeah. But I think
the idea of numbers. Yeah.
Oh, I mean numbers themselves. I think what the numbers 1 through 9 can be represented as the universe. Analytical stuff like saying like y equals this, like prove that the derivative of an odd function is an even function. Like that's kind of like it's not life, It's just
Okay. What if we only had three fingers on each hand and 3 toes on each foot, right? Would we count up to 3 and then say, "Yep, there's our what do we call it? Decimal. There's our 10, right? 3 is the new 10 now, right? Is that how we would think if we had 3 fingers? Because why 10, right? Why 9 and then 10 and
what
then
humans do
start
is they
over?
relate to themselves, right? So if you like look at yourself and you see 1 through 6, what else would you know?
So math is a human construct.
Right.
Well, if we were put here by a god and we were given these 10 fingers, isn't there another way to think about it?
Well, what if the 10 fingers is a consequence of a pattern or something that is like you see a lot of the same traits in different species and animals and stuff because it makes the most sense for what the task is. So it will use the same convention, but it doesn't. I don't think it has any. Like just recognizing the pattern doesn't make math real, right? Math is just a way to try to represent what we observe.
Well, it's just a way of our consciousness to understand something.
It can be, but to say that it's, like you're giving it way too much credit, I think.
Oh,
well, go on with your point though.
It is man-made, 100%. But
here's the question:
there is a universe which can be explained with.
Here's the question:
mathematics.
If humans don't exist, is math real?
Wow.
No.
Probably not. No.
No. So it's our intervention. It's how we see things, how we model things. So it's intrinsically human, which means not divine.
They've always described it as a descriptor or a descriptive language. There's 2 apples. If you weren't there would still be 2 apples. But the idea of counting those 2 and putting another 2 with them is an axiom or another sub-layer of ideas placed upon that reality to describe that reality further.
Right. The organisms who are going to eat those apples don't count them. They just consume until they're full.
The apples might not appear if someone doesn't present as an observer. It might not collapse the wave function.
Hey, I like that.
That's the cat in the box.
No, it's just that the knowledge, there has to be an observer.
That's what what's his name was saying about his cat in the box.
I know, right? yeah. Heisenberg, the Heisenberg certainty principle.
I don't know, dude. Like, if we didn't exist, would the universe exist?
Yes.
Depends on if you're looking at it.
Yeah, there are some people that haven't been born yet, and the universe is already existing. So,
yeah. It existed before my children.
Without a single man, without even one.
Well, yeah, or else he wouldn't have a place to exist in.
Yeah. You would have to have the place to exist before you came into existence.
Well, why don't you model it?
Huh?
Why don't you model it in math?
Yeah, right.
What good would that do?
Math this.
Well, I'm trying to hammer home the point. Like you can make beautiful things with any tools.
Yeah.
But it's not, math is not alive.
No.
Okay. What is alive are the patterns that you're recording that you're representing with numbers.
Information.
Yeah. I'm glad we solved that problem.
What if there are things we can't sense, see, or that we haven't factored into our math, but maybe some animals might sense or
Well, yeah, animals can sense earthquakes because they have their instincts. They took away our base instincts from us using fucking 5G, all this garbage, dude. We used to be able to sense earthquakes before they happened. They fucking screwed us
Is that
over.
what happened in Pompeii? Everyone got killed because they sensed the earthquake.
Ho ho
I
ho.
don't know, man. All through history, people have been getting killed by stuff like that. Seems to me humanity is just as dumb now as they were then, or just as smart. Whichever way you want to look at it, half glass full.
Ho ho ho. Hey hey hey. I'm not gonna let them affect me that way.
Why is it when I don't factor in Coriolis and curvature, I can still hit the target?
Dun dun.
Because the Earth isn't a sphere.
Yeah, but the math, bro, the math.
The math
it's not
is
working out.
No, the math are lies. The math is not true.
It's because you're not imagining. Wait, it's not. It's because you're not imagining that bullet going right directly at the target. You're imagining it wrong.
Yeah, but I did the math wrong. I did the math wrong. I didn't factor in curvature and Coriolis.
Is that
The
a
math
cross
is still wrong.
Is that a cross-out crackle villain? Oh,
Oh
hey,
shit, that might be a crosso, cracko, villaino, crosso. How you doing, guys?
Oh yeah. What's up, Crack?
Oh yeah, what's up, my
Cheers,
brothers? Oh, shout out to my boy Riggs. Shout out to my boy Riggs.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, what's up, dude? You alright, brother?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Oh, shout out to Mimas Aurelius, the guy single-handedly running the whole of the Roman Empire. Yes, your son Commodus was not quite as strong as you.
Yeah, he got a bad rap.
Yeah, he got a bad rap. It's true. It's true. How you doing, Sonny? I hope it's sunny out on the plane.
Yeah. Well, no, it's cloudy. It was rainy, cloudy, gray, but that's all right. It's all good.
Oh, it's my brother Gemsy. It's my brother Flat Earth Solar. Glad that you're here, man. Arian, shout out to Arian, even though you can't fucking hear me as per usual. Shout out to old dude. Shout out to my man Roger. Shout out to Spiral of Love. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to Resolve. Cut the shit. Which cast, my brother? I hate your name, but I still love you.
I hate you.
What's up, Crack?
What's up?
What, did you get a new microphone or something, bro?
Why? Does it sound like I got a new microphone?
It's got enough power. I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, this is about to get rumpus up in here. Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta turn you down to like 80%
me too.
now or something.
You can try turn it down. I'll turn it up. Hey.
Shit. Okay.
Oh shit! Everyone's ruined now, right?
68%. No, that's perfect.
Sonny, I was shouting a little bit. You might have to turn me up a little bit. I'm sorry, dude.
No problem. I don't mind adjusting. It's okay.
I was just hoping someone would comment on my new microphone.
I noticed it.
Shout out to my boy Riggs for hooking me up. Just got to say.
What?
Shout out to Riggs for hooking me up.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. What? Word.
What? Yeah, man, he hooked me up with this great mic, so what a G.
New mic, everyone. New mic. Yep.
New mic. No broken mic now.
Sounds
Yay.
excellent.
Do we have some crowds cheering? Could you cheer, audience? Yay.
Sharp. Ready for the cutting.
Guess we'll have to do our own sound effects.
Let's find a
Guess what, guys? I'm about to be borrowing a MacBook Pro tomorrow as well. So, Witsit recorded actually his songs on a mic like this at the same time as I've got access to a studio now. But if I can be borrowing that MacBook tomorrow, I'm just gonna go and steal the microphone from the local studio for a week and let's see what happens.
All right.
Hope you don't get caught.
Oh no, I'm not gonna actually steal it. Like, as in, it's my studio as well. Like, it's a shared one. It's just because of the Rona, we're not allowed to go anywhere, are we? It's not worth an £8,000 fine to go to someone's house.
Wow.
Disclaimer, we'd just like to share that our views are not shared by all people on the server.
I carry a
It's
knife.
not about curvature.
What's that about curvature? What, someone found some?
I'm not talking about girls.
I was going to say, stop taking pictures of my girls, please, guys.
Which one?
I bet you guys can't write a song about girls. I bet you guys can't write a song about curvature without mentioning girls. Challenge.
I can write a song about curvature without writing about a girl, mate. Trust me, bro. Trust me, brother. I can do it. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
No, you said the
Across the
opposite.
horizon.
You said you can't mention a girl if talking about curve.
Sure.
Yo, crack villain.
I would throw it in at the end of the song.
What's up, bro?
Did you see the video of Mickey Mouse on SpaceX's ship?
No.
There was a mouse up there in space on top of the ship. I don't know how it didn't fall down with all that force.
Oh, ha ha! Funny guys, funny, real funny. What happened to Pluto? Yeah.
Imagine a rocket shooting up in the air. Imagine the amount of force that the rat would have to put on that rocket to stay on there.
Hey,
Wait,
man.
which one are you talking about? Because I have a video.
Don't talk bad about those rats, man. They're really intelligent. Those rats are really intelligent, man. I'm sorry.
It's honestly a joke of a video.
Oh no, I'm serious. There is a mouse in one of the footages. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I'm going to post it right now.
Oh, I already did.
So your studio has rats?
That's the one.
Like, I thought you guys were NASA. Like, what kind of?
But this is SpaceX, though.
No, but according to Newton's third law, that mouse would have to put an equal force that it's going up in the air, so it could stay in that frame and not fall down to the ground. How is that mouse? How is that mouse as strong as a rocket?
Yeah, that's assuming there's a place they can go to, right? So there cannot be gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, we've got the second law of thermodynamics violation, guys. Yeah, it's Narnia.
Yeah, we can talk about all this fake shit they give us. It's not worth it, right?
Damn straight.
Honestly, I find it kind of comedic at this point.
Has anyone seen Jin today? Jin Sama.
Man, that you are correct about the comedy, man. I swear I haven't laughed so hard in a long time continuously.
I
told you though, Sonny. I don't think you've ever laughed this much in your life since you've been a part of this group.
What?
Cheers, mate.
I saw Jin over at Science versus Pseudoscience earlier this morning. Nathan Oakley's show.
Yeah.
Mate. I should never have done that.
Do you guys think if anyone actually exposed a flat Earth, they would try to like kill all humans, or do something to hide that?
They can't kill all humans.
I think they want to keep their ear open, know what they want to know what we know, right? Keep an eye on us.
Damn straight.
Yeah, because they couldn't get rid of all the genuine talent. That would be a big mistake.
Yeah, you ain't ready for this, Billy. They need our talent, bro.
Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say simulation and think the globe's real because they took science and gotta be. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros.
Nina,
no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Globers.
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers!
I like this guitaring.
Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Short and sweet.
That's
Short
funny.
and sweet, bro.
How did Spock?
It's
how
longer
did
than
Spock
that one,
know
though.
that? Hey, how did he know that song? How did
Dunno,
Spock
man.
learn that song so fast?
He's a talent.
Science and gotta be.
None of you got to be in science, guys. You're all science deniers. Don't lie about it. My G.
Dude, the more I come in here, the more I learn you don't need science to explain shit.
Oh, science is about, doesn't answer very many questions, in fact. Science
Science
doesn't really prove things. Science sort of falsifies things, let's face it, right?
If you were raised on a ventilator or like an oxygen tank or something like that, you spent your whole life, like 18 years, 20 plus years on that oxygen, would you think that you needed it?
Yeah. That's a good way of thinking about it, actually. Well said.
You need the good science, right? Not the pseudoscience. Science is good, but you need the good science.
So you don't think people actually need ventilators for 20 years?
No. If you need a ventilator... Oh my god, someone snapped off the nib of it. Yeah, Brandon, the reason this gas ain't working, bro, is because someone snapped the nib off of the gas. Sorry, guys.
Gas pressure in action right there.
Yeah.
Are you gonna, Brandon?
Are you gonna
learn
blow
to
up?
use a ventilator?
Lunatic, my brother, my G.
What up, dog?
My G.
Boom, kablooey.
Dude, how do I sound
Happy day back at work, bro.
I got back to work today. We started.
Yeah, happy day back to work.
Oh, yeah,
Good to hear
yeah.
from you.
Where they
Yep,
go?
it'll be good to finally get back on like a normal sleeping schedule.
Yeah, for sure. I feel you.
Wait there, guys, do you want to hear some gas
Thank
pressure?
God for work. Else people would never sleep
I
properly.
can't hear any gas pressure right now on the earth.
Oh!
What was that?
That was a lie.
Jesus. He was checking to see if he was a gas leak by lighting a lighter.
He didn't just burn up, did he?
That sounded
I
like
burnt my face off.
uncontained gas.
Sounded like a
That was uncontained gas. There was no container. That's why we heard it. We heard it rush off in all directions, right, guys? Oh
It
shit!
sounded that way.
Do you want to? I'm not. Gonna, I was about to teach people how to make a really good gas grenade, but I'll stop.
How do you do it?
We'll take another room for that. We'll make another room for that.
Yeah, we got a different room for that.
Watch everyone.
You got a pickle jar and you bottle and you jar your fart, and then it's.
I was gonna say, is it diet related?
Your diet woke.
Just call it a rocket. I'm teaching people how to build a rocket, right? Because it's the same thing, right? Boom.
I don't know how you got
Gas
to it being
bulb.
the same thing
Boom.
as a rocket, but all right.
Well, yeah, you can
We'll let
just
it
call
slide,
it a
Bone.
rocket, right?
You're a stone pig, Bob.
We're talking about rockets. You know, gas, go boom.
So this whole week the weather is total pants.
Is that
This
Ariel?
whole week the weather is total fucking pants.
Yeah, they've been spraying.
The whole week was what?
The weather will be pants.
Yeah, they're in good weather. Remember last year what it was like?
Yeah.
It was all clear skies last week, and then they were spraying like crazy over the weekend. So that's how you know it's gonna start raining.
It's supposed to be raining here in Sydney too this week. Storm, actually.
It's been raining here, cold, like some of the coldest weather I've seen, wet weather too, and even a hail storm the other night right along the coast, which is really odd for us this time of year. It's very strange.
Yeah, we just had like 2 or 3 weeks of pretty nice weather. The day I get back to work and outside, freaking, it's like 32 degrees. We're supposed to get like a couple inches of snow coming here, like right about now.
Really?
Yeah, it'll melt pretty much right away, but yeah, in Wisconsin here every year it snows at least a little dusting in March every year.
Global warming.
What's that?
Remember
Shout out to everyone on Flat Earth, everyone in the YouTube out there in the world. Come on in. Let's talk. Let's debate. Whatever. I'm down. I'm ready.
Let's get it going, guys.
Let's fight.
Let's get the fire started.
I'm the fire starter, the twisted fire starter.
Let's get rocking. Let's get rocking with that radius. You know, like, come on, man.
You know, I think we do have some new people in here. Whoever's got mute powers wants to do some interviews or something.
Sure.
Since I unlocked my phone. Roger's here.
Who should I unmute first? Call him out.
I just go down the list, man. I don't know. Let's see.
Go down the list. You call him out. I'll do it.
See, we got. I don't know if we've talked to Hams. He's already verified.
Hams.
Yeah, we talked a bit, right? Like an hour or something.
Yeah, Hams was super respectful.
We got Ryan Dunn.
Good to hear
17.
that about Hams. Ryan Dunn. He's
always good to hear from Jackass.
Ryan Dunn.
He's server muted.
He's and also deafened, so
unserver mute him. See what he says while he's deafened.
Well, he doesn't have VC verified either, so it looks like somebody already tried to do this. I just remember when Helio got super smashed one time. And disconnected him.
Helio got super smashed one time, and we deafened him. So just to see how long you would keep talking.
Yeah.
Well,
we also have a guy with Among Us symbols.
Oh,
he's just above your name, Lunatic.
No, I can unmute. I had a question. It's probably like an amateur question, but
that's fine, man. Anything.
Okay, cool. So I'm also a flat earther. So my question is like, what makes stuff fall?
Out. No, get out.
Huh?
Correct.
Get out. We don't need
what?
you.
There's
I'm joking.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice to meet you, brother. Nice to meet you.
What's good, bro? So what makes stuff fall to the ground if gravity doesn't exist?
Are you denser than the Earth?
No. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of relative density? Have you ever heard?
I'm new to like everything. I'm still doing research.
Right. So right. I can give you one simple way. I can manipulate vectors with density, but I cannot manipulate vectors with gravity because I cannot manipulate gravity. But I can manipulate the medium in which you're in. Right. So, why do things go sideways in the wind? Because the medium blows them to the side. Right. Can you blow a man sideways? You can if you have a fucking 737 jet airplane and you have him stand behind it, right?
That didn't sound right.
Yeah,
I don't care if it sounds right. wait there, guys. Let's not rumpus this. Let's continue. So,
yeah, this better find its way back on course because
this is on course already. I'm on about manipulating vectors using a medium. The medium being air itself. Okay. The only reason that you are stuck to the ground right now, in my opinion, and this could be more correlation than causation because the issue is a bit of circular reasoning in with this, but the best indication we currently have, okay, is that at the moment, you are less dense on the ground that you're stood on. The air around you, you are more dense than, so you are beneath it, and it is all around you, obviously. Naturally, you cannot go further than down. But let's say, for instance, I had a ping pong ball, right, in a vacuum chamber, or a chamber, of air. I fill up the chamber. I then layer this into a gradient of air, right? I use a denser layer of air at the bottom, okay? I introduce said denser layer at the bottom of the container, right, with a bias when I pour this in with a 45-degree angle. The ping pong ball will fall straight down as it's denser than the medium it's in. As it hits the slightly denser gas, its vector will change slightly off to to adhere to the 45-degree angle because it's the path of least resistance. Yes, it will still fall down. So the point is I can manipulate vectors with relative density. You are relatively to your medium, you are more dense. But the thing that you are not more dense than is the very ground that's beneath your feet, right? So we could think of it as you are in a massive density tower with the Earth itself. This is one way of thinking about it. The cause, however, of relative density is a bit different because it's circular at that point. It's like relative density causes relative density. I'm not quite happy with that, but we do often talk about, misappropriated dielectric currents. Not misappropriated. What the fuck am I talking about? Can someone help me? Makes sense?
Basically, there's the idea that everything has charge. Okay, and it can be related to the idea of mass, I guess, but really, it's basically whatever something is constructed of, and it's like its density and electrical properties seems to have some sort of effect. People always leave out the electrical part. I don't know why, because it is super relevant.
It is.
I mean, clouds float, which is supposedly a bunch of fucking water.
Well,
so there's got to be a reason for that.
People think that the ground, because of grounding with wires, for instance, they think the ground negates electric. But the issue is with that is that's like saying that if you were underneath the ground 6 feet and I had a copper wire or a copper vein that naturally occurred that was touching your leg while you were buried 6 feet under, and I electrified said copper wire, would you be electrocuted regardless of the ground?
I got lost. Somebody else answer that.
Yes, you'd be electrocuted as path to ground.
Brilliant. So you're not safe from electric underneath the ground. So what is in the ground? Iron is in the ground. We have magnesium in the ground. We have crystals in the ground. We have quartz. We have emeralds. We have diamonds. We have however many things it is that we have that occur beneath the ground. All of these things are permeable to what? The toroidal field, the electromagnetic field that we know exists, that we can measure.
Yeah.
So this idea of electric and this bias toward down is very important.
Well, if also salts help conduct electricity, and the ocean is full of salt and it's sloshing around all the time,
so is the ground.
You've just created a big fucking battery exchange.
So's the ground, bro. Basalt salt is found everywhere, bro. Well done.
I'm talking about how the ocean sloshes around.
Bath salt? Did you say bath salt's found everywhere?
No, I said. Look, if you knew a little bit of something, you would understand. I said basalt. Basalt. Oh, sorry, dude.
We got to stick to your Scottish accent. It's more funny.
Oh, fuck no, you're not fucking talking with Scottish accent right now, right? You can't even tell me to be more serious and then tell me to be more fucking obsolete and fucking nuts like a Scot.
Last night was pretty funny.
That was funny. You know, oh my god, Jose thought they were like trolling, and I was like, I had to stick up for him. I was like, no, they're alright. Honestly, like I sort of started the whole thing. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, he was in chat? I didn't know. I missed him.
Who was trolling?
Iggs and someone else. But really, it was all my fault. I started the whole thing off and then left.
I think the more obvious point is that we're inside of like a big battery. It's a big electrical system, and it's got two different poles to it. It's the ground and the sky, and the sky is highly electrified. It's going to be attracted to the ground.
Well,
this is the negative. So
question. I think I don't think he could follow that answer, so he left a while ago.
Whoa. The audience. Tell you what, let's ban him right now because that was rude of him to leave while we were getting a very high in depth answer.
Yeah, we have a new member, Jedi. Maybe he wants to ask a question.
Actually, we should give him the 3 points. I asked him to come in here and ask it.
Okay.
Go for it, Justin.
Yo, Jedi.
Hello.
What's up, Jedi?
Hi.
Hi. What's on, Jedi?
So we want to give him the 3 points. Start with
All right, who wants to do that? Who's up next?
Well, can we get at least a hello from the dude first? Hi, Jedi.
I'm the one that checked him in.
I don't care.
He's good.
Who is it? Oh, who's speaking to me right now? Sorry, I can't see the screen. Sorry.
Justin.
Oh, it's Justin. Fuck's sake. Sorry, dude. You sounded like someone else then. I thought you were a silver member.
Yeah, you sound kind of quiet, Justin.
I am a little quiet right now. Sorry.
Okay.
That's right. I don't trust all the silvers' opinions.
All right, so who wants to go through it? Crack, you going through it?
Yeah, man, I don't mind doing it.
Jedi, you ready? You there?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So just be honest. It's not like trick questions or anything. It only takes like 2 or 3 minutes. Okay.
Right. So the start of the way this goes is
question.
All right. So
it's the easiest just
what
to say.
size? Have you got a girlfriend? This is how we.
All right. I'm muting. I'm out of here. You go.
Right.
Keep going.
I'm joking. So right. So
that was good.
Right, Jedi. So right. This is just to elucidate a point. This isn't to belittle you. This isn't to make you feel as if you are stupid in any way, shape, or form. Because I'm going to tell you right now straight. Every question I ask you, not a single man in this room can answer. All right? Okay, sweet. So, what I'm going to ask you is to provide a form of measurement, test that can be verified, or at least for us to even look at, a form of evidence that would in any way indicate toward that we here on Earth have curvature that is at the convexity rate of 9 inches per mile squared. So what I'm basically asking for is, can you show me in any instance 8 inches per mile squared? And I'm asking you basically for in any instant a measurement in the historical sense, or even now, where someone had measured the curvature of the Earth. Could you provide one instance of that?
And keep in mind, your answer doesn't have to be as long as his question was.
Never done.
I mean, I don't think that there really is any instance of such a thing, but I don't think I'm currently not.
It's not whether listen. It's not whether you think there is. It's whether can you provide one. That's all it is. Right. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next question.
And I don't know is a very good answer.
That's dude. That's intellectual honesty right here. I'm telling you right now. You've already got 10 points. Okay.
All right.
And the points in this place only go up to 7. So fuck knows how you did that. All right. So let's carry on.
God.
So the next point is this. I'm going to ask you of any incidents where anybody detected, measured, okay, any form of axial rotation and the method therein of which that they used in order to detect said motion.
I'm going to be honest, I don't even know what that means.
Right, so the claim is this, the positive claim of the heliocentric model, the globe model, is this, that we are on an axis that's at the north and south pole, okay? On that axis, apparently we rotate. We rotate in such a way that at the equator, it equates to that we are rotating at 1,039 miles per hour at the equator, okay? So we rotate, apparently, according to the heliocentric model. So apparently we have rotation at an axis point, That being the north and south point. Does that make sense?
Sort of, yeah.
Right, so basically the globe says we're apparently rotating, we're spinning apparently, right? You get that?
Yeah.
Right. Have you any incidents, or have you any incidents of where it was measured, that motion that I've just spoke of? Or know of any way of showing me that as a piece of information?
Not that I know of, once again, but I don't have any evidence for either side of this. I'm not sure of it at all, but I figured why not just join this, because a few of my friends
That's
are in
fine.
it.
That's fine. So right. So you don't currently have any evidence, or nor do you know of any evidence that would provide validation of a
Right.
so-called rotation. Brilliant. Great answer. Again, the next part is a little bit tricky, so I can explain it. Do you understand what higher to lower pressure is in terms of with gases?
To some degree, but not a lot of it, really.
Right, this works with heat as well, but gas being the medium that carries the heat, it's sort of intertwined. So what I'm going to ask you now is this, right? This is more real world, actually, so as an example. So can you give me one incidence, yeah, where we can actually have gas pressure itself? You know what gas pressure is, yeah? As in, yeah, so like we have gas pressure here on Earth, right? 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch. Can you show me where, or give me an example of, anywhere in the world, in fact, even unnaturally, where we can have gas pressure without a form of containment?
So without a form of containment, meaning like a volcano would not count at all then?
Well, a volcano technically has what you would call a dispersal pressure rating, meaning it could have a high pressure beneath the surface. If there's a high pressure beneath the surface, that would be fluid pressures, which the lid would be the very top of the fluid itself. And when the pressure bubbles over too much, then there will be bubbles that occur on the top as the gas is released as they're expanding, right? So then it's not contained, is it really? It's just that once it surpasses the pressure rating of the weight of the actual lava on top of the lava underneath, the gas itself expands upward and it actually releases at the top layer. So this would be, again, pressure relieving itself. We're talking currently about gases.
Well, it's an example. It's an example exactly of the entropy that you're speaking of. So
it literally is. Yeah.
The high pressure is escaping out to a lower pressure system and dispersing out, seeking equilibrium with its environment.
So what we're asking for is right. For instance, let me give you something real and tangible. So let's say a Caligas bottle, or a bottle of butane gas, for instance, or an Axe can, you would call it in America, or a Lynx can, a body spray, right? Yeah. Can you give me an example of something similar to that where it is pressurized? Yeah. So gases that are pressurized, okay, without the container, i.e., like a tire is pressurized, but without the tire. Can you give me one example of that?
I don't even really know how such a thing would exist, honestly.
What a fucking brilliant answer. You've just got 7.2 points.
Common sense, dude.
That's common sense.
At least it's a human.
Well, some people don't have common sense, I've noticed, even in this place, which is brilliant. So at this point, right, these are the three main bold claims that the heliocentric model makes, right? The first claim being that we have curvature, okay? The second claim being that we are actually on an axial tilt. At the same time as on that axis, we are rotating, spinning, right? Then the third bold claim that they make is that we live with an atmosphere adjacent to a privation, namely space. This space is a near perfect vacuum, so it's very low pressure, right? And it's apparently a vacuum that's actually 10 to the 17 negative taut in negative pressure. So when we were talking about, gas pressure without a container, we on Earth have gas pressure, 14.7 psi. we exist apparently next to a near perfect vacuum, which is low pressure. Much like if you have your Axe can of spray, you stab the side of it with a knife, it will instantly release all of its gas, well, bar the amount of gas that's still left in there, which is equal to the pressure of the medium around it. So these are the main bold claims of the actual globe itself. So what I would assert to you is this. If you believe in the heliocentric model, right, I would assert you were never educated to believe so, or to know so, or to have knowledge in it. I would simply assert to you that it's actually just a belief. That it's actually the way we sort of differentiate between indoctrination and an education, in fact, is knowing the counterparts therein which make the thing that we apparently know as knowledge to be true, knowing those counterparts and knowing the very things inside of the claims that make it so that we know they exist. So experimentation, also examples, or direct observation therein of these things, none of which have you have observed, none of which has been shown to you or measured or proven. So therefore I assert that it's basically a belief or an indoctrination.
What happened? What was that?
Some foreign language, like walking down the roads, fucking.
Someone's not like him.
Screaming. Go make us a drink, you
I'm going to sleep now.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, no need to swear.
No,
But...
darling, later. Tomorrow night.
Like, what's going on, guys? Mic check.
You just got a round of applause while Ariel hot mic.
Oh.
Yeah, I've muted Ariel.
Ariel. Right, so Jedi Buddy. Bloody hell, just called Jedi Buddy. Okay, so Jedi Buddy, did you understand what was sort of explained to you, how this is probably more a form of indoctrination than it was a form of you slowly learning over time, or being shown examples therein of, and it becoming a knowledge-based part of your life? Did that make sense?
It kind of makes sense.
Right.
Honestly, I like for both sides of this thing. There's like weird things that don't make sense at all, and then it just turns into a joke, and people don't even realize that either side is being serious.
Well, this is the point, is that I would say that most of, let's say, the debunking videos of, let's say, FE, for instance, right? They're not debunking the points that we're saying here. Because if they were, they would not get the amount of views that they do, right? You can obviously tell that we thought about this a little bit, probably more in depth than what you would imagine, right?
Yeah, I mean, I literally joined within like 20 minutes ago, and you guys have probably been here for who knows how long. This is a huge server.
I've just got it too, don't worry. I don't know why they're asking me to even speak to you. I don't even... a bit weird, but oh well. No, I'm joking. I would
assume that a moderator role would have been here for some time longer than me.
Who's a moderator? You're a moderator? Ah, nice to meet you, dude. But no, for real though, right? Do you not find it a little bit worrying, in part at least a little bit worrying, that the three main claims of the heliocentric model, in fact, right, that need to be true in order for this globe, for this paradigm of the heliocentric model to be true, have never been validated to you in any way? It's not that there isn't validation for it. It's just that you yourself were never shown validation, because you can't actually recall any of the incidences in which where somebody actually validated these things to yourself.
I hadn't even heard any of those three claims before, so that's why this is making a lot of sense. Like, of course I haven't heard anything about them.
But you should have, though, right? Someone should have validated the fact that there's curvature. Someone should have validated the fact that the Earth is rotating. And someone also should have validated that gas is able to exist next to vacuums. Gas pressure. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, so this is what we say, is that actually, this is why we say it's an indoctrination, because it's not so much they educate you to sort of eventually understand that this is the world we live in. It's just an assertion. It's an assertion. This is what it is, and this is how you're going to know it. And we're not going to show you how to know it, but this is what it is, and that's it.
See, for me, Crack, like the first one is the big one because that's something that they definitely should be able to measure is curvature. Axial rotation, that's a harder one because like what do you judge that against? That's actually kind of admitted within the heliocentrism is, or Einstein said anyway, like that
proving it,
you could
nearly impossible,
heliocentric or geocentric, either one of them to be absolutely true. It's just about how you like a philosophy that you choose to look at it through, like a kind of a how you decide to think about it.
True.
And then with the third point, the space, or gas pressure without a vacuum, or next to a vacuum. Sorry, that one's just on its face, like obvious. We know that can't fucking happen. So, yeah, the big one, the big one, like really with the Globers is that they should be able to show you a measurement of curvature. Somebody had to have done it at some point.
Yeah.
And they didn't. I mean,
even if they,
other than the sticks and the shadows.
Oh, we could go into that as well. But Luke, even if they did have a measurement of curvature, right? Even if they did, it would probably be based in conceptual mathematics. And not only that, even if they did have one, they're not showing it to anybody in order that they understand it, in order for it to become knowledge. As this man has just clearly shown us, and how many other million.
They've got a better method, like whereas we've done the laser tests. If they've got a better method, let us hear about it. Go out there and do it, so that we can copy it, right? But otherwise, the laser test seems like your best bet, and you don't see them going out and searching for the curve to show you, hey, look, here it is.
Well, this is what shows us clearly how that's the difference between education and indoctrination. Education requires that you investigate. Education requires that you try and illuminate what the truth actually is, and you walk alongside the information so that you slowly but surely come not just to terms with it, but you become interwovenly and interlocked with the subject matter itself. This is something that nobody who believes in the heliocentric model can provide. Their experience, their walk with how they found the heliocentric model to be the thing that was the best and most educated guess they could make at what the reality they live in was. Because as we all know, water finds its level. It has a hydrostatic equilibrium of flatness, of level. We use it in levels for that reason. We know that water is apparently 71 to 72% of the Earth's surface. Then we also know that the topography of the rest of the Earth, right, has observational points therein to one another that are way past and far supersede the distances that are necessitated by the shape of the ball, or should I say the size of the ball, with a radius of 3959. So we have problems all over. How many flat spaces does it take to make a globe?
Can I ask you a question?
An infinite amount.
Yes, dude. Please go ahead. Ask questions.
Can we actually still say that Earth is 70% water? Isn't that a
we
globe?
can't.
No, not
that's
really.
why. Listen. That's why I also said 71 to 72% water. Apparently, because I can't trust that the Earth is even the size they say it is. So why am I talking about the percentages they say?
Yes, I agree. I've been thinking about that.
Yeah, but I always say apparently, Neil. Is that Neil?
Yeah, that's the first time I heard it brought up. I thought that was only in my mind.
No, dude. No, you're completely correct. That's why I always say apparently, dude. I always say apparently now. Because I'm not trusting their motherfucking numbers. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Apparently, we could just say it. We could replace it apparently because what they say to us is 70% water. Therefore, yada, yada, yada.
But yeah, we can use them as a hostile witness on that one, though, right, Neil? Because at the point we prove that the Earth's actually 97% water, they're going to look like even bigger twats again, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so it's a double-edged sword on that one.
Say the AE map was the actual Earth, then you're getting a lot more water down in the southern hemisphere than whatever they figured for a ball.
Well, the thing is people act like this globe is the be-all and end-all. Well, I would love people to show me Columbus's globe, the globe that Columbus used, because apparently he had one. Oh no, in fact, actually, he did have one. We can find examples therein of which the globe that he used to navigate the seas. So also we have proof of someone navigating the seas with a globe that actually didn't even include any. It didn't include any of the Americas, Neil. But it was a globe, and you can navigate with it, right? This elucidates a cool point.
But he called the natives Indians because he thought he was in India.
Yeah, exactly,
That's
bro.
the story, at least.
That's what we get told, at least, right?
We landed in the Bahamas, and called them Indians, and then got credit for discovering America.
Yeah, the Phoenicians found America way before Columbus, guys. One of my good friends, so I'm gonna give a shout out to I don't know if I should say his name. Fuck it, I don't care. That's quite funny. So shout out to Max. Max, good work with you and your colleagues on taking the Phoenician ship. Columbus, Phoenicians before Columbus is a movement.
Yeah, but Columbus, they started to colonize it, though. I think that's what they mean by that. I'm sure many a type of people came through this way.
Well, this is what I'm saying, Neil.